put in work.
I do it all for the fam, you do it all for the gram. I do it all for the win, you take it to the chin. I got money for the drip, I got money for your chick. New planes, new whips, teach game, stack chips. I do it all for the fam, you do it all for the gram. I do it all for the win, you take it to the chin. I got money for the drip, I got money for your chick. New planes, new whips, teach game, stack chips.
Stacks on stacks, black on black, catching a beat like that, catching a beat like that. Yeah, you know me, step in a place so sweet, you cannot come for me. I'm that big energy. When I walk in the door, everybody stop, yeah, it's a show. When the guns hit the floor, ba-da-ba-ba-bum, yeah, you know. Make it work, get real low. Take a big got the place moving slow. Now I got all the dough. Hit the ceiling and I can't let it go. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living right back. Yeah, I'm living like that. Facts. Stacks on stacks, black on black, catching a beat like that, catching a beat like that. Yeah, you know me, step in a place so sweet, you cannot come for me. I'm that big energy. When I walk in the door, everybody stop, yeah, it's a show. When the guns hit the floor, ba-da-ba-ba-bum, yeah, you know. Make it work, get real low. Take a big step, the place moving slow. Now I got all the dough. Hit the ceiling and I can't let it go. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, I'm living like that. Yeah, it's just facts. Yeah, I'm living right back. Yeah, I'm living like that. Facts.
Acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac. Llegando a la pista yo no pude respirar, porque de negro estaba, no te pude contemplar. Cientos de tequilas comenzaron a rodar y yo no supe cómo comenzar. Que sí, que no, que sí, que no. Mira a mis amigas que me apañan con mi flow. Yo soy la reina, no importa que creas. Me sacas la venda y me pones entera. Buah, a ver si tú te atreves a terminar. Buah, llévame a la cama pa' contemplar. Buah, esa carretera que va a acabar. Clac, 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 clac. Buah, a ver si tú te atreves a terminar. Buah, llévame a la cama pa' contemplar. Buah, esa carretera que va a acabar. Esa cinturita que...
PlayStation.
Esa cinturita acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac. Una mujer como tú, como tan empoderada. Yo te miro con zoom, ese culito es verdad. Mira que mira con esa figura especial. Yo te llevo pa' acá y te traigo carnal. Parece que yo voy a estallar en mis partículas. Tu cuerpo
they never give us nothing. Still we know what to do with it. Ain't no love in this thing, boy. If you want love, go to church. You ain't really built for the war, boy. Until you learn to push through the hurt. Yeah, we from the same place, but the truth is, we not really built from the same. We was broke just like you is, but the difference is, we ain't never changed. We don't never been to the lanes. If you really wanna know what the difference is, take 10 steps, draw and aim. Let's go, let's get it. All my people turned up if you with it. Let's go, let's get it. I'm the blueprint, show you how to get it in. Let's go, let's get it. Black hoodie, black denim with it fitted in. Let's go, let's get it. Told me strike a match, so I did it in. All in my chain, then we spread them out with this gasoline. Then we strike a match and we fight the flame. And burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, and burn it down. Now I'm back on the black boy, and I'm pushing this brand new range. Side eye from the young boys, and I'm seeing how they look at me strange. They see the ring and the watch, boy, I can tell they really want that change. I probably get popped one day by somebody trying to make a name. I'm putting on for the west side, cause that's where the players play. When it comes to the two, boy, we ride, cause we gotta get back. No cheating, no weeping, no sleep till we die. It won't bring him back now, so why would we cry? Get it, let's go, let's get it. All my people turned up if you with it. Let's go, let's get it. I'm the blueprint, show you how to get it in. Let's go, let's get it. Black hoodie, black denim with it fitted in. Let's go, let's get it. Told me strike a match, so I did it in. All in my chain, this gasoline. Then we strike a match and we fight the flame. And burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, and burn it down.
Oh, don't you worry about it, Jim. Don't you friggin' worry about it, Jim! I told you, don't worry!
Well, there it is, Jim. Don't worry, because finally I'm back. We've got a few things to sort out, a couple of important points. No more sheep hosting the show. No more Mac either. Obviously, the last week has been tough on all of us, but I am back to steady the ship here on the ANZ Champs. The Ivory Tower has been kind to me lately. Get that sheep out of here. We've got the bling ready to go. We've got the mustache game strong as well, and I'm ready to make ANZ Champs great again as we dive into another day, of course, with Jim and Pilsky on the desk here with me. Maybe we can even just get rid of this, because I'm better than that. Guys, is today going to be a great day?
Yeah, it should be. I'm looking forward. These are the 2-2 matches, right? So they're kind of like the make or break games. In theory, some of these teams should be close to each other in skill. That's kind of what the Swiss dictates. Unfortunately, we do have some pretty one-sided matchups, though. So I'd anticipate some close games and some kind of stomps.
Yeah, there's always a chance someone could usurp someone.
Did I miss something there? Have I missed a joke? You trying to make a joke about someone trying to take my job, Jim? Never going to happen, mate. Never going to happen. Now, let's look at round 5 of the Swiss stages. Obviously, this is where we're at. It's the final week of competition in the regular season before we start jumping into, things like playoffs, finals, whatever you want to call it. That's where the real meat and potatoes are going to be. But that does also mean these are all progression and elimination games. Pilsky, you were saying some of these are looking like maybe one-sided games. I think, to be fair, there are maybe a couple in there that I would say might head towards the 2-0 mark, but I could see some of these going to 3 maps as well.
Yeah, I think Antic, Team Yellow, I think if Team Yellow was the Team Yellow of old and they weren't just kind of phoning it in and playing for the sake of playing, I might even back them in this matchup. I think the core of the team has a lot of potential, a lot of talent on there, but Antic has been in great form lately. They just picked up another player, so they should be the favorite to go through in towards the playoffs. The other game that we get to watch tonight, Dynasty and Nutty. I would love to root for Dynasty, but they've already showed that they had some rather poor form the other night up against the DGG Eliminators, or whatever they've changed their name to now. So it's hard to back them up against a Nutty, who I just saw last night in some ripper form. Obviously, they got Super, who is one of the best kind of up-and-coming riflers in Oz, but Mr. Shark also dropped like almost a 40 bomb in one of the maps, which was his best game in like the last 3 months. So if he's in that kind of form, it's hard to go against Nutty.
All right, well, do we want to start diving into the conversation around our first matchup for today? Antic and Yellow. Now, obviously, these two teams, they've gotten to this point. They've lost a couple of games. They've won a couple of games. It's been a bit of a run for both of them. To be honest, at one point, we kind of thought that Yellow was a dead team. They were just going to forfeit, and they weren't even going to, go any further in the ANZ champs.
Yeah.
But they did continue to play, and the fact that they've actually made it to 2-2 is kind of a testament to the success that this roster has been able to put together since kind of reforming things. My question, though, is going to be, even though they've had a bit of a nicer run, right? They've put a couple on the trot back to back. Is that going to be enough to contest with a team like Antic, who, again, have also made a couple of changes, but should still be one of those gatekeeper teams?
Yeah, look, Yellow is one of those rosters. Okay. Cookie has obviously, a little bit more cooked nowadays than anything else. But look, this Antic roster, they're one of those teams that I see them as more of a gatekeeping team, right? Like you've got those teams that sort of sit a little bit below their level, really struggling to get past Antic. Antic are one of those rosters that have shown that they've got a lot of potential, and they've pushed top tier teams to the max. They just haven't been able to topple them. They just haven't got that result that's just established them as one of those upper echelon teams. And don't get me wrong, I think sometimes consistency from them can play into that. I think they've certainly shown that they've got a lot of firepower. It's just been maybe even in this match against Encore, they just petered out a little bit. They just ran out of energy. They were celebrating these OT round wins like they were going out of fashion. They were celebrating them like they were grand final wins. But Encore kept their heads and showed that Antic just need that next, jump in experience. And I think playing more close series like this will give them that experience. But yeah, for me, Antic are the roster that should have the advantage here because they've had a lot of playing time together. They've had a lot of stability in their roster, and they've shown that they've got the skill to take themselves, to that next level. They just haven't been able to put all the pieces together.
I mean, what about this edition of Cookie?
Is that real?
I'm looking at it on the player document in the official Ivory Tower document, and that's what it says. So, yeah.
But he was literally playing the last game for Yellow.
You're right. So there you go. The more you know, the more you know. Hey, that's pretty cool behind me. That looks cool. Look, I don't know what the situation is necessarily, because as far as it says here on the document, Skull, Damio, Night Raid, Reckons, Cookie, and Hugh are all listed as, well, either team captain or core player, with Skull being team captain.
Right.
So that to me looks like a 6-man core. There's no necessary substitute in there, unless that's been obviously mislabeled. But we'll have to wait and see, obviously, who comes into the server today. And I think it is interesting, to see Cookie playing against his former team, which would be Team Yellow. So it seems as though that roster mania for this team won't stop until the end of the season, until the team is completely done, if that ends up being the case, right? XC coming in, I suppose, to replace Cookie. This is a team that had actually some recent successes. So maybe I'm a little bit disappointed to see that in a way.
Even in this game that I just watched them play, where Nor was kind of standing in, it was looking kind of like the old 16-20 Kings lineup. They were just playing fundamentally solid CS. You had Nor playing well, you had Forvin playing well, Cheeseball was calling, Cookie was playing pretty well on Dust 2. It's just a good team. This was a good up-and-coming team to watch in the domestic scene. And I guess they just, they haven't had the desire to play together anymore. They even added Jerry. I think that if they, did have the drive to compete, that this would have been a good core of a team and would have been a team worth sticking around. But, at the end of the day, they've opted to go the direction that they've gone. And I think this last-minute substitution, taking one of the main sources of firepower out of Team Yellow and replacing him with a player that I've never seen play before, is definitely going to be a hindrance. And I was already predicting for Antic just based off everything that I've seen lately and knowing, the trajectory of the two teams and the motivation of the two teams to qualify for ANZ champs. But even more now that I see that kind of substitution come out, I would be backing Antic.
Yeah, I think it's just a question of whether or not they can get those roles sorted out, because obviously they've got Night Raid and Cookie who play very similar positions.
The thing is that I actually saw Cookie stand in for Antic already. I can't remember in what league it was, and he did not play well, and he was not primary orbing. And Night Raid was picking up the primary orb, and Cookie had a very, very lackluster game. But even so, I don't think it's going to matter. I just don't think it's going to matter.
All right, well, let's see what everyone at home thinks, because we've got the Dare fan vote ready to go, and that's where you guys can obviously let us know, which way you think this matchup is going to play out. It seems like we're fairly unanimous here on the couches that it's going to be heading the way of Antic, and I don't expect there's going to be too much of a pushback against that from anyone online. Really, it sort of feels like a fairly one-sided matchup to me. Of all of the matches that we've got in this stage of the format, I would guess that it has to be one-sided, at least in this one. But look, what about predictions from the rest of the crew? Is it going to be more or less Antic across the board? One would suspect so. Mac's gone for Team Yellow, which is a surprising choice. But then again, Mac does a lot of things that I would probably not do personally. So there's another one.
I actually don't think Mac knew who was playing.
No, but who can know who's playing? Like, who actually knows who's playing? Do the players know who's playing at this point?
I'm talking about teams here. He didn't even know which team was playing one another.
I thought we were talking about who's in the roster.
Mac was predicting Team Yellow in a matchup that they weren't.
They weren't even playing in. You're right. I mean, he has a lot of faith, to be fair.
That is true.
But maybe he is the only one. I think it's hard to sort of back a team that's obviously had so much roster instability.
Even Antic's had roster instability, though.
No, I know, but there's a base level, I think, for Antic that's just a little bit higher.
They've at least got 4 of the same boys in the server.
Let's get into vetoes, though. I mean, maybe difficult to say how much this is going to matter.
By Vertigo.
Yellow
that was a stronghold. Yeah. Vertigo's
Interesting.
Stronghold.
Oh, we got Ancient as a decider. I thought that Yellow would pick Ancient because that's a map that they don't mind picking, relatively often. They're going to pick Inferno instead, so that's kind of like a middle of the road kind of map, I guess, because they're playing with a stand-in. Maybe they don't feel as comfortable going towards an Ancient, like they don't have as many of the same core players playing, so that's where some of the protocols start to go by the wayside, and you can't really be as comfortable just kind of incorporating everyone into a different role. So yeah, Inferno kind of going to be the map that you can puck it out. Everyone's played it a million times. Then you go Mirage for Antic. They looked pretty decent on it against Encore. I reckon if Hugh had a better game and Hats wasn't in hard carry mode, they probably could have beaten them on Mirage. I think we were casting that, and I felt like that was winnable, so they should have an easy time here, and I honestly don't see it going to Ancient anyway.
Yeah, they definitely had a sizable lead in that Mirage game that they did squander a little bit, but in OT you could see that they certainly believed in themselves. But looking at that veto there, I think it's safe to say that Antic are going back to their secondary strength, with Vertigo being banned out almost instantaneously by Yellow. I wonder if Cookie actually had a hand in the veto, knowing what Yellow's strengths were.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he's kind of like a double agent now, or he's switched over to the other side.
It's kind of crazy that that's allowed to happen, by the way. Like, you could just play literally the last game for one team and then just hop to the team that's playing against your team.
I mean, I think it is a bit crazy, but obviously there's been this sort of period of downtime over the last maybe three sort of weeks. When all these events were happening, there was a bit of a break for ANZ champs, and we've seen pretty much from the top down, right? There's been roster changes all over the place. Like, obviously what happened with Encore's gone down, and maybe there's a bit of a trickle effect as well with some of the other teams also making some roster changes, and one person gets taken out, therefore someone else needs to move in, and blah 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 blah, and it all the way flows down even to Team Yellow. So look, either way, I mean, I guess good news for Cookie that he's maybe found a new home, but we'll have to see whether or not that's going to end up being a positive surprise or not. It is time for us, though, to head into a break just before we jump into our first match of the day. Do not go too far away. We'll be back right after this.
Person that'd probably get arrested, probably say maybe Damon.
Probably Damio.
He does work at casino, so then if I ever came to Melbourne, just did a good old illegal.
Some heist goes on, casino heist, I guess, GTA style.
I would say Skull Hunter, just because he looks like a would get arrested for dealing, to be honest. He does look the type, though. Probably Kovacs, Aim Lab, something like that. Keep the training tools going.
100% wow. It's good to see cool models and all that sometimes.
I would probably go Halo. The nostalgia from that, like Halo 3, if the servers and all that still worked, I would be playing Halo 3.
The player that would most likely get locked out after a night out, I probably want to go Damio again.
Dam's probably the drunk person. He can be pretty outgoing.
He'd be drunk on the way back or something like that. He just wouldn't be able to find his way.
And he'd be locked out.
I see him as skinny, so he's probably going to have more effects to the alcohol quicker.
My dream skins are definitely the Orc Dragon Law and Gungi.
I would probably say my dream knife would probably be like a Mac Blue Case Hardened Karambit, and then like some nice blue gloves or something to go along with the combo.
It's a Karambit Sapphire, but I've already got it. Unlucky.
The last person I called was my dad.
My mum.
Let's just say my dad. I don't call people that often.
You appeared out of thin air. Took my hand and told me not to care, but your stare never had a hold on me the way you thought it did. You thought that your life was like the movies. Acted like your presence was a gift, but truth is nobody plays your games. Your ego needs a break. Took some time to erase the little lies.
Oh, don't you worry about it, Jim.
Oh.
Don't you friggin' worry about it, Jim. I told you. Don't worry. Back on into the ANZ Champs. It's time for Antic and Team Yellow to go head-to-head for what is an elimination game, but also a progression game to go through to playoffs. Now, Jim, before we dive into Inferno, we've got some business to get to. As you guys would know, if you've been watching ANZ Champs this season, exclamation mark EPOS deal in the chat, 30% off if we hit a 30 bomb tonight. It is the EPOS H6 Pro Open Back Audio Bundle, which obviously features an EPOS H6 Pro. You don't get any special prize for picking that one up, but it also features a GSX 300 series, which is an external sound card on top of it. So pretty nice stuff. Yeah, you're an external sound card man.
I am.
So grab one of them. Anyway, we're into the pistol, and I think for both these teams, we're quite interested to see what they're going to bring to the table because of these roster changes that have been brought to bear. Cookie is in the server tonight for Antic.
Airstrike not quite finding its mark. Reckons, though, off to a good start. Maybe he's the one to chip away at that 30. No movement on the back of it from Yellow, though. So just trying to apply pressure, top banana, top mid, see if they can push Antic back into the bomb sites. Hide some information. And it looks like the regroup back towards B is going to be where things are at. They're going to leave Nor towards brackets to maybe just be that thorn in the side of a rotation. Pretty simple here from Yellow.
No util on the CT side of the B site, so that smoke's not going to be super effective. It's just going to come down to these headshots being connected, and so far, none really from Antic. A little bit of damage done onto Jerry. And he is actually going to get some work done himself, regardless of that low HP number. Rotations are starting to come in, but they're not there fast enough. The B side is starting to get cracked open. However, again, speaking of util, none there for Team Yellow to get that bomb down comfortably. Cover is there, though. And so plant confirmed. Just seems like Antic maybe not hitting their shots at the moment is starting to cost them a little bit in this round. Decent trade from Damio. He's now going to need to level up a little bit to convert this 1-on-4 because time is definitely against him. Does not have a kit to play with. I don't even believe there was one in play for Antic. So he's really running out of time now. And, well, Team Yellow have secured the round. Pistol goes in their favor.
That's unfortunately the way the cookie crumbled for Antic. Wasn't really too much left in the tank for the retake. Lots of utility being baited out in the early stages of the round. Problem with that smoke being dropped in the site for Skull Hunter is that he kind of disconnects himself from at least assisting his teammate with a crossfire. So that, unfortunately for Antic, meant that it was pretty easy for Team Yellow to just focus all their attention on taking out Reckons. And so no real form of investment here from Antic into this round. This is solo Zeus on Cookie, who might be able to pick up some shock value with it. But aside from that, an empty B site is left there for the taking.
Yeah, I suppose that's good news for Team Yellow.
Now we wait
Yeah, what's Nor going to get up to? That's my question. A little bit of a fake over toward brackets, smoke to jungle side, flash in through mid.
He's going to be potentially in for firing
seen it.
line.
But they're just going to chase him down. Fair enough. Look, it is only going to be a MAC 10 loss for Team Yellow, but flash there picked up as well for Skull Hunter. At least it's something to take into the next round.
Got 10 points for the dismount, though. Nice and acrobatic. It's nothing on offer. Nothing to be had either for either of these two teams. There's no incentive for Yellow to really push out unless they want to try and make as much money with that MAC 10. I don't know if XC wants to give up the armor here. They've already secured the round. And as far as Antic are concerned, they actually don't want to try and feed too much money to Yellow on those SMGs. Exits it will be.
Well, might not be the kind of exits that Team Yellow is looking for. Those first couple, or the first one rather, did go against them. Still, we'll get most of the important guns out. Cookie. Last-ditch attempt to make use of that Zeus. But 2-0 the scoreline. And there's the exclamation mark EPOS deal I was talking about just before. If you're interested, have a bit of a squeeze. It's a good headset. I use the H6 Pro at home. I rate it.
You too can be like Jordan.
Yep.
At home.
Tall, dark, handsome, and with a great mustache.
No mention of the headset, though.
Well, I can't promise that the headset is going to provide those things.
Early buy here from Antic, and not really early, to be honest, but maybe a little bit too early for Skull Hunter's liking. Obviously, a bit of investment from him in previous rounds, but a lot of heavy concentration on Banana early on. Again, just trying to bait out CT utility and take territory here. Plenty on the backs of Yellow, though, so neither team really at a distinct advantage in terms of utility, but still a long round timer to play with here for Antic.
Yeah, very similar approach from Yellow once again. 4 toward B, 1 toward mid, just to try to cut off those rotators. Again, same setup for Antic as well, but this time they've got rifles. Reckon's already putting one to good use before he's traded down. Perhaps starts to fall apart a little bit. Still one player back in dark, dealt with comfortably. And Team Yellow looking pretty good on these B takes so far.
Yeah, Damio's flash not quite getting there. Skull Hunter had kind of no choice. Okay. Damio doesn't even need to see anyone to put them to rest, but a retake, I reckon, could be on here.
Yeah, definitely. Really going to be thinking about it. They do have at least one flash to work with. Cookie can toss that one up over the top. It's not going to be there in time to provide much for Damio. And now it'll be on to Night Raid only. He has to find Nor, who's hidden himself in Banana. There is a smoke to kind of help him out, but as long as he sticks this, you'd have to back Nor to win it. There's no defuse kit, and eventually Team Yellow will go 3-0. So it's really not coming together so far for Antic. I thought that was going to be the round.
Yeah.
That opening kill from Reckons looked good, but just was not prepared for Jerry.
Well, they already had a player clearing out Snake, so they kind of had an idea that Skull Hunter would be somewhere in the site. Unfortunately, he didn't get much value off the flash. And it's not always the case that flash is going to be effective either. So Skull Hunter going down. And no kits, unfortunately, in play for Ant. He could have bought them some more precious seconds. He could have done something else other than straight stick it, but this is a change of pace. Straight up mid, the MAC 10s are going to go in, do the damage. They totally run entirely past the grenade stack at top of mid, and that's the easiest bomb plant you will probably see. They just bulldoze their way through.
Yep. Well, something's going to have to change pretty quick smart here for Antic. It's not exactly the greatest of starts to a map. It's not out of the realms of clutchability. They can't, you know, afford to worry about it too much. It can still be brought back, but always a little bit more difficult on that CT side when you have to build your money back up and start from a deficit like this one.
Oh, nice.
Made up and in.
That is going to be close. Even better. That
Very
is
good.
bang for buck.
Well, cheeky little bit of a helping hand for Antic, but it really shouldn't trouble Team Yellow all that much. Still got a lot of cash, can reinvest. And the way that they've been negotiating a lot of these rounds has been pretty solid so far. They haven't really looked like dropping around.
They've been fairly solid. I mean, the only losses they've really taken in a round have been in the post-plant situation where they lost 2 just then. That's what's hurt them the most out of all of these rounds so far. But again, look at this frantic pace from Yellow. Straight up banana. Utility exchange is actually looking pretty good. They go 2 for 1 there, and they're going to keep pressing into this side.
Oh, well, I got to say, Damio's been pretty solid so far today. He's hit a couple of good shots. Gets the molly down as well. It's going to provide time for the rotate to come across. Night Raid watching mid, spots one out. There's a kill on the other side of the map as well, though, so it's not going to tell Antic too much about where Cheeseball is, where he's headed. But it is a 1-on-3, and it is starting to look a little bit more positive for the CTs. Timing could be a factor for Night Raid. He's going to have a little bit of an expedition in towards Carpets.
Okay.
Cheeseball's decided to go B.
I mean, mathematically speaking, right? Like if there was that third player over at B, you wouldn't expect them to have rotated maybe a 4th so quickly. And you'd expect 2 players to be at A and maybe 1 at B. So mathematically, this is what Cheeseball's trying to weigh up. He's got 40 seconds to play with.
It's a decent amount of time.
Yeah, he can make this work. Now he's given away his position. So Night Raid's going to be all over that fact. And I wouldn't expect Night Raid to play anywhere else, to be honest.
Yeah, very aggressive line.
Yeah.
But you'd back him to get this one done every day of the week, and he does do that. So 1-4 the scoreline now. Antic finding their first CT round in fairly convincing fashion. You know, 3 guns alive. I think you take that.
Yeah.
Especially after a start like what they dealt with.
If it wasn't for Damio stepping in to deny them that B entry, everything was looking very yellow at the start there, to be honest. Exchanges were good. They're way into that site. Damio takes 2, and that round turns on its head. So Antic now have a breath of fresh air in their lungs, and unfortunately not enough money for Skull Hunter, so he'll just go down to MP9. Utility stocks are going to be quite low here, so they can't afford to go into these lengthy exchanges, as we saw in previous rounds.
Yeah, Night Raid not trying to get too antsy with that AWP. Just going to be holding the dig line from site. Does now start to make a bit of a push into mid. Actually, just going to end up watching Boiler instead. Really wants to try to open the account for his side. You can tell he's probing, he's looking, searching, hunting for that opening kill. But it's not going to come yet. And Team Yellow really just slow things down once they've taken brackets control. Not too much pressure, though.
I was going to say.
Back of Antic.
This combination of site holding can be very difficult for Yellow, particularly if they just keep walking into it.
Yeah, well, that's what Night Raid's been waiting for this whole round. And he has been rewarded for his patience. Player in Graveyard spotted, but it really won't matter. Again and again, he has stood up for his side. Damio, who will go down, but 2 for 1. Very acceptable, considering Night Raid is also chiming in with that AWP. A bink through the box from Reckons will make it easy for Cookie to finish off Nor. And now it finally feels like Antic has arrived. 2 rounds on the CT side. Decent amount of guns alive in both. And looking really solid in both of those rounds as well. It's just maybe a case of time of getting warmed up, getting ready to go in the server, getting the guns together as well as the utility. And now it's kind of looking like they're half to lose, even though they're down 4-2.
Yeah, Damio has certainly stepped up his game in these early stages of the half. That's helped a lot. Night Raid, big investment with that always pressure to make it work. And Cookie getting aggressive here. Look at this no respect on the anti-eco. Does pay the price for it though, but quickly dealt with XC. I do like that on the CT side of Inferno, is when you really put your foot down on your opposition and when you know they've got nothing in the tank, no money, nothing to buy with, so you really hammer that home. Cheeseball, this is probably where he just goes into troll mode to see whether or not he can try and put Antic off their game. It's not really too much, you know, in terms of prospects for him in the round. And so, I mean, that's probably going to be the best return for him. It's to try and distract Antic a little bit.
Yeah. Suppose Team Yellow have a bit of chatting to do. Going into the next round, they'll be able to afford a buy. So let's see what they've been cooking up in the lab. Did hear a lot of chatting in the server, which always has me a little bit concerned.
Well, I mean, there's a storyline here, right?
There it is. The technical pause.
Ah, Skull Hunter. Hasn't got Dad with him today.
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Maybe joins in for the later games. But Damio's been, alongside Night Raid, really responsible for dragging Antic back into this. Really important that they keep good numbers alive on the CT side when it gets down to, you know, these 2v2s and 1v1s. It really hurts CT sides, despite the fact that they might be winning those rounds. So keeping numbers alive for the duration of the round is really important for them. He's been able to help ensure that they get through the round relatively scot-free.
A bit of a snack for cheese ball.
What do you reckon?
What do you reckon it is? Is it a cheese ball? Is it a ball of cheese?
No.
Would you even want to eat a ball of cheese? Because
why wouldn't you?
Is that a weird concept?
A ball of cheese.
A ball of cheese? I
mean, it's normally a wheel, right?
Well, to me, when I think a ball of cheese, that's like someone has got one of those big blocks of cheese, right, and cut it into a square, a couple of cubes, and then rolled it in their hands to make it a ball. And then I don't want to eat that, actually. Thank you very much.
It's a little bit too warm for your liking.
Yeah.
Is there an I guess unpalatable warmth to cheese? That
If it's been out and it's gotten
hand?
to room temperature, I'm no longer really such a massive fan.
That's true. It has a
needs
shelf
to still
life.
be a bit, like, a little bit cool.
You don't want the cheese to sweat, though.
Exactly.
As soon as it starts to sweat,
yeah,
it's bad.
It's like when you go to, you know, a wedding or something where they have the platters.
Yep.
And you know that they put the platter out, the antipasti or antipasto, whatever they call it, and they've been out for half an hour or an hour before people have even got there, and you already know that, like, the cheese is a bit...
It's past its
like,
best days.
I think I'm just going to stick with the crackers, thanks.
It works if you're going for a softer cheese, though, like a brie.
Yeah. No.
That gets better. That gets better.
I'm normally a cheddar fan, to be honest. Well, Night Raid this time actually tries to do something a little bit different with that all.
Yeah. Could have cost him some cheddar, to be honest, if he messes that up. But they're playing 3 towards B here again. They do lose Reckons, so Forvent finds a nice opener. And what it does mean for Antic is they're going to continue to commit to this site. They've entirely backed off now, Yellow, and they're going to try and pressure A, knowing there's likely only 2 here.
It's not going to be a bad call.
Got to be quick about it, though, because Antic can change their mind. Might even choose to press down Banana.
Yeah, the Arch and Library smokes set up pretty quickly. But the counter util is out from Antic, which is going to keep them at bay or force them to go through the volley, which turns out to be a horrible choice from Team Yellow. It's a 2-for-1 trade. That has actually equalized the numbers for Antic. They've got an extra player now on the A bomb side, or at least they did for that defense. So still 2 remain. And even though Night Raid has not pushed off of B, this is still very winnable for Cookie and Damio, particularly with the latter still on full HP and in such great form.
Yep. They have no idea that there is one in the side either, so they're going to run into Damio.
Yeah, pops himself onto an off angle, has been actually spotted out, and that is a bad case of timing for Damio. He's going to need to pull out something special to survive there. Night Raid, now tasked with a clutch, 24 HP, and it ended up, unfortunately, being a couple of isolated 1vx's for the Antic members on A.
Yeah.
Never really worked in combination.
I mean, look at them. Look at the X's on jungle. They got destroyed going up that side of the map, but they were able to peel it back. Now Night Raid's got work to do. I don't know if AWP is going to be the weapon of choice here, but if you can find a quick pick.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to have to come down to, but Nor just a little bit too switched on. Does check the angle and hits a nice sharp headshot on the way out there. A bit of a spanner in the works for the plans of Antic. It was shaping up nicely, but this round has them almost back to square one.
Yeah. Cookie just gets done cheaply. Big risk by playing the line he was. Obviously had to be very cognizant of another potential jungle wrap left himself a little open to that carpet push. And I mean, if Damio gets one there, goes 1 for 1 in that site, that's a totally different round. So Yellow just winning that out. And funnily enough, it's actually Yellow that in that last round that pulls something out of nothing. They had no right really winning that round. Another exchange in banana though. Very aggressive down mid with their presence, Antic. They do get that pick. Oh, Skull Hunter. If he only knew how close he was to going down.
Night Raid. That's a painful one to miss.
Yeah, that one happened almost in slow motion, didn't it?
Yep. Well, maybe you're just going to get put up on the flower pots. And a little counter smoke out from Antic. They have a little bit of a spider sense that maybe something's happening over toward B. Well timed on that smoke, and has given the opportunity for the A players to get a little bit aggressive, find that pick. Damio above the smoke gets one. Skull Hunter peeks off the contact, and that is about as perfect as it could have gone for Antic over on B.
Yep. Forvin unfortunately also catches just the edge of a flash that was supposed to be aiding him. So Cheeseball now with 13 HP will run into Cookie. And that will be the round for Antic. So they do win one, lose one, and then, sorry, win one again. And so their money is not really looking fantastic. And I guess the incentive is there for Yellow to maybe force a buy. Might see some more than just pistols come out. They are keeping it relatively disciplined though, because they do have a round advantage at this point. So I don't want to cook the chook.
Well,
oh, big return on investment with that grenade.
I think overcooking the chook is actually better than the alternative, which would be undercooking the chook.
So you would rather, I mean, it's not I'm not against your argument, but it's like pick your
so
poison,
you'd rather
right?
salmonella or an overcooked chicken
or just
breast?
dry chicken.
I think I'd take the dry chicken. I can deal with dry chicken as long as there's some sauce.
It's true. Plenty of dried chicken here on offer in Sydney, I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to see this round get a little too out of control. And I don't think Skull Hunter wants that either, so he'll just back off.
Bit of a shock to the system having Cookie go down at brackets like that, so automatically everybody just is into damage control. Needs to be careful here, reckons, though, because they are hot on his tail. It's the smoke and the dumping of utility that gets him out of trouble.
What does Team Yellow possibly have to get themselves into this B-bomb site right now? Probably just a headshot with the Deagle, or I'd say 2 maybe.
Yeah,
Info gained.
Antic have to make a mistake here to really, fumble the bag.
That's the Deagle getting tapped lower and lower, and XC, the other upgraded pistol, goes down without too much to say in the round. So, yeah, a couple of kills from Team Yellow, but not really enough to trouble the scorers, and Antic once again able to equalize.
Get the sense that there's a little bit of banter going on.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Cookie against his former team.
Well, like one night to the next, right? Feels as though it wasn't too long he was playing for Yellow. Not too long ago. A turncoat, maybe.
Yep. A betrayer.
It's the second round too. We've seen some deep grenade damage coming out of Antic, and just making the targets a little bit squishier as they try and make things work in these sites.
Ooh. I do like the variety that Antic is bringing to this CT side, right? We've seen Night Raid on A, we've seen him on B, now we're getting a bit of a push into apps. That's a good shot from XC, but it's not going to be enough to get Team Yellow into the bomb site. And they might even think about going B, but that's kind of left XC high and dry, having a look into Pit.
Catches that flash square.
So Forvin and Cheeseball now have to salvage. They are nowhere near the bomb. Reckons might even get this done himself or not. Looked all right, but just didn't land that first shot. And then they got away from him. Cookie, a scary aim duel to take.
I was going to say, you don't want to give them 1v1s in this situation, right? Like, that's how you lose these kinds of rounds, if you keep giving them 1v1 fights.
Luckily, that one was won. And I would say Night Raiders found the bomb.
It's poetic, isn't it? The 1v1 was won. Well, one 1v1 was won.
One was won and one was lost. That's good patience from Night Raid as well. Not getting baited by the shoulder peek. It is amazing to think about the way that the base level of Counter-Strike has developed over, 10, 12 years. I remember watching Counter-Strike back in the day, and so many of the little fundamentals just didn't exist.
Yeah.
That even now players that are playing at this level understand comfortably. That's a really good spray in from Cookie to open up the first one. And Night Raid will just set himself on the line. This is looking a little bit too easy for him. Covered off well by Damio. And Team Yellow just get absolutely nothing done in that round, which is going to start to balloon Antic's confidence out. They can now start to think about double digits potentially.
Yeah. And they had a sizable lead, Yellow, so they've got to be a little bit deflated at the moment. Here's your dare fan vote. No overwhelming confidence in Team Yellow.
Yeah, I think that's fairly representative, actually, of where this series might be.
I would agree with that. It's funny because you were going to bring up an entirely separate point that I was going to make, and I'm actually quite enjoying Night Raid's AWPing. It is so much predicated on game sense and knowing where his opposition are going to be, rather than like some crazy flicks or trying to be over-aggressive and take aim duels. It's very much based on reading the play.
Well, it looks like he's read it quite admirably again. Just going to get in front of this smoke. Be able to take the shot. If it doesn't go well, dip back behind the smoke.
Or
even if it does,
go hyper-aggressive. Here we go.
Well, he's got his teammates pushing with him. The flash is going to come through. It does not matter. Jerry has just been a little bit too good on these entries on B. He has been the difference maker for Team Yellow, but they have not found Skull just yet. And he's going to be able to double down. That is just as good and maybe even better to deny the time. Team Yellow, they're going to have to rush to get that bomb plant, but in that meanwhile, push is coming across from the rotators. Damien can't win his duel against Nor. Opens it up though for Cookie. Skull Hunter's been hitting everything in this round. There's going to be util over the top. It's a molly. And Skull Hunter saw that cross from Forvin. It's now just down to Jerry, who was so good at opening this round up, but can't hold it together.
Yep.
And Team Yellow will be disappointed with that because that was a real opportunity, but shut down by Skull Hunter. That double kill on the site, it buys so much time for that rotate. Makes a big difference.
Great retake as well. By the time they came down to finding the last known position of Jerry, well, there was one spot to look at. So Jerry's done a great job in opening up the round. Skull Hunter shutting that side push down.
It's the second kill that's the big one, isn't it? Like the first you can expect, all right, fair enough. He's hiding behind a smoke. He's probably going to get that every day of the week. But getting the second after your position's given away, so much harder.
Great retake, though, from Antic. So well read in the situation. That fast push-up banana was everything.
So if 10 wasn't on the cards last round, it's starting to look even more like it. Opening frags continue to go the way of Team Yellow, but I have to be honest with you, Jim, even though I see those opening frags occurring, it's still not filling me with so much confidence because Antic are the ones playing with confidence right now.
Look at this CT aggression. This is confidence, right? Like,
it's a curveball, definitely. Haven't seen anything like that from Antic thrown in thus far, and it has caught Team Yellow off guard. And it's also going to break Yellow's economy.
It's interesting too, because if you were sitting in Yellow's position, I have no doubt they would be going, okay, how many times are they going to play 3 players at B here? We've got to just hold and wait and find out. They get caught in transition here.
Antic's already got the rotation over to B, so even if Skull, is only able to 1-for-1 here, which may even be a little difficult at that point, there's going to be a trade coming through. Night Raid just jumps straight through the CT smoke to kill Jerry. XC will try to plant the bomb. Can't go to the right of the smoke. He will be spotted by Night Raid, who has been really consistent with the AWP 16-6. I mean, I think that's it's been a quiet 16-6 to be honest.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't go past a 16-6, and then you've got Cookie 14-5. I know there was obviously some questions about what's he going to do fitting into this roster. Obviously, a primary AWPer in his previous team in Team Yellow, but having a great day with the AK so far.
Yeah, looking good on that rifle.
Mhm.
And even Damio
Damio's
pulled
been
off a little bit.
very impactful.
Super impactful. The frags he was finding, changing the course of rounds.
Yeah, I mean, even a couple of good frags out from Reckons and Skull Hunter as well. Skull's double on the B side. I think swings the half quite substantially, and well, I think it might just be a little bit too far gone now for Team Yellow.
No.
Damio, he's really made a meal of that one. But luckily, it doesn't look like it's going to cost Antic too much.
Keep this man on a rifle.
Have you seen on Anubis that massive fake wall? I don't know exactly
How
where it is.
recent is that, though?
I literally saw it yesterday.
Okay.
Someone was throwing mollies into it. And it's like you're trying to throw a molly past a corner, and it's just bouncing off nothing.
Skyboxed?
Over and over and over again.
Yeah, okay. They've got some weird skyboxes. Ooh.
That might have been what happened to Damio there. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming him.
To be honest, there's a delay between like releasing your mouse and the grenade throwing.
Yep.
And you've got to time that. And if you're a little flustered, it's so easy to just hang yourself on enough rope there. But 10-5, what a turnaround from Antic. They were under pressure early on. They've been able to fashion themselves a sizable lead. Can they hold on to it? And can they take the first map in this series? Find out after the break.
New whips, teach games, stack chips. I do it all for the fam, you do it all for the gram. I do it all for the win, you take it to the chin. I got money for the drip, I got money for your chick. New planes, new whips, teach games, stack chips.
Go, fresh from London, here we go. Right in a rhythm with a lively flow. If you don't know, then get to know. Jump on a mic and show down the show. Whoa, I stay with it. Skippy on the beat, on point with the lyrics. No gimmicks, cause this thing wicked. Big tune, just watch how I spin it. Growing up in the UK, man, I had lessons. Teachers, parents, alongside my brethren. Now I'm in studio sessions, trying to take my dream to a brand new direction. Work from the morning to the night, trying to see my name up in the lights. Big billboards, gonna reach new heights. For the youths, man, we gotta show them what's right. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound. Early days, channel you on the TV. Big MC showed me what I'm about to be. Videos and mega flow showed me the grime scene. That's when I knew this rap team was for me. Wrote bars at the back of the bus with the G's at my local youth club. Big respect, I gotta show them love. Believed in me when I was young. Now I know what I gotta do for the family. Now I gotta prove. After everything we've been through, you gotta stay true to you. As you only got one voice, it can't be heard above the noise. It's your time, gotta make your choice. It's your time.
I feel good.
$10-5 is the scoreline, and Antic, well, despite a bit of a rougher start, they have managed to bring it back to something really respectable. In fact, probably a little bit more than respectable, Jim. I think 10-5, you'd be taking that every day of the week on Inferno. Double digits, first half, fantastic. Moving on to T side. It is Team Yellow's map choice, so they're going to have to find something on this CT side, aren't they, if they want to be competitive in this series.
Yeah, can't falter. Really can't falter. Oh, straight out aggression. I like it. Bold. It's risky.
Yeah, you have to hit your shots if you're going to play like that, and they have so far. XC, he's going to look for a little bit more. Reckon's trying to salvage. Cookie there for the crossfire as well, but not landing enough shots. Here's Antic. This could be the second pistol that they lose on this map. Maybe I've spoken too soon, though, because challenging these Glocks has not gone well. Night Raid in the 1v1. He's been sublime so far today. Could well win it. Nor, obviously, no head armor.
No!
And that is going to cost him. That one little cheeky shot on the back end from Night Raid and a sly grin nets them the pistol round against the odds. And I'm sorry, Jim, but if you're not going to win that pistol, I'm not seeing you win the map.
Oh, man. That was probably their best chance to really take the half by storm and get themselves into the match almost immediately.
Yep.
But they fumble the bag. Don't know. Glock shouldn't win in that scenario. Nor had 100 HP, so you really feel hard done by if you're in Nor's shoes. But you got to hit those shots. Jerry does get some damage onto Night Raid, some tag damage, but that actually might be interesting come the end of the round because there is investment here from Yellow. Got those pistols. Scout still in play on Nor.
Well, Orvin's not in play anymore. That's a Sharpie from Reckons. I think he has been a little bit quiet in this map so far, but that is a little bit more like what we're expecting to see from him. Good shot in from Nor, but can't double down, and so Cheeseball's the last alive after XC gets himself a trade. 3-on-1. 5-7. Not a bad gun, I'll tell you, Jim.
No.
I'm a 5-7 fan myself.
It's got plenty of room for error. It's one of those guns. 20 in the clip.
Maybe that's why I'm a fan of it. But end of the day, Antic do get the round. It cost them a little more than they might have liked.
Yeah, definitely a expensive one for them.
But opportunity to farm up some cash in this round, and Reckons and Night Raid will both take advantage of that, buying the MAC-10s.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think it cost Yellow more though, right? Like they're having to take almost a full eco here, just some pistols, a bit of util on Cheeseball, but that's it. Like even then, barely grazed the Skull Hunter with that grenade. And they're going to find themselves pretty close to match point before they get another gun round in, so.
This is a bit of a freebie.
It's a walk-in.
I mean, it's almost fair, right? Because that exact same situation occurred for Team Yellow on their T side. Won the pistol, got themselves an anti-eco, free walk into B, won a round off of that. Lost one player, which actually was a MAC-10 player for Yellow. In this case, it's an AK player for Antic. So they did drop one AK in that round.
I guess they mirrored themselves.
Yeah, put that on top of the last round. It's actually fairly expensive as far as anti-ecos are concerned for Antic. So money hasn't got out of control on that T side. Team Yellow, look, to come back from a 13-5, I've not got a huge amount of faith, but even in the worst circumstances, they are still finding a way to make something that resembles lemonade.
Something that resembles...
Might just be lemon juice at this point, but hey,
well,
take a lot of money away from Antic, win the first gun round, make life easier for yourself. Start to ramp up on CT side.
Real emphasis on lemon in this ANZ Champs, I'm feeling.
Yep, I like lemon.
There's the Eliminators.
Had some lemonade at a market on the weekend.
At a market?
Yeah, it wasn't amazing, to be honest.
Oh no, what a big risk to take though.
Well, Antic, I think they're going to make it work. Just dove out of carpets into the A bomb site. They've got decent util down. Bit of damage being done through the smokes, but should be planted. Night Raid, he feels like he's got a timing here, and he almost did. Half a second too late. It's going to cost him. And it is going to leave Antic at a numbers deficit for this defense. Rotation still coming across from XC over toward B. But Still a lot of time to play with for Team Yellow. They've got a kit on for Vint to play with, so we'll have to keep an eye on where he's going to go. All that counter util has pretty much been tossed in. XC, a couple of flashes to get Yellow into this bomb site. Reckons has certainly given away his position, but it's the site player that has not. And every single frag goes the way of Antic, and that's just how you know it's done. Easy as you like for Antic, even when the numbers are against them, Jim. 14-5, the scoreline. Damio and Reckons both go down to the bomb, but I don't think they're going to worry about that too much when they're putting on this string of rounds.
No, unfortunately for them, it was actually planted in the back of the site, which meant getting into library just wasn't good enough. But those crossfires were rock solid.
Yep.
And I thought they took a massive risk in playing 4 out of the carpet, I think it was, or at least 3. You don't see that often at all, to be honest, on the T side Inferno on a gun round, where you will have 3 Ts just piling out a carpet, putting pressure on the site. But Yellow setup, it played right into that. And now they're in this death loop of having to keep buying. Or that's going to help.
Not sure about that one, but look, Reckons has got it handled regardless. So he'll be happy to just get this game over and done with by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's had enough. He's calling time on this match. And so Jerry looking to complicate those proceedings. Find 1 and the 2. And so now Night Raid, he's nowhere near the site.
Yeah, but bomb is planted for him. So he's got a lot to play with here. There's a smoke for Nor. And that is going to go down on the bomb, but Night Raid, I mean, 1 tap straight to the head of Nor. He knew exactly where that bomb was. Not going to be quite as easy on to Jerry. Knife out. And it's the 10-second defuse that gets the better of him. Night Raid can do no wrong today. And that is 15 map point for Antic.
There's nothing crisper than a 1 tap through smoke. Yeah, Reckons has absolutely obliterated them on that entry.
Yep.
Jerry keeps it interesting, but with that bomb plant being so open and them having no kit, it was only a matter of time for Yellow.
Yeah. Jerry's definitely been a ray of hope for Yellow. But it's just not been enough. Can't really be relying on one player to hit a couple of entries every single time you need to win a round.
There's been spatterings
Yep.
of hope for them, hasn't it? But, you know, it's just Nor and Jerry. Not a real heap of production out of the other players, but this could be their last breath here.
You would think so. Reckons looks like he's about to get flashed in here, but...
Oh, he's playing anti-flash, to be honest.
Doesn't... Well, does have a flash, apparently. Thought he didn't. I started getting a bit poor in my old age, Jim, I'll be honest with you, but Reckons he's not really putting a foot wrong on these entries in Nana.
Pull the rotator over towards B. They've already got people in position and brackets control over at A, so a lot of pressure now. This is so much push and pull coming out of Antic, but Cookie just goes down cheaply.
And Nor hasn't even had to fire a bullet yet, so Reckons is completely going to disregard balcony. He has to deal with Jerry first. And sooner or later, Nor is going to pull the trigger, so Antic's going to have to wait to finish this map off. Skullhunter could do a little bit of damage on the way out. He's opted to back off himself instead.
It's a foot race to be. No?
Oh, punished. Double punished. Skullhunter surely can't win this round with 13 seconds left on the clock. But if he opens the site up, maybe there was something in that.
Big economic damage done at the very least, right? Like, they're limping into this round, Yellow. Jerry's made that really difficult. To be honest, Cookie, I think, has just unfortunately jumped the gun, gone a little bit too early because there wasn't really any utility support. So, if you picked up weapons, certainly helps the cause for Yellow. A few free upgrades, but let's just see what Anti can do. They've got Skullhunter on the Mac 10. Maybe he's going to be the fast aggressive one. Night Raid, completely white.
The flashes were too good on both sides.
Wow.
But it's turned out favorably enough for Yellow.
It came in like a wrecking ball on Banana.
That is one way of putting it. Bombs dropped in Nana as well, so fairly unsalvageable for Antic as long as the util gets used correctly for Team Yellow. Another smoke down, and they've even got one more in the back pocket, plus 2 incendiaries. So they could pretty much just time this round out with util, and there wouldn't be much that Antic could do about it, short of maybe Cookie dropping his own smoke and flashing through it once those mollies start to come in.
Yeah, options are pretty limited. Especially now looking at this stack of players.
Well,
they're going to lose a lot of 1v1s.
Util hasn't actually been used by Team Yellow. Damio in front of the smoke. It won't matter. Team Yellow get themselves another round on the board. And they start to deplete the economy of Antic Esports. This needed to happen 2-3 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Then we might be saying there's still a chance, but...
Now it's just starting to bleed out.
Yep.
Yeah, Norris just had great flash support there. Fantastic flash support down Banana. Didn't even have to worry.
Well, there's the molly in, but it's not going to tickle any of the Antic players because it went into logs. And they've gone well past that. The nade was a good one. Bink into Jerry, who had no head armor. Lucky to be alive at this point. He's going to get chased down by Skull Hunter.
Oh,
Shots from the M4 good enough. USP out now as well. The aim is on point. I don't know how he survives, but he has. Unbelievable.
Oh. That was Tom and Jerry-esque. How does he survive on 2 HP here, Jordan? A miracle man.
This USP shot's unreal.
Yeah.
And then Night Raid is flash, to be fair, but goodness me. Team Yellow. 15-8. Yeah. Look, if it was 13-8, I'd still be saying there's a little bit of a chance.
There's a glimmer.
But I can't imagine them getting through 7 rounds in a row without making a little bit of a fumble, a little bit of a slip-up. Antic has really looked good on this map. Surely they've got something left in the tank. A bit of a softer buyout from them this time, Jim. Not as much util to run into it with. No AWP, obviously. But definitely enough to win a round.
Yeah.
But
even more so punish mistakes, but...
1 for 1. Damio. Not going to be able to do anything about that, but reckons will. A lot of HB being lost on a couple of these Antic members, but they have the numbers advantage now, and they don't know it, but they could have had B.
Yeah. And Damio's just trying to keep a player anchored towards that A bomb site with the smokes that they're throwing. They're just trying to keep interest towards A. And it's actually working. They've only got the smoke cover. And it looks as though Night Raid's not buying it. They will push through it. They're just waiting for A here to buy interest.
Well, Antic are just going to creep their way into B as that smoke fades. It's a contact play. There's no one there to contact. And what that is going to mean is you're going to have some good counter utility to hold on to this bomb site with. You've got 1 smoke for Reckons and a flash. You can use the smoke effectively, whether that goes into Banana or refreshes the CT smoke. That's nice. Plus the AWP from Cookie. Obviously great for a B defense.
But the problem is there's a bit of damage utility left for Yellow. So if they place that right, it could be in some trouble here, Antic. And of course, Yellow have got to go for it.
Yeah, the nade and the incendiary are going to be really important. Incend not going to land where it needs to. Grenade still in hand for Jerry. Untossed as of yet. Thrown in now, but goes backside, and it's not going to be a problem at all for Antic. They've changed out the positions. 1 from Coffins, 1 from Nana, and 1 just playing around. It's not going to matter. Cheeseball, he's run out of time now, and Night Raid will get it done. There you have it. Clean as a whistle from Night Raid. That map was Antic. Secure map 1. That was Yellow's choice as well. So bad news heading into the second map if they want to survive in the ANZ Champs.
Hey, look, menu pog.
My name is Petra and I'll be your wonderful host for today's festivities. Joining me on the couch for today's action is Mac and Peely. Gents, how are you doing on this wonderful day?
We're going great, Peter. Is it Peter or Petra? Because your name was Petra, but I think the accent kind of changed it into Peter there.
Acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac. Esa cinturita acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac.
Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Feels hard like the man dem. If you don't understand, yeah, I kill it like a. Tin it up like a dish then, let it sink in. I'ma kill it like a. Boys and cooks, what you thinking? You know bitches are better in the kitchen. And I'm on it and I won't stop it like they're in a bobbit. I chop it until I'm on top. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. On topper, like Michelle Obama. Like a one word of murder, take your girl and turn her onto A. All the shit that I witness, still handle my business like cake. And I'm on it and I won't stop it like they're in a bobbit. I chop it until I'm on top. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Won't let you down, I'll never.
Tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
¿Wanna go to McDonald's?
vamos a McDonald's, no puede ser.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요?
Fancy mac and cheese?
Hey! Mac?
My God!
Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure. You went to McDonald's without me? sorry. Can't need an apology.
Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight. Gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop tonight.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My whole life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. Headed on my way. I'm headed on my way to LA. Headed on my way soon.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas, next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day.
All right, well, jumping back into the swing of things, and it seems sort of like Antic has done exactly that. They look pretty comfortable on that map. I mean, it took a little while, right, Jim, for them to get going in that first half, but once they did, once they got their money in control, once Night Raid had an AWP, etc., utility,
Yeah.
insert words here,
Yeah.
they did good.
Utility, AK-47, AWP.
Very good.
Yeah.
Inferno CT side,
Inferno
utility good.
Yeah, rotation. Smoke timing. Yep. No, I would agree with that.
Retake.
Like, you got the retake? Retake.
Great recoil
Retake.
control from them that game, yeah.
Yeah. No, I like the thing is, you saw Team Yellow get those first couple of T-side rounds, and sometimes it's not even that hard to like do that. You know what I mean? Like you get a good timing on that first gun round, you get a couple of good entries, you reset the economy, anti-eco, I'm against saying words, and all of a sudden you're up 5-1. And then Antic, they got economy control, like you said. They got the AWP. They got that full utility on the CT side of Inferno. And once that loss bonus stacked up enough, that's where they really took over the game. And they basically, 0-4. I mean, literally, someone said in chat just then, 0-4 to 16-7 or 16-8. That happens. It's not even that uncommon, and you're seeing these entries from Jerry, like that. Those first couple of rounds, he had a couple of pop-off multi-frags that kind of put them over the top. But once Antic got into a bit more of a normal game state, they really started to dominate, and that flowed straight through on towards that T side as well. Yeah. Night Raid had another one of these insane games where he's just dropping a ton of ADR. And worth mentioning as well, last time that I saw Cookie stand in for Antic, he actually really didn't play well at all, but this time he played just as well as the rest of the team. I think he had like 20 plus kills as well.
21 and 12.
Yeah, so he played quite well, kind of slotting in there. Not sure what they're doing with their roster, because I know that Cookie did put up like that LFT post a little while ago, but Hughes also just played that last game for them. Yeah, it's spaghetti. And not even that long ago, I think someone told me that Jinx was their 5th. And then now he hasn't played a game in ages.
Jinx is their 5th, according to the roster doc.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, though, they have like 8 players on their roster, or 7 or 8 players on the roster.
All right.
So it's kind of hard to tell exactly who's meant to be core, who's meant to be star, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, they've had like Mizzy in there as well. It's just like, what is going on? But as far as like the roster's concerned, it felt as though there was a little bit more comfortability from Cookie, and it showed. And he was fragging, and well, Night Raid was just being Night Raid. It felt as though he just had a really good read of what Yellow were doing at all times.
Good, yeah. I mean, Night Raid, I think you sort of look toward him as being someone that should be sort of picking up the pace a little bit for this roster. He is the primary AWPer, so
again,
you want to always see a primary AWPer having a good performance.
Yeah, I know, and we know that his ceiling is high, but like his floor is also not particularly high. So he can really fluctuate up and down in performance, and when and I see this all the time, it's like he plays a team that's not fantastic. He absolutely farms. I go, this guy's one of the best AWPers in Australia. And then, you know, he plays a better team and he goes like 15 for 15 and doesn't have any impact. It kind of reminds me of like, it's not really the same like comparison, obviously, because it's not even really the same class of player. But it kind of reminds me of like Kaze on Vici, where it's just like, you would see Kaze have a pop-off game and be like, this guy's insane. He'd just be running around. He's like hitting flick shots. He's like farming with the rifle. He's killing people with every gun. He's winning clutches. And then he just has a game where he like just plays safe. And it's like, yeah, he got a couple of AWP kills, but he just really didn't have very much impact over the game. And that's kind of like Night Raid for me. It's like Night Raid when he's demon mode is like carrying the game, and 100 plus ADR, you know, you're upsetting Vertex on Vertigo. That's like prime Night Raid. But then sometimes he just plays average, and you can literally just go back on his stats page over the last 3 months, and it's like he had a 1.05 rating, he had a 1.1 rating, and then he has one game it's like 1.8 or 2.0 rating, and then but they're just, you know, every 10 games.
Yeah, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Obviously, that's something that I think, you know, if he can kind of unlock a little bit more consistency, then he can become a really dangerous force to go a little bit deeper.
The skill is there, the potential is there. Yeah.
We'll have to see what Mirage is going to present for us. You know, obviously we have predictions to talk about as well. Do we want to sort of talk their fan vote too? That's something that I think everyone at home can sort of get involved in and let us know whether or not you think maybe Team Yellow can bring this series back. I don't really
Bring it back.
know.
Bring it back.
If I'm going to be favouring them to do that, who's going to win? That's the big question we're going to ask you. Who is going to win? Is it basically just done and dusted? You reckon
It's
that's
done.
2-0?
It's done. It was done before the game even started. Like you take one of the highest fragging players off of one roster, put them on the other roster, and force them to play with a stand-in who I don't think has played before. As far as I know, you know, what are you going to do?
Good question, Jim. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? I don't know. Maybe that'll be the next.
Who are you going to call?
Goat Busters. That's who we're going to call. But look, I agree with you. I think this one might be just the bridge too far for Yellow. They have the personnel, but we're just not seeing the firepower out of players like Forvent. Jerry's had his moments, but Mirage is a different game. We've seen Antic play this very recently against Encore. They looked good. Can they take it all the way against Yellow? I am a vote for yes.
All right. Well, Pilski.
Yes.
We shall see. Shall we not? Let's jump into Mirage.
I will be forced to watch. I'm contractually obliged.
You're forced to. You're as if you didn't want to watch.
No, well, you know, you can't catch every game of Counter-Strike. I was saying this even on the StarCraft broadcast. Like, if a TVT pops up, I'm skipping the game. If this game pops up, I might skip the game.
Okay.
Like, I wanted all the games, 2-2 matches to be sick, amazing. Like, oh my god, we've got to fight for our spot in the tournament. But then, like, you know, you just get teams that die and, you know, they're going to get run over, Jordan. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to say to you, Pilski, but when I'm at home, I watch ANZ Champs every night.
Yeah.
I saw all the shenanigans you guys were getting up to.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's jump into it and see what happens here on Mirage Antic Esports. Start off on the T side. It is their map choice.
It's my job, Jordan. It's my job as the color commentator. Usually to bring the hype, but in this case, you know, you got to keep it real.
True.
You know?
True. You're right.
I have to keep it real.
Well, I hope you can hype this round up for us.
I mean,
because
he's
there's some fun happening.
He's throwing fake decoy execute to try to draw rotations or utility. Look at the contact in through B apartments though from the CTs. How are none of these Glock shots connecting, Jordan?
I've got to be real.
Excuse me?
The pistol play from Antic so far today has left a little bit to be desired. They went 1-1 on Inferno, but the one that they did win was Night Raid clutching it out like 1v2 or 1v3.
Oh, underarm flash floods, both of them. Oh my
Okay.
God, how was that gone? 3 for 0.
Once again, though, Antic may be able to dig themselves out of trouble in a pistol round, 2-on-2. But they don't know Jerry's here. He doesn't hit any shots. Skull Hunter, he's just risen up in this pistol round with 3 quick kills. It's going to come down to probably, you'd think, Damio. He's got the HP to play with, and eventually XC, he will fall actually at the hands of Skull Hunter. He says, I've got a broken hand. I can't even hold my mouse. Someone has to feed me with a spoon because I can't pick it up.
Yep.
But I'm getting frags anyway.
Yep.
I can lip read.
That's literally what he said.
Yeah.
Insane.
I've actually got a direct feed from their TeamSpeak server into my ear.
What is he saying now?
He's saying, okay, guys, what are we going to do on round 2?
Yeah. Anti-eco, guys. Everyone, play safe. I'm going to go farm kills because I'm Skull Hunter, so I'm going to buy a Mac 10 and W into the site.
It's in the name.
He's got a Galil. He's being a bit sensible this time. Force buy here for Team Yellow. XC just diving straight into Palace. Oh, I wouldn't be pushing through the ramp smoke if I were you.
No, I think there was a moment where Cookie thought about doing it. Jerry isn't really going to be able to grab too much with that 5-7. Good for 1, but probably needed a little bit more. And this push through mid, you'd have to say for Team Yellow, unless they know Skull Hunter is here, is not going to go well. And it seems they did. They did indeed know Skull Hunter was in the cutout. In that meanwhile, though, bomb plant's gone down. Post plant setup has been acquired.
Ooh, that's beautiful.
And that's a really good flash in from Night Raid as well. I was a little bit worried, if I'm being honest, Pilski. Some isolated duels could have been taken there by Yellow, and in the end they actually are, which has brought it back to 1-on-1. Very winnable 1-on-1 though for Night Raid, who has full HP, and Nor's making a lot of noise, so this one should be pretty much wrapped up, and it is.
Good damage though from the CTs, and with a couple of kills, and what is that, 2.9 loss bonus? You can buy a couple of pistols here. In fact, you should buy a couple of pistols here, Jordan.
All right.
Because already you've taken money away from the Ts. Now if you get 2 or 3 more kills, then you go into the buy round, into round number 5, 4. I can do counts. I can do maths.
Yeah, you watch your Sesame Street today.
I am a science.
I'm proud of you.
And yeah, then you can reset the economy. Economics. That's 4 different disciplines I am the master of.
Didn't you study that at university?
Basic economics, yeah. That's you have to do that as part of a business degree.
You're a pretty smart guy. That's what I hear. Damio is going to try and make some entries happen here with the Mac 10. And in fact, the entries have kind of gone the way that Antic would not have wanted. 5-7's really proving quite successful for Team Yellow, but slowly and surely, Antic are crawling this round back in their favor. Nor and Cheeseball still here on the A-bomb site. Good protocols from Antic to put that molly under Balk, ensuring or recognizing even that that was a little dirty.
Not too bad. They get 2 kills, so, you know, they're taking a couple more guns away. That's what you want to be seeing with a couple of the upgraded pistolas. And now we go into round number 4 here. Full investment from Team Yellow. No one going for an AWP, so they're going for this 5-rifle-centric gameplay as the AWPer that was playing on their team has jumped ship. Who was AWPing on Inferno? Did anyone AWP on Inferno?
For who, Team Yellow?
Yeah.
I don't think they did much AWPing.
I'll let you think about it. Because Damio is running straight down middle. Doesn't get Cheeseball because he's got a Mac 10 and that gun not shoot so good. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Antic gonna contact in through B after the initial contact on middle. Forvin and Cheeseball, according to our superstar observer Dion, who is also leading in predictions right now.
By 1.
By 1, but it was by 2 today.
Today?
Yeah, we were on 22, he was on 24.
I saw in the doc it was by 1, but anyway.
Yeah, well, you know, doc's not everything, Jordan.
I guess so. That's why I never go to the doctor.
Makes sense.
Cheeseball. is going to lose his life, but Nor's found himself the double from short, so that's made things look a little bit better here for Team Yellow. And Night Raid, well, can't get much more done alongside Skull Hunter, so first round on the board for Yellow, and it's a good one.
Nor just absolutely domes them. They're coming out B apartments, man's sitting there on the pillar, hitting every shot, but that's a double headshot, by the way, that little spray. Very sharp. And Jerry comes in and swings from NBK. And this is where I said, great damage inflicted on round number 2 with the Forced by a couple of upgraded pistols, take some guns away. 2 + 2, it does indeed equal 4. And now Antic, very broke, go down to UMP, a couple of Tech 9s. And they could be economically reset, and this could be the CTs off to a very nice side on Mirage. Oh, beautiful nade onto Night Raid. It's absolutely blown his legs up. They're going towards Nor again.
Cheese ball. Let's get a nicely timed smoke in there to keep Antic at bay.
HE returned. And Antic just biding their time up behind that smoke. Nor does have a Molotov, so a bit of reactive utility that he could drop there. Cheeseball has really nothing to throw, so he's more so probably going to be falling away towards side. Jump spot, does see this coming in. Nicely timed incendiary from Nor.
Very nicely timed indeed. Antic, though, going to get past it without copping too much damage. Nor, he still puts up a good fight from short. Looks like this is going to be another comfortable round for Team Yellow. No frags really coming through for Antic. A lot of damage done onto Nor and Cheeseball, but if you can't convert it, then what does it matter? Daniel has the AK.
Yeah, especially from those positions like NBK, if you're not wielding an AK and you're taking those fights with the market players, there's really not a whole lot for you to do, right? You needed to see those entries scale up on pillar, scale towards backside of NBK and take closer fights to market. They needed to get much deeper into the site there to actually find success. And unfortunately, that's never allowed to happen, nor covered off well by a great timing rotation from Jerry coming in through market. And as such, 5 players surviving for Team Yellow means they will have a rock-solid economy on this CT side as they complete themselves an anti-eco where there's very minimal investment from Antic.
Yeah, it's just the start that they needed. But we can kind of say the same thing about Inferno, right? They got off on the right foot, Team Yellow. Took probably half of the first half before Antic really started to feel like they were in control. I'm getting a different feeling from this start for Team Yellow. Maybe I've spoken a bit too soon.
It's fine.
Goes
It's
without
just
too much of a
amusing.
hitch.
Just amusing. Orb does get retained. And Team Yellow, they're in an excellent position here. You've got work to be doing here as Antic, but realistically, even though the money's built up quite solidly on the CT side, even if Antic can just chip in a couple of T rounds here or there, they're probably going to be totally fine. Moving into their CT side. See what they're going to go for here. Looks like a bit more of a defaulty kind of dance. Again, it's a 1-3-1 for Team Yellow. Leaning towards middle. This time, double underpass push, but you can see the T's should be pretty well prepared for that, and they are. Cookie and Damio spraying down 2 without taking a single point of damage.
Yep. That is not at all how you'd like to be seeing things going for Team Yellow in this round. Pretty important one to continue to hold on to control of this half. If Antic bounce back, it starts to get much more difficult for Team Yellow from there on out. They'll need to reinvest. Money goes low. Jerry and Cheeseball have a good crossfire established, but the flashes are coming through and the frags as well for Antic. Orvin does actually manage to get one, spins around for a second. The Tech 9, it's OP apparently, Pilski.
Yep, been saying that for ages.
Doesn't matter. I mean, it does, I guess. A couple of extra frags, but the AWP goes over to Antic. And of course, as we said, reinvestment forced for Team Yellow will leave them with not a lot of cash.
I mean, yeah, Team Yellow really seemed like that was a nicely timed double swing. You'd like to see like an underarm flash maybe in combination with that, but I guess they didn't want to make a sound cue in case there was no one holding that angle. They could have kind of crept up and went through B apartments. So I can see the kind of risk versus reward there, so to speak. Antic only surviving with 2 though, so their money is not fantastic. And meanwhile, this is a double orb reinvestment here for Yellow. Cheeseball gets on the deep B apartments line. Other AWP kind of posting up in middle, swiveling between peeking short and trying to pick this player coming out the lurk on Palace. But as it gets smoked off and another smoke goes into Con, it's going to delay the T's for a little bit longer, who are now starting to take some mid control. But they don't really have anywhere to go for the next couple of seconds at least. Could see a window boost perhaps. They've smoked off Con. Are they going to go through? They're going to sit inside the fading smoke of the CT. So they have taken Con control here. This could be a nicely timed mid to A.
Well, Forvin is in a pretty good spot to receive it. Has a bit of backup as well. As long as he hits that first shot, things could go very nicely here for Team Yellow. Util's getting tossed in, but it hasn't caught Forvin. Still the trades come through for Antic, but not quickly enough. 2-on-2 does get equalized in the end. Big spray from Jerry. Can't secure the finish, but Cheeseball will. And it's just one after the other. Trade after trade after trade. Inevitably, enough done by the CT side.
Yeah, I think it's a little sloppy on the execution of the mid to A there. There was no jungle smoke. There was no like prog smoke throwing up towards triple. You know, you didn't have a flash over the top of the Con from one of the mid players. And unfortunately, that ends up costing them. You saw the jungle player able to multi-frag there. If that jungle player gets neutralized by the utility, of which they had plenty of, and they had players in position to throw it, then that could have been a different story. I think they're just a little bit too loosey-goosey with their execution. Is this push straight up into B? Kalat to kick things off there from Cheeseball, and Nor is well positioned here with the A4. Damio's got his hands on the rifle though, so he could inflict a little bit more damage, but he's going to get knifed.
Oh no! Oh no, that isn't in if I've ever seen it.
Forvin's killed Cheeseball!
Yeah.
No!
That's not how the knife was supposed to go at all.
No. Oh boy, look at him. He's got all his schedule planned out, but he didn't really organize that one well enough, unfortunately.
No, definitely not. Well,
no,
as a result, Forvin's got a Bison.
No, you don't buy that gun.
Well, it says so. Buy.
Why?
Buy in. It's got buy in the
Bison.
name. Bison. Buy it. It's got a lot of bullets.
Terrible. Could have got an MP9. Night Raid just beefing up from the top of Con. That's pretty nice from XC.
Okay. That's the bomb as well. Irretrievable for the moment for Antic. Jerry's also doing a good job of clearing out T-Spawn. Now Night Raid's going to start to make a bit of an expedition up short and does manage to grab onto the bomb. Here's that jungle smoke you were talking about a little bit earlier. Who's going to dig them out of trouble here? Certainly not going to be Night Raid this time around. Reckons he's not bold enough to swing off of that contact, though. The timing would have been good. Now he's waited too long. And Team Yellow will get another round on the CT side. Antic starting to let this slip a little bit too much on the T side for my comfort.
I mean, they're going to get reset again. Only now they got 3.4, so it's going to be like a techie half buy, something like that. From Antic. Wouldn't mind to see like just a little bit of simple U-tilt. Money still hasn't built up too much on Team Yellow, so if they can get a nice timing, can take away a couple of guns at least, maybe even get a plant to supplement their upcoming buy round, that would be ideal. I just feel like Antic a little bit lackadaisical in terms of the execution right now against Team Yellow, and that's what's costing them. Not throwing the extra pieces of utility, not really dotting the I's and crossing the T's and giving the respect that I'd say these Team Yellow individuals deserve, even if they don't really have the kind of motivation to win a game like this. They can still multi-frag and bang you out of the round.
Yeah, not much in this one for Antic so far. Just split and pick playstyle, and they did split, but they did not pick.
This is what I'm talking about. It's just like, there's no imagination to that round. There's no call. It's just like, we're just walking around.
Walking around Christmas tree.
Oh,
you happy? You happy? It's going to be Christmas soon, Pilsky.
It's not December yet, mate. Take it easy.
Not quite. Maybe the people at home have got some more Christmas spirit than you.
Maybe. We get like a Dare Christmas edition, maybe with like a little bit of cinnamon or something in it.
That sounds actually not too bad.
Double push in Palace.
This also doesn't look too bad for Reckons, but he's just not sharp enough on that adjustment.
Progression util here for Skull. Double mollies into middle from Team Yellow there. Flash over the top, they clear that. They've got a lot of information at the moment in middle. They're a little bit worried about this B-pop currently. They've gone and re-cleared Palace. Where's the second player though? If you're going to re-clear Palace, what's the purpose of doing it by yourself?
Winning the 1v1 and taking Palace control, I think, is what they wanted
But
there.
like the ramp players aren't doing anything anyway. So it's not like there was some urgency to have like 2 players towards ramp there or something like that.
Well, I see what you're saying. XC is going to continue the push. This is now starting to shape up like it could be quite the monster half from Team Yellow.
It's just sloppiness right now from Antic, and Team Yellow are punishing them for it. Like I said, they are good enough to be able to pick you apart if you're making mistakes like this.
Time is a ticking for Antic, particularly because XC wrapping his way around the back. Antic really need to hit some good entries here. They've covered off the backside, Pilski. Maybe there is still a world where they can win this. With 18 seconds left on the clock, they're going to need to find a way to get the bomb down, and that is not it. Borvin needed to go down to Night Raid. Or did he? Skull Hunter, he's a man on a mission. He's found the double kill into spawn, and they've got the bomb plant somehow against all the odds. A 3-on-5.
Yeah.
Antic might just win it.
Jerry has been a pretty sharp individual in this lineup.
Millimeters in this one for both Skull Hunter and Damio. But Jerry hasn't spotted either just yet. Still clearing things out, and he spotted Damio. Smoke down on the bomb. But Skull Hunter, you'd think every day of the week should be able to get this one done. And the time is now starting to fade away from Jerry, so he's going to have to tap that bomb again. He's going to have to hope against hope that he can get this round over the line. Here comes the spray from Skull Hunter, but he didn't get it done. I was wrong.
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, that round was a bit of a fiesta, unfortunately.
It's painful to lose, though.
Team Yellow go up 5-on-3, and then they almost lose the 3-on-5, and then it's a ninja defuse in a smoke to clutch. Like, Antic almost shot their way out of a bad situation. They had no business winning that round.
Yeah.
That's where you really need to see like these contact setups between like under Balcor, Firebox and Jungle or CT or something like that. Like you need to have different players pressuring from different angles as the Ts try to scale up con. And unfortunately it was just 1v1v1v1s all over the A site. It's like Antic sizing themselves up for a bit of an A set play here. Smokes roll in, flash over the top of ramp.
It's a good flash. Does force XC back, and that's an important player to take out of the picture. Now Skull able to get himself up.
Never be allowed. You've got 2 players on Cat.
Oh, and a great flash again onto XC. This is a bit more like it for Antic. Maybe something still salvageable in the half if they can win this one cleanly. Cheeseball. It does dispatch of Reckons, who's taking that challenge into con, and even now, Bomb Plant still hasn't gone down, so time maybe in the back pocket of Nor, and Cheeseball. That nade keeps Nor at bay. Volley across the default, and a nade into Firebox. Lots of damage being done by the util.
Can't go for this.
Yeah. Looks like they have subscribed to Pilski Facts.
It was winnable, but like percentage-wise, I mean, you know, everyone's talking about like the outsiders meta of playing the CT economy. And it's just the safe high percentage thing to save here, especially when you got a player that's that low. Your money's kind of in question, like 4 Vince on 1450 loss bonus, and there's only so many legs left in this half, you know. 2 rounds left. You want to try and min-max it as best you can. That's the part where it falls apart. Like it's a 1-4 here from Antic, and Skull Hunter's able to sneak his way through middle uncontested and get up con and just pick that player kind of coming back through the jungle smoke. Really shouldn't have been allowed. And that's kind of the point of a lot of plays like that. You know, that's what adds depth to your Mirage play a lot of the time. You do your right side wall of smokes, and then the mid pressure gets kind of overlooked.
Speaking of mid pressure, a little bit of that headed on in here, and Cherry, he wants to do something about it. The Molotov may not have done enough to deny him this peek into mid window. Skull Hunter will go down, and Damio as well. But Night Raid's crept himself into ladder room, so he's going to need to be the difference maker here. He needs to. He might just get it as well, but he's been spotted.
Yeah, it's an awkward angle. Unfortunately, the little bits of the murder hole, or sorry, the ladder vent in that case, covering his position. And again, it's just going to have to be T shooting their way out of a bad situation because the bomb is being camped by 4Vent right now. He's stood up a tent. He's roasted some marshmallows.
Well, I reckon he's going to be spotted out. What
Beautiful.
a supreme round
Dude,
from Jerry.
Where did this guy come from? Mac, I mean, this is a case of like Mac is vouching for him because he's seen him in the pugs, but
yeah,
Jerry is actually kind of sharp. And look, wouldn't mind seeing him in a couple more seasons of ANZ Champs if he keeps playing like this. Because Antic, like, they're playing a sloppy T side. He's getting way too many opportunities, but he has the mechanical skill to punish. And those are the kind of players that you want to see more of. You know, he's got the talent to, you know, mix it up at this level.
Yeah, I think Antic's going to be pretty disappointed with themselves after this T side. I mean, it's not as if they've had any shortage of opportunities, right? There's been a lot of very winnable rounds. Granted, some of the clutches haven't gone their way, but if this ends up being double digits for Team Yellow, Antic will feel they have not done enough on their own map choice. Jerry, once again, could have made a difference, but not this time around, and so XC will have to be the one to take the defense in his stride from A. That's shut down by an AWP for Vint as well, dropping in jungle. Slowly but surely, Antic starting to take control of this A bomb site.
No util to dislodge that murder hole angle, so the double contact CT is probably the way to go. Smoke's going on to Con and CT, going to give the coverage that Antic needs to get this plant down. It's pretty open on triple here. No one's covering Night Raid though, and this CT smoke, a little misplaced, is actually going to allow the CTs to scale out onto triple.
Timing might not favor them though. Night Raid has just snuck around the corner into jungle, so it's a two-man stack there. Maybe not something that you're necessarily going to be expecting.
You reckon can get in mid, you got a player at jungle, you got a player at ramp, and it's a completely open plant. This is very low percent.
Well, Damio has spent enough time watching the bottom of a ramp that he can start to now turn around and look into the side. Nor has to swing on a dime. Can't get it done this time. 9-6 ends up being the scoreline. Very much mirroring almost what we saw in that first half. Just flipped. Maybe this is exactly what Yellow needs to get back into the series.
Chick, new planes, new whips, teach games, stack chips.
Hey, alright. I see you standing there. I like the way you move. Alright. Show me that you really care. Don't be starting something if you're too afraid of dancing. We ain't got the whole night long. I like the way you move. Alright.
When you are at your weakest.
And fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos. Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Surge's style is unbeatable. And you can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
Tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
Let's go! Yeah, let's go. I mean, Team Yellow, they have got themselves their backs against the walls a little bit, don't they, Pilski? But not a bad first half there, 9-6. It's maybe enough to actually salvage a map win here, push us through to a third. Can they do it? We'll find out. This music is sick. We head into the second half. You're really vibing it, aren't you?
Yeah, I could just run an obstacle course right now.
All right, go do it then, mate. No shortage of chairs to jump over.
I'm busy.
Studio.
I'm busy, Jordan. I'm busy right now. Got a smoke to connector. They're going to flash over and go out ramp. There's something happening right now. Oh my god, what a shot from Damio.
Yeah, not exactly what you want to be seeing if you are Team Yellow, trying to put together a map victory, and particularly with Skull putting that one on the board as well.
Where's your head?
I think they made a song about that one. Night Raid also a co-author into it.
Yep,
That's much better from Antic. Their pistol work, like I said in the first half, wasn't really all to be desired, but shorter up here in the second half, that's for sure.
But you get a bomb plant, Jordan. And that means that you can force buy. Because you got more money. You don't need. You don't look like you need more money. You got a bunch of like fancy rings on today. You're wearing some fresh clothes. You got the accessories.
The mustache.
Is that an accessory?
Yeah. Chicks dig a mustache, Bilski.
I'll keep that in mind next time I don't even know.
Next time you grow a mustache. Let's go. It is Movember after all.
I have a mustache.
Yeah, but it doesn't really count if you've got a beard.
Oh my god, here we go.
Like, you don't display it.
I'm doing my best.
Nor.
No.
It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Still some trepidation here from Team Yellow as they walk their way onto the bomb site, and that's within reason.
They're sprinting into jungle.
A lot of noise doing it, though. And
Yeah.
Night Raid has chosen the timing to work his way out. He's spotted by Jerry. Skull Hunter can't deny the bomb plant.
He's looking good. They're on some pretty nice lines with these rifles, Jordan. It's probably got to be the two players from middle with the A1Ss to actually get this done here, but they're getting flashed. They're getting disrupted. Oh no, it goes behind the tiny little ledge on the corner. At least they still clean up reckons.
He's just doing it himself, bro.
He's so low though.
Cheeseball knows.
Oh.
He knows where Skull Hunter is, but he just can't land those shots. 12 HP is on both Cookie and Skull Hunter. 45 seconds still to work with and only an MP9. That's why Skull Hunter's being so scared of peeking. Push is going to come through.
Oh,
No,
he
it's
makes
not.
one little step. And Cheeseball, look at him. He's so cold. He's just chilling.
Where's he going?
He's not even worried about it, Jim.
Who's Jim? That's what I've been wondering this whole time.
Open plant for apartments now. He can play anywhere.
Well.
Oh my god, imagine. Imagine doing this.
Oh, imagine doing
the
this and losing.
crosshair placement. It wasn't good, but it doesn't matter.
Skull very nearly could have got that one, to be honest.
One player surviving. You have to force here as the CTs. You can break the money of the Ts back, and then they have to force, and then you have to force, and then they have to force. You know?
Jiminy Cricket.
Do you remember when we got a game like that in Champs back when I think it was like Avant and someone, and it was literally like 11 rounds of forcing in a row. It was Avant and Order, I think.
I was going to say it would have been Avant Order, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Had to be those two. Probably because they were like 50% of the games we watched that year.
Cookie's not a believer.
The Zeus, though.
Yeah.
Not quite.
It
given
doesn't
enough
really
time.
go that far.
Yeah.
That's optimistic.
Needed to work his way up the stairs before being spotted. Well, Scout's out for Night Raid.
He just perches himself in the corner. XD takes Skull Hunter. This is spaghetti. in market. It's on sale, 30% off.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Which is, ironically, if you type !EPOS deal, the same amount if someone 30 bombs that you'll get off the H6 Pro closed headset. Oh, it's open headset today.
It's the open headset
It's the open.
today, yeah. With the sound card attached as well.
What?
Yes. It's a 2-for-1 deal.
No way.
It's not a 2-for-1 deal. It's a 30% off deal. But anyway, you get my point.
Oh, no. He can't run.
11-7. Yellow bounce back.
Yeah, that is going to force Antic on a single save around the weapons that they have saved from earlier. Cookie will buy himself some armor to supplement the deal, and they will try to give this another crack with a pretty similar looking buy to the last round.
Well, at least Antic's going to be able to give it a bit of a run as well. Back 10 for Damio under balcony. As of yet, has not been checked. The flash comes through at the perfect time, but he still gets one. Not really going to be enough to cause problems for Team Yellow as they'll get that bomb plant down. No problems at all. Night Raid's position is known as well.
Cheeseball's going to clean up him. Reckons looking for one more exit.
Might just get it as well. 33 HP there for XC. And that is actually an AK in the hands of Reckons. And well, let me tell you, Pilski, when you give an AK over like that, you can expect to be punished for it, and they have been. Reckons is just going to try to exit here so that he can keep that AK through to the next round. Have to get out of CT spawn. And does it by 1 HP.
Nice.
Good job, well done.
Calculated. Yeah, money's pretty decent for Team Yellow. They've dropped a couple of guns along the way, so it's not like rock solid or anything. Antic, look, game's getting close again, but this is where I'd expect, similar to what we saw in Inferno, once they get the buy rounds flowing, once they get their money under control, regardless of the sloppiness we've seen on T side, I'd expect them to kind of put it back together and get this game done. But it's very winnable for Team Yellow. Let's be real.
I mean, I think this next round actually counts for a lot.
Yeah, it's just down onto execution. You've got B pressure being applied here by Cheeseball while the rest of the boys trying to walk out A.
Well, good util usage from Team Yellow, but decent damage back out there from Cheese. Skull Hunter.
Oh, he's been mollied out.
He's in a real spot of bother here. Needs to get at least one and does do that, but obviously holding the spray down for that long and moving. Unlikely to get two. Cookie. Could have been scary there on the jump. Damio just looking for that line close. The swing's going to come through. The flash was avoided. The trade is in. Damio almost got that one done himself, but Cookie is going to give up his life, rotating through mid, and that now falls to Reckons. And a 1-on-2, which he can't win. And because of that now, this map swings drastically in the favor of Team Yellow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've just broke CT money again. This is an anti-eco where they can build up their cash. They should have quite a few they should go up 14-7 here and have quite a few gun rounds to be able to close it. And even if they don't get it done in those couple of gun rounds, that's where the loss bonus is going to start to creep in on this T side. And every bomb plant from that point, you know, once you get the 3.4 plus, is another gun round coming in. And I feel like, you know, Antic have looked very sloppy this game. No one's particularly playing well individually. They made a lot of mistakes on their T side, and they're just not waking up on CT. And let's be real, this is the 2-2 game to qualify into playoffs of ANZ Champs. You're playing against a dead team. There's no excuses for this. You're just not giving Team Yellow the respect they deserve. Cheeseball's still calling a good game. They still have good enough individuals to beat you.
They have been a little bit susceptible to this throughout the season, as I recall. And it was actually on Mirage as well, I believe, where that did happen last time. I don't remember who that was against. I think it was Warriors.
This is a losable round. Damio inside the smoke skulls up in Palace, and they are going towards A here, so this could definitely fall apart for Team Yellow. Need to not rush things. They hear Damio getting tickled in the smoke, though, so very nice U2 usage. Skull up in Palace. Going to be very difficult for him to clean up all of these frags. First player spotted is absolutely jumping up and down. So can't connect on the head. 14's up for Team Yellow. 3 guns up.
So just to indicate some of the susceptibility of Antic on this map, about a couple of months ago, we watched them play against Warriors, another competition, but they went up 13-2 on the CT side and then ended up losing that map 16-14. Then he got one T round. And again, evidently, right, the T side, it didn't go too well for Antic. They have to really get it done on the CT side. Problem is, this time they're starting on the T side, so they have to come back on CT side. It doesn't give them a lot of room to work with if things start to go wrong. This round starts well with Night Raid finding that double, but they'll need to do more than that.
Oh, other orb gets taken out as well. Cookie picked by Nor over towards that B side of the map. Now into a 3-on-3. The timing could go horribly wrong. Forvit on for a second. Nor has cleared the B site by himself. And Skull must 1v2. Wants to try to pick up the pace. Knows how low Nor is, but Nor just blows his head off.
Okay.
3 for him, 2 for Forvit. It just isn't coming together for Antic.
Yep.
I was looking at that round saying they got a double orb set up. They got everything they possibly need. But it's, again, like Nor, he had a fantastic game yesterday for Team Yellow, or the last broadcast, sorry, I can't remember the last time I watched him play. He played well. He's again playing well here today. Like, just entering into the B site all by himself, self-sufficient. Forvin gets 2 in middle. Give these players, you know, the respect they deserve.
Yeah, well, I don't think that Antic is going to be coming back into this map anymore. I could have been convinced, even though it was 14-7. But 15-7, I don't think it's going to happen this time. Cheeseball will go down. The flash didn't actually connect onto Reckons at all. But this would have to be some kind of Herculean task from Antic to bring it back to OT and then win from there. Orvin's going to creep his way out and a nice one-tap onto Skull.
Again, another numbers advantage situation for Antic that you'd want to be seeing them close. Jerry's got his hands on the ult. But, you know, Cookie in a position like Kitchen, I don't think that's something that you're going to be clearing as Jerry. So I'd imagine that's probably just going to be the one and done to get it done.
Well,
do you you have to
he's
clear...
got over a minute. Oh, he's got just under a minute.
You have to clear left and right. It seems like he's very sus of someone potentially being there, but yeah, you just... Those are the kind of corners that you often cut in a 1v3 like that. Regardless, 7 in a row for Antic. Yeah, it's going to be difficult, especially if you know, they're dropping guns along the way. 90-10. I mean, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, given the context of this game.
Fair, but it looks like it's going to be wrong.
XT's playing well. Like, not someone that I've seen. They just keep, they just keep pulling players out of nowhere that I don't, you know, I'm not familiar with. And they can perform.
What we want to be seeing.
I mean, it points to the fact that there is, you know, strong talent in the grassroots, but we're just not seeing teams be put together. It's like, make teams, boys. Come play in champs.
16 slots.
Yeah. You're in a 2-2 game and you're showing that you're good enough to win it. You could be a playoffs team.
Could be a top 8 team in ANZ. I think I put a lot of weight on ANZ champs results.
I think it's, you know.
I'd say most people do.
Yeah.
Here's Cookie to try to defend the B bomb site. Does only manage to get the 1-for-1, but Reckons is there to help on out. And you know, you can kind of see it starting to come together now on this CT side for Antic, but the issue is they don't have any wiggle room.
Yeah, it's probably too late. Like, eventually, given that everyone on the T side's playing pretty well, like, when eventually there's going to be a round where someone multi-frags, someone makes a play, and that's good enough to put them across the line, most likely.
First things first for Antic, get this round over the line and do it with guns as well. Start to make the economy no issue. Talked about Cheeseball liking to play down the timer a little bit on map 1. Here it is again. Giving Antic something to think about, that's for sure.
He's just going to save. Money is not good, though, for the T's. He's got 1 grand, so, like, you could get the single save into plant, or even if he doesn't get a plant, he could, like, Tech 9 util next round. You know?
I get it. At what point do we start getting excited about an OT, though?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I would get excited about an OT on
15,
Mirage.
13?
I don't think I would get excited about an OT on Mirage, Jordan.
You have
just
seen
quietly.
You have seen enough of them, particularly involving Skull.
Oh, God. Don't do it to me, mate. I've been through enough.
Yeah, it sort of feels like we're still in that formality stage, right? Where Team Yellow
It's
is kind of
GG.
considered a formality, but
It's a GG.
it can get out of control relatively quickly. You know, a couple of quick wins in a row here for Antic, and it's starting to look a little bit more doable.
Yeah.
And they are the kind of team that in this matchup could really put together 6 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Say.
You're not wrong, Jordan.
Well, Yellow bringing a little bit of a slower style to this round. Just pistols to play with apart from the 1 saved AK. Well, Jerry can't get too much done this time, and Skull from Ticket Booth holding onto the bomb site pretty comfortably alongside his teammates.
It's a nice deep crossfire.
Yeah.
Orbin tries to come up con. Can't get it done. Nice shutdown from Antic. Playing the nice long angles, nice crossfires. Good, nice little bit of counter utility. Nice flash over the palms or over the triple. As the T's try to come out onto the A site and get shut down. So, another gun round. This one's a low buy though. Util not really there for the T's. You can see it's pretty few and far between what they can put together. They've got 1 molly. Going to be a little bit harder to run the mid-control protocols without the mollies. You know, usually molly con, usually kind of molly window or molly bricks as you're trying to progress up middle. So I don't really like running defaults with rounds like these. I prefer kind of set plays. The problem is that Team Yellow's kind of been throwing a few of those already and they've been kind of getting blasted.
Well, Antic's looking for that control in mid.
Good flash.
Decent enough shot onto XC and a good follow-up there from Night Raid. The second chance that he gets is the one that he converts. Cookie does get flashed, but reckons through the flash is actually going to hit the head of Nor. And those are the kinds of things you need going your way if you're going to make a comeback like this happen.
Yeah, I mean, they keep trying to do this. They keep trying to apply pressure 1 extremity, catch a rotator on the other side of the map, and Antic is just not really giving them those rotations. They're not really making those mistakes. So you really need to see a change of approach for Team Yellow. Like, I understand why they tried to go for that kind of play with the buy that they had this round. But once they get a little bit more util, you need to see them maybe run a bit more of a defaulty kind of approach, apply some pressure to middle, take some control, do something different, because they keep trying to force the extremities and they keep getting blasted.
Their way toward the A site this time through mid. A split. Night Raid shouldn't really have too many issues with that, especially now that he knows there's someone coming, but close range angle. Jerry does get that pre-fire in. That's all right. Not the end of the world for Antic as long as they convert this round, which they will. 3 guns alive is fine.
Yeah, nice.
Can't afford to lose a round here anymore anyway, so as long as you can get a full buy in the next round, job done.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's all about. And I think they've kind of gotten to that point anyway.
Yep.
4 in a row. Very doable.
Well, how many has it been in a row
And
now?
one of them is going to be against this half buy from Yellow. But you can't take these half buys for granted. Like Tech 9 armor, you get into the B site and a nice timing. That can be the game.
Could be. That is exactly where they're going to be headed as well. There's a lot of flashes, 3 of them, 4 of them to play with. Damio should hear that info though. Comms it across. And Util does get tossed in pretty early by Antic. Reckons a little bit of a messy spray there in the end, and Cookie also goes down on the bomb site, but they've done enough.
Yeah, good
They
reaction.
got the info. Damio, the difference maker this time, 12 to 15. Now 3 away That gap is closing.
Yeah. I think default would be good. Need to be careful of the AWP though. Like util needs to be on point. I don't know what else I would call here. You're pretty deep into the half is the problem. So like, you know, the tendencies have definitely been there. I think Cheeseball is a good enough caller to find a call that's going to work. It's going to be util a pressure on mid. Mid window smoke, molly into con, smoke to top con. You're going to try and get XC and Forvint maybe applying some pressure out of that A side. There's the flash onto middle. Nor's coming up through underpass. They don't have really any B pressure. So as a result of that, you're seeing Antic naturally kind of leaning more heavily towards middle and towards A. And just leaving Cookie on that bench position. Which is going to make this a little bit harder to win with the A split for yellow. And that smoke is messed up as well, so that's not ideal.
Emio and Sandwich, it's one of those positions where you can go big or do absolutely nothing, and that, so far, not too bad. 1 for 1. Suppose you'll take it. Inside of the smoke, though, Skull. This could be really problematic for him if Nor just spams on in. He's covered off by Night Raid. It's gone wrong for Team Yellow. There was chances there for sure.
They messed up at smoke, but also this is a little bit too readable without any pressure on B. You can see Antic, like I said, they just left Cookie on bench. B has not been going well, has not been really finding success for Yellow. So Antic, they just made a good read. They had Damio in Sandwich right from the get-go. They were leaning a little bit more heavily towards middle and A. And that's what makes this a little bit harder to convert for the Ts. Like, there's just an extra body there. There's just an extra player there that you have to deal with.
2 to go for Antic. One of them will be against the Pistols, the other against a buy. So it doesn't necessarily get easier from here from Antic. It actually gets a little bit more difficult if they get through this round, but so far so good. That, however, is a big loss. Now it's on to Skull to go big from short. He's under a lot of pressure and he's going to get run down.
Yeah.
Surely not like this, Antic. They still got Cookie at bench. He's desperate for some frags and they'll get a couple of them.
Where's Cheeseball? Like, man just did not scale out B apartments there. Despite the pressure, regardless, Jerry's made this mid-round play, which could definitely win this. Oh, he's gotten outside of market. This is a position you never check. Surely, yep. Gun barrel spotted. Patience, trigger discipline here for Jerry. Is he? Okay, surely not. But Cheese is still in B apartments. Okay, so you definitely get the rotation back across. You know that Cookie was the B anchor. You've seen him get a couple of frags from bench. You know his last position. Cookie's going to make this rotation through short, though, so he actually has space and room to be able to find himself in a position where he can actually get both of these 1v1s and convert them if he finds the right timing for it.
Just able to cross con without being spotted.
Is he going to flank? This is going to burn so much time, though.
No, he's thought better of it. Bomb plant goes down. He knows he's going to have to pick the pace up. Has he made too much noise already, Jerry?
They're playing so split.
Does turn around. They are playing split, but I'm wondering whether he's got the time to even win this round because they're playing so split.
He can just ninja here. It's a default plant, which is interesting. I guess they were worried about CT or
he's going to have
something.
to ninja. That's the only way he wins this round now. There's no time. There's no time to do anything else. He's just going to have to sit on that bomb and hope that they miss their shots. He takes the shots on the Cheeseball, and now, well, the spam comes through, and it's good enough. Jerry wins the map for Team Yellow, and we'll go to a third.
Hey, look, menu bomb.
What about you, Petra? What do you like?
Remember as well, if you're interested in picking up an EPOS High 6 Pro, you can hit up !EPOS deal tonight in the Twitch chat to get 15% of the High 6 Pro. If a player happens to hit 30 or more kills, you can get 30% off instead of 15% off, so he's hoping for a lot of kills.
Wow, that's awesome. So let's hope someone drops 30.
When you know that I liked you from the start, so don't be playing games with my heart.
my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos. Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. You can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요?
Fancy mac and cheese? Mac? My God!
Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure. You went to McDonald's without me? Wow. I mean, you could have asked. Sorry. Can't need an apology.
Man, we gotta show them what's right. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound. Early days, channel you on the TV. Big MC showed me what I'm about to be. Videos and mega flow showed me the grime scene. That's when I knew this rap team was for me. Wrote bars at the back of the bus with the G's at my local youth club. Big respect, I gotta show them love. Believed in me when I was young. Now I know what I gotta do for the family. Now I gotta prove. After everything we've been through, you gotta stay true to you. As you only got one voice, it can't be heard above the noise. It's your time, gotta make your choice. It's your time. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, this one for my people now. Listen up, better hear the sound. This one for my people now. Listen up, better hear the sound.
Cinturita acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac. Llegando a la pista yo no pude respirar porque de negro estaba, no te pude contemplar. Cientos de tequilas comenzaron a rodar y yo no supe cómo comenzar. Que sí, que no, que sí, que no. Mira a mis amigas que me apañan con mi flow. Yo soy la reina, no importa que creas. Me sacas la venda y me pones entera. Buah, a ver si tú te atreves a terminar. Buah, llévame a la cama para contemplar. Buah, esa carretera que va a acabar. Clac, 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 clac. Buah, a ver si tú te atreves a terminar. Buah, llévame a la cama para contemplar. Buah, esa carretera que va a acabar. Esa cinturita acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac. Esa cinturita acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la cadera, madre mía, pa' bailar y pa' gozar. Clac, 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 clac. Clac, 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 clac. Una mujer como tú, como tan empoderada. Yo te miro con zoom, ese culito es verdad. Mira que mira con esa figura especial. Yo te llevo pa' acá y te traigo carnal. Parece que yo voy a estallar en mis partículas. Tu cuerpo y tu cara me parecen conocidas. Parece que yo voy a estallar en mis partículas. Tu cuerpo y tu cara me parecen conocidas. Clac, clac, clac. Clac, clac, clac. Clac, clac, clac. Clac, clac, clac. Esa cinturita acomoda, acomoda, acomoda. Sigue mi calor en esta pista que basta ya. Mueve la
like I do. Had this one dude Martinez, he was so cute, the sweetest. So he needed money, found a sugar mommy. Guess I couldn't be what he needed. Oops, I did it again like Britney. It's not right, but it's okay with me. Wondering where I go wrong when it hit me. Then these boys ain't shit. See, the way I move is magic. Ain't no surprise I get this traffic. See him lining up, I don't worry. There's no competition for me. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. You could try, won't get it right, cause ain't nobody love me like that. Took a while for me to see. I got everything I need. Ain't no man can love me quite like I do. Can't love me like. Took a while for me to see. I got everything I need. Ain't no man can love me quite like I do. And these boys ain't shit. See, the way I move is magic. Ain't no surprise I get this traffic. See him lining up, I don't worry. There's no competition for me. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. You could try, won't get it right, cause ain't nobody love me like I do.
Let's get waved, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction.
Over on map 1, we thought, look at that. Antic, they get Inferno, they're going to get Mirage. Wrap it up in a nice little bow, 2-0. But that was not the case. Team Yellow had other ideas. And I got to say, I mean, Antic, even though they made it relatively close, it did feel like they were out of that contest for the vast majority of that map. I only really started to believe in the last couple of rounds of the map, and ultimately, as we had been speaking about Pilsky up to that point, one little mistake is going to cost them. Once it hits 15, it's very tough to come back from that, even if you do start to switch on, which is kind of what it felt like Antic did, but they just didn't give themselves enough rope.
Yeah, 100%. And even like the half buy is not a foregone conclusion a lot of the time. You know, they were kind of mixing up their approaches on the half buy as well. Some of the times they were trying to get into B on that timing, which is a bit more of that kind of high percentage strat that you can run with the Tech 9s. Then they mixed it up. They went for the short rush instead to kind of change things up, and that worked beautifully. Like they got that timing on Night Raid. They got a couple of quick entries up middle, and then were able to turn it into a messy enough round, but they were able to come out ahead. So even though the gun rounds didn't look like they were going well enough for themselves, Antic, unfortunately, like I said, sloppiness on the T side, a little bit too lackadaisical coming into that game of Mirage. And I think that says a lot about their expectations. I think they expected to just win that game. They expected for Team Yellow to just give up and let them have it. And, you know, Team Yellow has good enough individuals, has good enough calling to be able to take that map off of them. And as we're heading into Ancient, this is a very, very good map for Team Yellow historically. So, you know, you can't necessarily wrap this up in a bow and just say that Antic is going to 100% go to playoffs, because if they don't wake up, they are actually going to miss out.
Yeah, what were your thoughts while watching that map, Jim?
Oh, look, I agree with Pilsky. It was very, very messy. And it just felt as though Antic sort of felt as though it was a foregone conclusion for them that they would just wrap things up. And it's definitely proved not to be the case. Obviously, you know, last time we saw them play in ANZ Champs, they played an encore and they pushed them into OT on Mirage, but that was only on Monday. Also, that was only last week. And this Mirage performance was a far cry from that. It was far less cohesive. It didn't feel as though it was the same Antic that we had on that map. And Yellow, I think they just proved to everybody that they're not a team that's going to go down without any sort of fight whatsoever. They've got the individuals to carry this through. And the point you were talking about earlier, Pilsky, about them seemingly just
coach now, by the way.
Bonk coach, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bonk coach. The point you were making about just this seemingly endless fountain of talent that they keep on finding. If they journey their way into other ANZ Champs teams, I think, you know, the future is in good stead. It was only in the pre-game, or the pre-show, we were actually talking about, you know, who could fill the shoes of anybody if certain players were to make a super team or an upcoming roster or a roster that was a development roster, these are the kind of players that you would be, I guess, earmarking, tapping on the shoulder and saying, hey, it's time to step up into a bigger roster.
Yeah, potentially. Look, Pilsy, I know we were talking about Ancient there, and you did obviously mention that you don't mind Team Yellow's chances on this map. I do also want to remind you that Antic's not shabby on this map either. We've seen them take teams like Encore really close.
Yeah, I do remember that. I mean, we casted that game in a different tournament, so the question, I guess, is who's going to win?
Who's going to win? That's what I want to know. Jim, who's going to win?
Honestly, it felt as though at the start of this, it was very heavy leaning towards Antic, but after that last performance, I feel as though Yellow have really thrown themselves, thrown their hat in the ring entirely now. So a bit more of a coin flip than it was at the start. I still feel as though Antic have got the overall advantage here. Like they've got the stability.
I mean, obviously, knife round going to influence it a little bit because a lot of people feel that CT side is the stronger one on Ancient. When we've seen a lot of really dominant CT side starts from a lot of teams, especially if they can get off to a good start with their economy. How much is that true, though, nowadays, now that the A1S has lost a little bit of its punching power? Because even the couple of games of Ancient I've seen, it feels like a little bit less than it was before.
Good question, Mark. I mean, look, I feel like I've seen this kind of series from Antic before, where they will win one map really comfortably, go to sleep a little bit for the second map, and then you come back onto map 3 and you think, okay, look, things are relatively okay here. So we'll have to wait and see, obviously, what they're going to be able to bring to the table. But I think it would be a bit egregious to see them come into this map and play as lackadaisically as they did on Mirage. That would be very disappointing. And that's, if they lose, obviously, they're out of ANZ champs. They don't make it to the top 8, which would very much have been the assumption, the expectation even from them from the outset. So that would raise some concerns and definitely some questions, particularly given the fact they're playing against a quote-unquote dead team, right? Team Yellow died. Yeah. That team did not exist. And then, a week or two later, it was like, oh, okay, they are back, but with a couple of new players or old players, returning players, whatever. They scrambled to get a roster together. But that's not the kind of team that Antic should be losing to any day of the week. So,
no, definitely not. And, I would have pegged Antic as a top 8 team. Like, quite literally should have been in the top 8 from the get-go. If they falter at this hurdle, in other competitions, they finished in sort of like the 3rd, 4th position. And, they would be a team that would be sitting in like that 5th, 6th at worst.
I think sometimes at the end of the day, though, you get a little bit excited when you see these teams performing well, when you see them hit their ceiling. And the reality is that at this point, I feel like I've watched a lot of more series from Antic, and I feel like I've seen more bad maps than I've seen good maps from them. The potential's there, but I just don't see them playing up to that potential consistently enough.
Well, maybe your expectations are a little bit too high. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see whether or not we're going to get to see another good map or another bad map from which of these two teams you're referring to, from whatever perspective you're sitting on. Is it going to be Antic? Is it going to be Team Yellow to go through to the playoffs of ANZ Champs? Well, we're here to find out on Ancient.
Yeah. Keen to get into it, and keen to see who's going to be the victor of that knife round, Jim.
That's what it all boils down to, right, in these sorts of series is, do you want to be that team trying to craft your comeback on CT in the second half, or do you want to just set the pace blisteringly on T side? And it looks as though Team Yellow have secured CT, so on Antic here to showcase what they've got on their T side, and more importantly, set themselves up for a strong finish, because it's going to be them that's going to be battling the CT side in the end there if they can't control their economy. So let's just see whether or not they give themselves enough rope here.
Yeah, one set of util here on Skull. So it's going to be the smoke and the flash straight up into B, and a lot of players heading straight through Cheetah right now. North to take contact, but you see the wide swing a little bit too much for him from Night Raid. There's so many numbers here. Jerry trying to pop those heads in Cave. Takes the silencer off his USP. Cheese ball through the side of that smoke. And the triangle crossfire between Cave, backside, and that little corner over there where XC stands is a little bit too much for the T's to deal with. Skull 1v3 now. Got to get the bomb. See the jiggles coming out. He just dives onto XC, onto Jerry rather, but that's where XC comes in for the backstab, and that's what we were talking about. CT side pistol win, CT side start for Team Yellow. Already, you're getting a little bit worried, and Jerry, I remember watching him play this map on his debut game for Team Yellow, and he dropped like 30-something, didn't he?
Yeah, just this man out of nowhere, right? Like, he just walks in out of a cornfield
Yeah.
into the server.
And then he's called his mate XC as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Again, just has tapped into this fountain of talent.
We're going
The
again,
great-
Jim.
The great artesian basin of talent.
We're going again. Straight up into B. If it doesn't work the first time, buy Tech 9 Armor, give it another crack. They
Do
didn't
it
get the bomb
faster.
plant. Yeah, a lot more utility invested because they've been able to afford more nades, but there's just so many CTs here. There's already 4 CTs on the rotate. Jerry's having a little bit of a flank around through middle. If he dies, though, he will feed an M4 over to Night Raid there. But he's going to be slowed down by the swing from ramp. Reckons on the site here. You can see the CTs quite worried about taking this one too quickly. XC wins the duel on Cheetah. Rather, Jerry wins the duel on Cheetah. Skull's in the smoke. This is an absolute mess. And you dare say, unless there's going to be a few too many mistakes from the CTs, they're going to be able to retake that one. Did they get on it with enough time? I think so.
Yeah, they should have enough time, but...
I mean, XC had a kit and he didn't jump on it, so I think Cheeseball knows there's plenty of time for that one, and that's going to be 3 alive for Team Yellow. Antic do not win the fourth, and they do not take really enough guns away to incentivize the buy-up, but
Yeah,
we'll
one
see
more
what
gun.
Antic wants to go for.
One more gun, and I think that would have sealed the deal, but it looks as though there is some investment coming through, at least in terms of they're going to go for it again. Some
Yeah,
Tech 9.
I think, yeah, you just go
Pistols.
pistol armor, right? You try to chip away a few more guns. You're playing the long game, right? You're going for the buy up into round number 4. But so far, so good. Team Yellow kind of passing with flying colors.
Yeah, plenty to do, but again, this is unrelenting towards B. They have absolutely no other object in mind. It's just going to be straight towards B. Are they going to be able to catch out Yellow, though? They look a little bit more deeply set here, so able to deal with it. The MP9s have just made an absolute mockery.
Just ripped everything apart. 4 alive this time. A couple of MP9 kills as well. Going to be easy on the economy. Bomb plant for Antic, though. I don't think they're going to be super upset with what they got out of that one. Obviously, they are looking forward to the next round to go for the buy. They know that they're going to be playing up against the Team Yellow that has a couple of MP9s, which will kind of incentivize you to maybe go for that mid-pressure, perhaps. Maybe it's like a double setup in cave. Maybe it's like a down ramp quickly.
Or, you know.
It's probably CT aggression, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, or the T side could just rush B. What do you reckon? 4 from 4?
It's a bold strategy. Nah, it's a default. In this kind of a round,
How
you wouldn't call it. You wouldn't call it B rush in this round, Jim. Not
Well,
even
you wouldn't download a car.
You know that the other teams are rolling with a couple of SMGs. You work map control in a round like this. They've already invested a lot of smokes putting out the CT mollies. The T side's, you know, down 3 smokes already. There's only 2 smokes left for some kind of XE. They're utilizing these mollies to clear out middle.
So much on these smokes coming through. And it's just a slow approach here. If they can isolate Jerry here in Donut, that starts to open up the middle of the map for them just a little bit more, but that smoke's going to delay things slightly. Reckons is trying to wait things out, playing a dangerous game there. Maybe a flash through the smoke will be able to help him.
You can see Night Raid's just holding this angle on ramp. Like, this is just A pressure from Cookie. And they're trying to make the CTs rotate, trying to pull a mistake out of the CTs in this round. Reckons patience pays off there. Cookie doesn't win that duel onto Cheese, though, but Reckons just scaling straight out Donut. How's he found himself in this position? This is where the mistakes start happening, though.
Yep.
Skull picks that rotation in middle. Reckons has walked all the way into where the CTs buy guns, and the rest of Antic is walking up B.
Yeah, and if Reckons can actually find this kill here. Oh, the timing! He's there to be traded, though, so it doesn't quite open up the map the way they probably would have wanted, but they're close enough to be here.
Yeah.
Get this bomb plant down and do the damage.
It's going to be a good after plant. They got the mollies as well. Going to get the smoke, molly to backside. They're just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, making sure they clear out the site properly. But with how much time they've burnt off the clock, this has allowed both Forvin and Nor to rotate quite quickly here. Plant goes down on the pillar. Night Raid going to join up with Damio in towards the cave. And he gets caught. Nor's been able to crouch peek him. Now the 1-on-2 looking pretty good here. Forvin's got a smoke for the bomb if they want to use that. Beautiful from Damio, though. Able to pick up that first and even the second as well. Beautiful 1v2 there from him. Shouldn't have been required though.
No.
Felt like they took too much time getting comfortable in the site when they knew they'd applied that much pressure towards that other side of the map.
And there was plenty of opportunity for them in that round, right? Like, Reckons just straight on, just soldiering out of A. Slips the net. He knew while Cheeseball was distracted, he could probably find a timing and really disrupt things. And he did. Unlucky not to find a second. But, I mean, if he gets that kill onto Nor, he really opens up the B side of the map, and that just delays the rotation even further.
This is the swing round though, Jim. Both teams starting to run out of cash. Antic have, again, worked this map control style. 3 smokes invested right off the bat. Molly deep in towards Cheetah. Skull kind of trying to work his way up lane and help apply pressure to middle with Reckons. There's the smoke to top middle from the T's.
Just biding their time. These slow progressions from the T side, trying to push yellow back into the sites, particularly around mid, but done enough to wait out the utility here towards B. And now they're on the slow progression once again to just try and clear things out, try and give themselves as much wiggle room as possible. Nice little flashing through, but that just blinds Skull Hunter.
Good trade though from Damio. You can see again, Cookie is like deep over on A, on the lurk. Antic not really committing to anything, but at least they have some cape control, and you can very much see the CTs. The main point of this round is the fact that Jerry's still got donut control, so that allows them to have so much info towards middle. The rest of them pretty dry on the info, though. They don't really know what's happening. You can see Antic pumping the brakes, anticipating some kind of aggression, some kind of info gathering play from the CTs, which they're just not being given right now. So Cookie's going to start applying some pressure towards A, try to pull the rotations, try to pull a reaction. But Forvent decks him. You've got XC deep on middle. That could be a quick flank towards B as this XC comes in. And Cheeseball even picks Reckons on the cross. So Antic, again, have taken far too long to get comfortable. But Damio and Night Raid definitely good for another man disadvantage situation conversion.
This was the duo that was hitting hard early on Inferno. But it's Damio that's hit hard first. And now, Night Raid, too much to do from that position. They chewed up so much time, you're right. And the problem is when you chew up a lot of time, the CTs are right there. You've got to endure a painful 35 seconds of holding the site whilst the CTs are on your haunches.
So again, I feel like Antic slow rolling things a little bit too much on the T side here, and it's giving Yellow some good opportunities where, you know, Yellow is playing things quite safe, quite by the numbers. Again, though, the swing round ensues because Antic has just done a good enough job chipping down that CT money, getting the bomb plants consistently enough to keep reinvesting. So that's exactly what they'll do here. Double mollies into middle, though. They're going to beat them with really good spawns and straight up into Donut. Jerry trying to play off the back of his own flash. Only goes 1-for-1. XC dives into middle, not even respecting the fact that there could be another T bottom middle. He just doesn't care.
It's a big risk.
That's going to give Yellow a man advantage, though.
Big risk, though. But look at Antic. They finally get it. They finally realize that donut control is probably going to be very important. However, Yellow, they recognize that almost immediately. They've thrown XC straight into donut there too. So that area of the map is secure, and that's just a critical point to help control this A site.
Yeah, I mean, again, well, pressure on Forvin here. He's just going to smoke out the molly. You can see that Damio is waiting for a rotation, waiting for an aggressive play that just never comes from Team Yellow. They just don't take any risks at all. They don't go for those info gathering plays too much. Rotation comes across now. So now you've got the crossfire between Sightbox and Donut. Cheeseball's all the way in towards Temple on that quick rotation, just holding down that mid flank, which could be Damio going down.
Yeah, Damio just trying to cut the map a little bit, give them some territory to work with, but also create a nice little distraction. Skull Hunter with that Tech 9 might be able to catch Forvent off, and he does. So that is the site under control, but Cheeseball will have the line with the AWP. Misses the shot, though.
Not good.
On to Night Raid. Might only get one more chance. And his nade's gone awry as well.
Yeah. Plant being attempted here for Antic yet again, but XC swinging out from Donut is a beautiful timing. Gore's been on the rotation. Damio has just been too quiet for this whole round. Applying no pressure, waiting for a rotation timing that never ensued, and now with 8 seconds, there's no way he can win this. Yellow on for another round, and again, it's just far too slow play from Antic. They are waiting for this pushes through Cheetah, pushes down mid-round timings of the B ramp aggression, and Team Yellow is never giving them that. And this is a case that, like, sometimes as a team, you scrim against teams that have certain tendencies, you scrim against teams that will give you those opportunities, but you need to recognize in the official that you're playing, in the game that you're playing, when those things aren't working, you need to stop waiting for them.
Yeah. No chance of Reckons there to beat out the timing, but they're going to run the gauntlet of utility. B lane. Now, that's going to be nice. Plum Gren. Not quite.
Yeah, just zoning him. Nor gonna get tickled by the Deagle, just drops the smoke on Cave. And Yellow, I mean, they haven't even really touched Cheetah, to be honest. Nice one dig from Cookie, though. That's right up onto the B side. It's gonna put a little bit more pressure on Yellow, but Jerry comes in from Donut. Gonna pick Night Raid up top of lane side. The T's again, kind of sitting back in Cheetah, bottom B ramp, you know, very passive positions, waiting for opportunities. That's a nice flash, but Damio able to play from Cheetah's side. Even though his teammate's blind, he swings in and ensures that he stays alive, and now Skull's got an AK in hand.
Jerry's got to be careful too. He might be caught here by Reckons, and missed opportunity there for Reckons, but Skull Hunter, they're both trying to focus him right now, and that is going to be another weapon handed over here to Antic, so just a bit more patience here. It's meant that Yellow have fallen on their sword a little bit, but that's the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, Forvent and Nor definitely capable of this 2-on-4, and case in point there, Forvent, nice timing found onto Reckons. They seem convinced it's the A side of the map, though, so that's going to be a bit of a false rotation, unfortunately, as Antic creep up onto B. They don't really have any utility, but with one of these players with the AK unarmored, the aim punch here could be absolutely phenomenal for Forvent, and Skull Hunter's not even looking in the right direction. Now this converts into a 2-on-2. Nor's quite far away, both of these players quite low, and that's a nice little crossfire for the T's to work with.
Yeah, nice utility arrangement here for Forvent as well. So they've got some time as they arrive on this site. So
nice.
Oh, Damio might just have given enough for Antic, and Forvent, he has an idea of exactly where Cookie would be. But that is, I mean, Cookie had to take that duel, otherwise risk being smoked out.
And that's just not a mistake you could afford for Team Yellow. They lose against the Pistols. The Juan Dig's a little bit too strong. And as such, Team Yellow, who have dropped guns, you know, a lot of these rounds, although, you know, Antic has been giving them a lot of room, they have still been converting kills. They have still been fragging up. And all of that damage over time kind of culminates in a broken economy off the back of a Deagle round from the T's. So now the Force Spy's coming out for Team Yellow. They're trying to fight for mid-control. They've got nothing but Deagle armor to work with at 157. They've already used all of their utility, trying to fight for middle. You can see all of the CTs committing to this. Flash into lane, doesn't even catch Skull Hunter. But look at these Deagle shots from North coming out Cheetah. Damio still comes up from that bottom of ramp and takes control of lane. They're still trying to take a duel with him, but he's really doing a good job.
Yeah. This is the kind of situation too where you find Damio gets a bit of confidence under his belt. He'll roll on. He might even punch out, you know, 15, 20 frags this half if he gets his confidence high enough.
Oh, Forvent. Saw it coming from a mile away. Rotation all the way back around. Does a lot of damage to both of the T's, but the Deagle shots from behind not converting for either one of these teams at the moment. Couple of shots being whiffed. This is where Cookie is activating in the mid-round, exploring middle. He's been able to kind of find this timing. And I'd assume he's going to flank B with the positioning of the other two T's here, but Cheeseball could still kind of dismantle this. This is 2-1 shot to the body on the Deagle.
Yeah, they're probably not going to move. They're going to wait for Cookie to do all the work here.
Does he even have time to do that, though? 35 seconds. He's going to catch Cheeseball. He's got absolutely no idea. How could he? And now Jerry. It's a winnable round, but with no kit. This is where Antic, you want to see them just snappy. Set up in the post plant. They've got two mollies. They're going to double molly Jerry out here on a beautiful timing. There's no way he's getting in. Reckons, oh dear, positioning around this part of the map. If he peeks out, that's one shot where he could go down, but that's a nice setup. That's a nice setup from Antic.
Yeah,
double molly keeps him back. They just set up the crossfire, and Reckons swings off Cookie's contact. They get it done. And now that they've repelled that force by Jim, this is where things can start looking a little bit better for Antic.
Yeah, these Deagles are looking a little dangerous, weren't they? And We're talking about swing rounds. Well, I mean, what a way to lose all your momentum if you simply hand over weapons like that for a CT side. You can really give the economy a huge break, but need to be quite smart about this, measured in their approach. Bit of contact towards B, but that is not where the ruse is being played out.
Just found Cheeseball's toes. Through the
Toe
smoke
tickler.
there. I mean, this is an interesting situation. It's a B stack where they could just get 3 AKs here. Skull didn't even have head armor for some reason. The rest of Antic have gotten onto A here, so normalcy should be restored most likely. Night Raid recognizing that it might be suicide to try and rotate through the middle of the map in that position.
Yeah, maybe. And the thing is, too, he's got a bit of a battle on his hands as well, so resistance will be met. The Tech 9 just makes quick work.
Yeah, Antic. Oh, might lose the AWP there. That's going to be a valuable thing for the CTs to hold onto. So, look, all things in all, a pretty even situation. Yellow does get a couple of guns, and they get to probably save the AWP here onto Cheeseball.
Yeah.
And Antic, they complete their anti-eco for a 4th round.
Oh, okay.
Is he ready for this angle?
Yeah, it's a pretty... not a typical angle.
Oh, the no-scope misses, and that's going to be the AWP handed back over.
What
Nicely
could have
done.
been? What could have been?
I mean...
regardless, it's damage done. And... yeah, I mean... Antic have probably got enough to rebuy after this. Just shuffle a few things around.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's not like... it's not a... you know...
I don't know why Skull's bought no head armor yet again when he has like 4 teammates who could have dropped him.
Yeah.
A bit inexplicable.
I feel as though sometimes when you're the IGL, you overlook these things on yourself. You don't want to get too greedy. It's like a guilt about asking to be dropped as the IGL. Regardless, trades in mid, that opens up a generous portion of the map here for Antic.
They're so split.
But look at this, like
Damio's top of B. We got an old mate running at A with the bomb. We got someone in spawn. Someone's died top middle. Someone's died fighting Donut by themselves. It's like, where's the cohesiveness in the mid round? It's just all over the place.
it's like 4 people have died in this round, and no one feels like they're any better off for it.
Like, what is going on? That's like the second player. You start off with a man advantage, and 3 different players have been shot in the side.
Yeah, and now it's on Night Raid to try and clutch it out. They know where he is, where he's got the bomb.
It's like, this is the same sloppiness from T-side Mirage. Like, the same kind of mistakes that they're making.
Forvent, I mean, this is like, he just needs to hold here.
I mean, yeah.
So many angles to clear on Mirage in mid. Oh, sorry, on Ancient in mid. That percentage chance.
The drop's been heard.
Yeah. He's not going to check this, and that is going to be as easy as you like for Forvent. That, I feel as though, was a chance gone begging for Antic. They find 2 openers early on. It's a 3v3. How broken is that play?
I mean, they get this pick, right? And you need to recognize at some point when you get a 5-on-4. Oh, I mean, he got 2. I didn't even realize he got 2. And then reckons his court, misking top mid, Cookie over aggresses, and then Cheeseball's just able to catch a player with his back to CT spawn. Like, how does that even happen?
Well, it happened, unfortunately. Reckons cannot beat the util out mid, and taking quite a bit of tick damage for his trouble.
It looks like they wanted to flash him on the line. Like, Skull is looking to try to help him with some util, but he doesn't need any help. XC's out in the open with an MP9, and he's going to be punished for it. Now comes in this A execute. Forvent to take contact, but he's been double flashed off the line. Double molly. This is great utility from the T side. Forces him out, isolates him, and picks him off.
They learnt. How many times has he played that headshot angle to perfection? They finally have the util to deal with him, but Jerry couldn't quite make the famous work in his favour, and now Cheeseball with that AWP is a long way away from the action, but what Antic don't want to do here is give 3 1v1s, which is a potential now. Just looking to save though, Cheeseball, and save he will not.
Money is broken for Team Yellow, so they're going to have to come back next time. As Antic themselves up another round. Nice little execute on A. Good shots from Reckons as well.
Yeah. I feel as though Reckons has just been the bulldozer.
I mean, he's been, again, it's just classic Antic. I feel like I could say this about everyone on their team, maybe bar Damio, who's been consistent. Like, Reckons, I'll hold that thought. We've got a hero rifle here. We'll give it the respect it deserves.
Straight
because
towards.
this B rush is completely falling apart for the time being. Cookie, very low there. I was worried he was going to get traded by Jerry, and he almost does. The flank's coming in for Forvin, but I think he's going to be checked by Night Raid, so... Wait, never mind. He's been able to get in on the flank here. Still, it's pretty alive here for Antic. I thought it was going to fall apart. A couple more shots being connected there from Cheeseball. Could have got it done.
There's so much happening in the round.
I mean, it's just another B rush, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's just like...
I could have written off that round, to be fair. But, like, look,
another level of
Reckons, like you said, those were some nice shots being hit from him, and he definitely does have some good games. But where's the consistency? It's just another player that's just really inconsistent for Antic. Like, very high ceiling. Mechanically, he's quite good.
The thing is, right, like, the inconsistency exists within the best of three, not within any given day.
Yeah, for sure.
More caught out there. Perfect flash.
Yeah, really nice from Antic. Good opener. Cheeseball trying to cross cheekily with his HE grenade, and he's been rewarded for it. There's a player walking out on his own in towards Cheetah, giving up the man advantage. Feel like a broken record here. It's a trend for Antic. Go watch the Mirage T-side, watch this Ancient T-side. It's the same thing over and over again. Again, they haven't dislodged this player from the deep info line in Donut. Forvin's deep on A, so they're not particularly worried about that. They're going to lean these two players on B. But is that going to be enough to hold B, is the question. Probably not.
Problem is, Antic keep giving themselves the only option as B. So XC is just trying to lay support here for Cheeseball, who will be good for 1, but 1 HP. I feel as though his time is numbered.
Yeah, I mean, he's stuck behind a smoke. He's basically just trying to buy time for the rotations. Jerry's in CT. Coming on in, Forvin up on the flank. Nice peek from Reckons, though. Going to clean that one up, and I think the footsteps have been heard here by Skull. So the off angle is too much. I think Yellow, given the fact that they had a deep info line on Donut middle, given the fact that they had a deep info line on A in towards the temple there, he needed to see some movement in a 4-on-4.
Get closer.
And like, that's the thing. It was a good aggression in the 5-on-4, but it needed to continue in that kind of position, especially when they had such deep info positions like they had. But like I said, you know, with Antic not holding for that aggression, Team Yellow never has really pushed in the mid to late round. And that's a situation where it comes back to bite them.
Damio just punishing the first of many aggressors.
Yeah. This is where you'd want to see the T's pick up the pace after that many players spotted on ramp. Forvin's over here in Donut, though. So if the spacing continues to be not so good for Antic, that could be something where he's given some opportunities, but flank's coming in from Cookie. So it's well timed. They are very split up once again, but doesn't really matter too much this time.
Skull should be able to clean up here with flash support. And, well, now Yellow have what they have heading into the final round of the half. So, can they finally get themselves another gun round?
Yeah, but there's already 8 or 9 rounds on T.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You're swapping over to the T side as Team Yellow. Like, yeah, Cheeseball, I've seen him call a good T side on Ancient before, but is this the game where it's going to happen?
It's a weird game state, right? I feel as though neither of these two teams have been convincing, despite the scorelines.
Yeah, definitely not.
Like, you could argue that either of them could have done more in terms of rounds.
Good flash. Gonna set up Cheeseball to open up the accounting. Nor swings out Cheetah as well. 2 for the CTs, but Antic have taken this B site in the meanwhile. Flash, they're going to fight out of here as well, but Damio and Night Raid punished for that. Now the bomb's been caught on ramp side, though. Jerry going to drop a smoke, and this is going to be much harder to get back into for Antic in this 2-on-3.
Yep. over aggressive, trying to fight in the pre-plant, but Damio's got some work to do. So this is the equivalent of being caught between a rock and a hard place. That's going to help things a little bit.
Oh, that's huge. So now Damio able to creep out of Cheetah. That was probably going to be the player that holds for him. Porvin just runs straight through the smoke, does not care. A 7th for Team Yellow. We're dead even at the end of the half. Can Team Yellow get this done and qualify for ANZ champs on their T side? We'll find out after the break.
I mean, the God of War dynamic plays out in every parent-child relationship.
Does the costume really help?
I don't know. Does the costume really help when you play basketball?
Well, it is a costume.
PlayStation.
Tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
Words are worthless if they don't lead to action. I don't act solely on attraction. Don't love me later, love me now. 'Cause we got more than just a chemical reaction. Don't make me say it right now. Don't make me pray right now for you. I just wanna stay right now. I need to say right now, what can I do? Yeah, 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 yeah. Unless I'm with you. Yeah, 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 yeah. I can't breathe. You're like energy.
Well, neither of these two teams have given themselves a convincing lead heading into the second half. But let's just say that this game will be won and lost here regardless for these two teams. They will either be knocked out of ANZ champs or qualify for the final stage, Pilski. And I feel as though Antic are in the box seat.
I mean, yeah, they've set themselves up well. They've got 8 on T. I just saw it, you know, over in other tournaments. FaZe just got themselves a 12-3 on CT, so maybe Ancient CT side still looking good despite A1S changes. Quick mid control here for Team Yellow. Going to be going straight into an A split right now. Cookie only goes 1 for 1 in Donut, so he's going to be traded out as Reckons takes Temple control. Skull trying to set up with a little bit of retake utility. Oh, Cherry. Just drive-by on the Glock. Plant goes down. Man advantage, and Yellow still have a player kind of working around in middle, waiting for a rotation. In this case, that's going to be a mistake as the flash comes on in. Damio cleans out Temple. Now you have a chance to get on the defuse.
Oh, they're just going to be picked apart too as they try and get on it. Damio cops a bink as well, and Skull Hunter, well, he's just trying to dismantle this donut conglomerate.
Ooh. There's the T-side win for Team Yellow on the pistol. That's what you want to be seeing. Off to a good start here. And for contrast, for anyone that's not aware, Antic, I mean, they've been an up-and-coming team in the scene for the last little bit. They've been pushing some of the better teams in Australia, but very inconsistent. and they'd want to be qualifying for the playoffs of ANZ champs. You know, that's what's expected of them. They are definitely a top 8 team historically. Team Yellow doesn't even want to play more games, admitted by them in interviews.
This
they
is
would rather
such an inconvenience.
not be playing right now.
Winning is an inconvenience to them.
Suffering from success. And they are probably playing good enough to win this if they can keep calling a good game on this T side. It's a 4-1 here. Cheeseball left over towards Cheetah side. The spacing is horrendous. Cookie gets a free opening duel onto 4Vint. The rest of Yellow scale on into the site, but that's a whole belt of utility that's gone down on 4Vint. It's going to be a little bit harder to keep these CTs away. Cheeseball, though, what's that pick in middle? He's going to be cleaned up by Damio. Nor's got one on the site in the meanwhile, and now 3-on-3 on the site with no kit for the CTs. Might not be so easy.
I think exits at best.
Yeah, they're not even going to go for it, and fair enough. But definitely exits are possible here.
That's okay.
Okay, they could get on this, actually. XC needs to kill that player closest to the bomb, but look at that. Have they got that?
That is close, but they've got that.
Unreal.
That is ridiculous. Okay.
Is it?
Well, he wouldn't be sticking it otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think so. I always question, but yeah, he's got on it.
Everybody uses that little, like, 10-second
10-second
sound.
defuse. Yeah.
The purists have that disabled.
He's playing at a disadvantage at that point.
Yeah, but you feel morally good about it.
Okay.
I'll take the moral high ground over, success.
Yep. Oh, well. Bomb plant is going to incentivize the force here for Team Yellow. But that's gone horrifically. I mean, that spacing. 4Vint's just missing out along with a whole belt of util. No flashes on the left side to scale out. Not a big fan. Oh my god, they're all stacked up in lane right now. And they're getting ripped apart by the wall bangs, the utility pushing them back and forward. Damio going to peek out with a Mac 10. He's hit the scroll wheel. He's hit the deagle. They're rushing at them from middle. This is just spaghetti right now.
And you
all
can't,
over the place, all over the floor. You can't pick it up. You can't put it in your pockets, Jim.
It's unretrievable.
Skull Hunter just hit the scroll wheel again and then headshot at him. And look, whatever I was saying about a T-side pistol round win is very far gone by this point. Because you've had the force and then you've had them get absolutely slapped on the anti-force. And now you're going to get an anti-eco with already good money on Antic. And this is where I'm saying CT side ancient, clip it and ship it. It's a done deal.
Clip it and ship it.
Yeah. Welcome to the playoffs for Antic at this point.
Maybe some Glock. Skylanders just copped a rogue Vink. Reckons is looking to get a little antsy with this Mac 10.
He's licking his lips. A lot of money to be made. You too can buy a Ferrari. All you need is a little bit of knowledge. And a Mac 10.
Pilsey's here to drop some knowledge.
Look at him go.
He's gone. He's hit Mac 2 with the Mac 10.
I wouldn't be hitting Mac. He'd probably hit you back and you're probably not getting up at that point.
He has a thick skull. I'll give him that.
He has a thick everything.
Yeah, why doesn't he spell his name with 3 C's? Mac.
Mac. Here's the buy round for Team Yellow. It's going to take a coupler in a row here for them to chip this economy down from Antic. Jerry is taking a lot of fire damage there. Here's the mid take from Yellow, delayed on the timing. They walk up. You need to see Nor control.
Man!
Yeah, that's a nice spam. You need to see Nor to make sure control that these players don't kind of come out cheater, but it's just a crossfire between Reckons and Damio here. 4Vint's on 1 HP. He doesn't even want to go anywhere. He says, go on, Jerry. You head on in. Unfortunately, he sacrificed his mate. 1 for 1. And, oh, look at that. Half clear. That's a high sense Asia CS at corner clear right there.
1 flick, and that's it. Click and flick. And there we go. 4Vint eventually falls after surviving on 1 HP for what seemed like an eternity.
Winnable, though. And Nor, I mean, dear God. This guy's in some excellent form right now. Oh, the shoulder peek onto Night Raid. Spots him out. Cookie is still in donut. He's still not convinced that this is a B-site play. Tap from Cheeseball. Oh, Night Raid's been allowed to walk on up, but they should know. They've cleared spawn. Where's the crosshair placement? It's good enough. Nor's going to take him out. They're going to go to A, but Cookie seems aware of that. He's
read
positioned
it.
himself well.
He knows this recipe, Cookie.
Oh, no. Look at Nor.
Oh, they've split.
He thinks that he's gone CT, Jim.
Oh, Cookie still needs to win this duel. 6 HP, not a lot to work with. And now, well, if you're doing your homework, Nor's got some work to do.
Oh, he's ice cold right now.
No, he's got to reload here. What is going on? This is just...
Oh, Cookie got off of it.
Well, he's got the time. He'll be fine.
It looked like he was still on it, and he just started shooting out of his shoulder. The CS model's just looking absolutely cooked there.
Cookie looks happy about that one.
He's just about to bars after the 1v1 win.
Drop some knowledge.
Oh, that's a player that has a very good intuitive sense for his mechanics and his sensitivity. That's a couple of months in the sensitivity right there. Just a very, very good intuitive feel for like exactly how far I need to swipe to be hitting that angle.
Yeah, yeah.
That's always satisfying to watch.
That's a man who's got his directional sound on point.
True. Night Raid on the line though. And it's just a little bit of a slow peak from Nor. Unfortunately, that's going to lose him his life. Cookie goes 1 for 1. The trading and the spacing is always good for Team Yellow. Even playing with these standards, it's impressive to watch them get in the sites. But they're still playing from a numbers deficit here, Jim.
Yeah. Will be potentially able to take themselves into post plant here, but Cheeseball is now on a 3-on-1. He's just doing doing the dance above the smoke. He eventually gets taken out, but I mean that round felt as though Yellow very much on the back foot. Despite getting the bomb plant here, they're not winning the round.
Again, Cookie is playing as one of the better players, even on the rifle.
Definitely going to be feeling like he made the right choice. But I suppose when you are one of the key players to victory for your team.
I mean, I don't know, bloody hell. Who's the fifth for Antic? I just don't know anymore.
Weren't they playing with Hugh not too long ago?
They're playing with Hugh, they're playing with Jinx, they're playing with Cookie.
Mizzy.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
I don't know, just call Nan up at this point. Give her a crack.
It's seemingly the turnstile that has been Antic's roster for a little bit. 4+1.
Like flashes into mid. Gonna push Cookie back onto a bit more passive of a donut angle. How's the spacing here? Pretty bad. Unfortunately, they do a lot of damage to both Reckons and Cookie, but both of those duels lost now. Nor is the contact up on ramp side, and that goes both the way of Damio. And now you're staring down a no bomb plant round with no money in the bank. As we head into round 23, Yellow will be broke, and that will give Antic a chance to secure themselves series point here.
It's not looking up, Millhouse. If you are in Yellow shoes for Cheeseball, tries to make you a little bit of sunshine rain on Yellow. However, it's going to be 14-8. And as you said, that money is pretty much in the bin. So their options are limited. Their stocks are plummeting. I guess this mirrors the phase match in some way.
This is just, yeah, classic ancient CT side, just shutting them out. A lot of the clutches being won by Antic as well, which has kind of been the difference maker on the swing rounds. Here's this fast B exit here for Yellow. But Molly's absolutely everywhere. HE nades, 1 for 1 in Cheetah. He's going to create a little bit of space, but you're a little bit worried about scaling up too fast as Torment because you've got the bomb.
Ooh.
With shot from Night Raid, XT takes him out. Cookie going to jump up, misses the scroll wheel, so it's a bit of a messy spray. Now he's low on ammo. He gets traded out by Jerry. Skull just walks up into Cheeseball on a ramp. So Spaghetti in the comms, absolute chaos, and Team Yellow as a result. Not really sure how to approach this. They know Reckons probably wasn't over on this B side of the map, and they know where Skull Hunter was, so they're just going to keep things simple. Give Jerry the AWP, he's low HP. XC going to walk up with him, and they're going to try and get themselves a 1 for 1 at worst, but the problem is Reckons Clearing out all of Cheetah, all of Cave here. He shot a couple of bullets here.
Oh, they're both going to be in cave as well at the worst possible time for this bomb plant to go down. Jerry doesn't find the timing on that AWP shot. However, they're going to just burst through this smoke and make it difficult. XC is there on the other end. However, Skull Hunter now isolates 1 versus 1 with XC, and he's just going to stick this. XC with the perfect timing, keeping Team Yellow's hopes alive and keeping Antic away from match point.
I think that was probably a good stick. I'm very surprised he crab peeks that. I think a player with more experience probably doesn't peek that.
No, you try and play with your food a little bit, but I mean, pros don't fake, right?
I don't think I would have peeked that. I would have lost that round to Skull Hunter for sure. Here's the buy up for Team Yellow.
I was going to say, have you ever played DMG matchmaking? You prepare for that
Not
stick.
for many years. That's a nice 1-for-1 though. Another nice 1-for. Like, dude, how does Team Yellow have better spacing and trading than like most teams in ANZ champs?
Commitment to the cause.
I like it. I wish like it's such a basic like fundamental thing to get right.
Right, and when it works for you, it puts the fun into fundamental.
Oh, for sure. That's what playing in ANZ champs is all about. We're gonna have fun.
And when it doesn't work, it puts the mental
Yes.
at risk.
We're going to walk around in this 2-on-3. We're going to try and find a CT in a position where we can at worst go 1-for-1, but preferably get ourselves a pick. Antic given absolutely nothing though. All these retake positions, we got the safe 1 and done on towards middle. We're playing retake on A, we're playing retake on B. Nothing being given. Crosshair placement might have been good enough, but at worst, Team Yellow get onto the site here, Jim.
Now, Jerry, I don't want to give him too much room to work with. However, that's a nice line from Damio. Removes the danger man and cheese ball as a 3 versus 1. And a lot of dancing to do, and unfortunately, he's not quite nimble enough. And Antic, they're starting to surge towards match point, and I don't think there's enough left in the tank for Yellow here to push them.
Yeah, I mean, not enough T-side rounds. There's not enough clutches being won a lot of the time. And despite, you know, sloppiness from Antic, it's still good enough to put this win together. They've even overbought here. An extra M4 on the ground.
Treat yourself.
Maybe it's just to pick up on the rotation back over.
I've seen that done.
Yeah, but in this position,
Way
it's a
too
bit
many
try.
times.
Oh dear. North's gone
Oh,
down
no.
to util. They're not getting out B long. Skull's
No.
already got 2. This round's very, very gone.
Oh, and they're going to re-aggress, surely. Yep, Skull Hunter's just looking for that re-aggression. Is there a flash going to be pelted over the top? No. He chooses the wiser move, but then gets picked anyway. So now, Damien.
What was that?
You sold me a ruse.
Something spooked him. It was a ghost? A bird?
Just decided to forget where he was momentarily. Now, Forvent. Cookie's left that line
I don't
open.
know what kind of peak that was for Cookie.
Oh, he's
Tell
got
you
his
what.
boots on and he's jogged Antic in to the final stage of the ANZ Champs. And unfortunately for Yellow, they bow out, but not before pushing one of the teams you would have put in this top 8. Regardless, we'll be back after the break to take a look at how the match panned out.
Hey, look, menu pop.
He wanted a bigger break, so I said he could just be a jacket for the segment, and I'm just going to talk to you about my
Can you hear
favorite
me?
food. Yes. Yes, I can hear you, Mitch.
Great.
You're looking real good today. Did you know that?
Thanks. I can't really breathe, but that's okay.
What do you mean you can't breathe? Do you need help?
No, I'm okay.
I could come and help you breathe.
I don't need to.
Okay.
I know I found something good. Right now, right here in your arms. And you feel the magic as well. We knew it right from the start. Don't be
When you are at your weakest.
And fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos. Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. And you can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요?
Fancy mac and cheese?
Max?
My God!
Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure. You went to McDonald's without me? Wow. I mean, you could have asked. Sorry. Can't eat an apology.
And no surprise I get this traffic. See him lining up, I don't worry. There's no competition for me. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. You could try and get it right, cause ain't nobody love me like you. Took a while for me to see. I got everything I need. Ain't no man can love me quite like I do. Can't love me like. Took a while for me to see. I got everything I need. Ain't no man can love me quite like I do.
Well, there we have it. Antic progress and Team Yellow are eliminated. It was a pretty good fight, though, put up by Team Yellow, it must be said, getting it through to map 3. And, I mean, look, 9 rounds on Ancient. I don't know if that's a whole lot to write home about, but they did make Antic work for it. And in the end, look, the expected victor does walk away with that position in the playoffs, but the fashion in which it came about, I suppose, is going to raise some question marks. I think, to me, that's the kind of result that, again, you look at it and say, maybe that's what separates Antic from being one of the top teams in the region and being a team that's sort of just the middle of the pack, kind of gatekeeper. If they can get over these kinds of things and do it cleanly and then start to test the top teams, which we know they can do, we'd speak a lot more favorably to them. But it's results like this that make you go, they're still not quite there.
Yeah, I don't think it was as convincing as they would have wanted it to be, and certainly not from our perspective either. We had Antic as a firm favourite, not a 2-1 favourite, a 2-0 favourite. So as far as performance on Mirage, it was so different from what we saw throughout the rest of the series.
All right, let's actually see what they think about it, because we do have Skull and Cookie ready to have a chat. And look, fellas, congrats on the win, obviously, first of all.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you guys playing in the playoffs. Now, Skull, I feel like I've asked you this question before, and it's in relation to Mirage again. I feel like there was this series against Warriors that you guys played where you had a pretty good start to Mirage, didn't close it out. This time it's a bit of a different fashion. Bad start, come back towards the end, still couldn't close it. It is your map pick though, so what's going on with Mirage? Why is it not coming together?
It is, but it's also a map ban. So it's not like we play all the maps, right? And it's usually the one we're going to drop. I wasn't there for Veto, obviously.
I see.
was at a hospital. So
so that's recent.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this is a whole new curveball. Well, first of all, what's going on with the hand? Is it still working?
I tripped last night in scrims. during a pause, I went to get water.
Oh.
Fell down the step and broke. Oh, we think we broke. I broke it. They've gone and got X-rays and stuff. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, I'm playing on like a peas packet over my keyboard and stuff like that to try and
Not good.
So yeah, it's just our map ban, and it's their map ban, so team saw that as a good opportunity to pick it in the veto.
Right.
Don't blame them for that. They're just puggers at this moment. Like they're all Mirage puggers actually. So it's not surprising that they end up with that map win. It's just a map that we bring out against specific teams. We won't ban it, and kind of see what happens.
I see. Cool.
All right, my question's for Cookie now. We noticed on Inferno there were a few pauses for chat between the two teams. What kind of things were being said? Obviously, you've jumped ship recently, but like what was being said? I just want an insight into the banter between the two rosters.
Oh, like, do you mean like the team chat or
Yeah,
like
team chat.
local chat? No, it was pretty civil. Like everyone's kind of pretty understanding about the situation that we're in. Like we've been dead the entire season. They're just having a laugh about it.
Yeah, fair enough. So, what's happening with you, Cookie? Like, are you standing in? Is this like wait, who's Antic's fifth player? I feel like I've asked this for like the last 3 weeks. What's going on?
It's not announced yet.
Not announced yet. Okay, so
Yeah, it's secret.
TBD, very secretive. I'm keen to see. Are we going to announce that before playoffs, or are we just going to keep it a mystery forever? What's going on?
It'll be pretty soon.
Okay.
Pretty soon. We're gonna release Jinx very soon.
Okay.
So yeah.
Sweet. So Cookie, obviously you're coming off of, we're playing main AWP for Team Yellow and stuff. And I feel like, I've seen you playing for ages and ages. Like you were kicking around the competitive scene when I was still playing. So you played for many, many years now.
Yes. Yeah.
So I feel like your position, your performance kind of increased when you started picking up the AWP, because you've embraced your powers as being from New Zealand, and every New Zealand AWPer is cracked. But now you've been playing the rifle that series, and you played pretty good. So are you comfortable kind of doing whatever, or what's the feels right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable doing whatever. It's definitely a bit of a change and a bit of a learning curve, having gone from pretty much having complete freedom on the AWP to having a lot more restrictions. That's been probably a pretty big challenge to get past, but I think it's like the aim. I feel like the aim's fine. I can still shoot as well as I can with the AWP, but it's just a matter of getting getting used to the gimmicky things around my area of the map.
Yep. Awesome. Well, I think that pretty much wraps it up. Thanks very much, fellas, for the chat. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you sometime during the playoffs, but wish you the best of luck if not.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Cheers.
Thank you.
See you guys. All right, yeah, look, in the end, a good win for Antic. Obviously, we want to see them getting that one over the line, I think, most of the time, and they have managed to do it today. I guess with the context given there for Mirage, and the fact, obviously, that Skull has very recently injured his hand, maybe you can make some excuses for them having a little bit more of a difficult time getting that one over the line.
For sure.
I think, in particular, the wrist injury or whatever it may have been could have played a bit of a factor. But to be honest, Skull didn't play awfully. He only went -3 for the whole series. So
yeah, it's not bad performance. Also, given that he's calling for the team as well, I'm just disappointed to hear that there wasn't more banter between the two rosters.
Oh well. You never know. Maybe that gets fired out in the Pugs gym rather than in the officials. You never know. Either way, though, we do have another series to get to, and it's going to be another progression and elimination series. So do look forward to that one. Dynasty and Nutty is coming up right after this.
A little known secret, or depending on if you're watching our games, that Reckons has a framed picture of what I believe to be his dog on the wall.
Alright, well, I think Sky Hunter's actually a closet weeb. He doesn't speak about anime, but like I can... There's a vibe about someone, you know?
A secret that I want to expose Jordan with is because he's pretty hairy, he likes to itch his armpits and then give it a little whiff sometimes.
Probably another secret about Night Raid would be how much he plays World of Warcraft Classic. Unimaginable amount. Sometimes it takes over Prac.
Damon, is secretly a millionaire. He doesn't tell anyone, but he's actually just loaded.
A secret that I've been told about Dan is that he does have waifu pillows, and he cuddles them at night time.
Night Raid has a collection of like anime pillows, those sorts of things. I reckon he's just got like 3 or 4 in his bed at all times, maybe a couple under his bed, but they're there and they are real.
The world right now, this sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound.
Huh? Well, nature is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds. Your turn. Learn how the universe works. Hey. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. Just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never had. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. And you ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it, you can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, yeah. We can't control the world. No. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Control it. Yeah, yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out. Let it out. La, 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 la,
I've been catching feelings while you play the field. Is this just a game or should we make this real? We could call it quits if we could make a deal. Don't play me, baby. I could take your heart, but I'm not one to steal. Even though I know you know I like cheap thrills. Let's just call it quits, come on, let's make a deal. Don't play me, baby. Don't be playing games
worry about it, Jim.
Oh.
Don't you friggin' worry about it, Jim! I told you, don't worry!
Welcome back to ANZ Champs. It's a beautiful time to be here. Once again, another series coming right at ya. And what else is coming right at ya? It's the menu log meal time. No ants for dinner. We actually had a discussion the other day about whether or not one human could defeat 2.5 million ants. No assistance. What do you guys think?
I can't even fathom that many ants.
No.
Do you think the human would win or the ants would win?
I don't know.
It'd be a war of attrition, I think.
You cannot tell me you think one human would defeat 2.5 million ants.
Do you think at that point...
That's a lot of ants.
Ants could, like, carry you, right?
Ants could destroy you. Ants
could
could
just carry
probably
you.
eat you alive.
Can we talk about the elephant in the room right now?
Where? I don't see it.
What's going on with your hat, Jordan?
I don't know. I found it. And I liked it. So I wore it.
L?
With the mustache as well? Like you thought that was a good idea?
That's his... I finally worked out his alias.
Listen, mate.
The fish guy. L fish
That's
guy.
right. L fish guy. That's right. That's me. Now,
Oh my
look.
God.
It's menu log meal time. You know what that means.
Chop chop.
Codes?
Codes?
Any codes?
Any
Codes in the chat?
Hold on, let me check.
See any?
Not seeing it.
I wonder what that's code for.
All right. Well, we'll get around to it. We'll get around to it. Now, all right, fellas. Listen, we do have Counter-Strike to talk about as well. As much as I'd love to talk about my hat a little bit more. Dynasty and Nutty is going to be our next matchup. Now, another elimination match, another progression match. There's a little bit to sort of touch on there. I think both teams probably would like to be going through to playoffs. I mean, that's a fairly obvious statement, thanks. But let's be real. Dynasty have had a fairly decent run this season for a team that we've basically never seen before. And Nutty Gaming, also the expectation is that they probably should be a team to go through to the top 8. So I think it's going to be a disappointing loss for whichever team does go through. There's no team that I think deserves it more necessarily.
I think Dynasty have already kind of surpassed expectations getting to this 2-2 match, considering, you know, they're a roster without a whole lot of experience. I think they've kind of over-delivered on what you'd expect from a team of that equation. And Nutty, on the other hand, I feel like they, you know, trajectory-wise, should be... I'm getting trolled by Elfish Guy.
Hang on a second.
They
Can't
should
take it
be
seriously.
expected to win this game, considering how many seasons of domestic competition they've had across, you know, the last few. However, I know that they're a team that doesn't really put a whole lot of practice in. So, you know, they are a beatable team for a team like Dynasty.
Pilsky, my friend right here, he had a secret that he wanted to tell me, and the secret was there is actually a code somewhere, which I wasn't sure was going to be the case or not.
Are you sure? Because like that,
he whispered it in my ear and did
not
say,
a reputable source. Guy looks like a bit of a pinhead, if you ask me.
well, he looks like a nice guy, as far as I'm concerned.
He's a bit
Can I get a
skittled.
better look
He's
at
even
it?
got his ID. Yeah, would you like it? Would you like my friend?
Yeah, chuck him over. That is a terrible throw. Thank God I'm a god at
Well,
catching.
I didn't
but-
want to throw it too hard and break something.
Pilsky,
Yeah.
like he's in
You can
first,
check his ID on.
first slip.
But what about his eyes? Look into his eyes. Look into his eyes right now. Is this someone that you can trust? What do you think?
I don't think so.
I reckon so.
I'm waiting for this. Hello?
Hello,
Anyone?
Skynet, are you there?
Good luck, Pilsky.
Whatever.
You have
want
been
him
ruined.
back?
All right. Okay.
It's a safe pair of hands.
Let's get into the Counter-Strike
He's a cricketer.
discussion again. We were talking a little bit about Dynasty and Nutty there. So run it back again. What's the TLDR here? Nutty Gaming, Dynasty. Who's the dub?
Who's the dub? I think, unfortunately, Nutty. I would love Dynasty to win, and I would love Dynasty to beat that team that comes into ANZ Champs, plays with a little bit of structure, plays with a couple of strats, and wins. But at the end of the day, I just watched this team play the other day against Eliminators, and they really did not look like there was enough firepower in the team to get it done. You know, they kind of got smashed in this game. I think they went 16-6 and then 16-12. It was not a close game. I didn't even really feel like Eliminators played that well as a team. They just beat them with individuals. They outshot them. They smashed them out of the server. And at the end of the day, it's a bit worrisome when, 3 players for Dynasty really just didn't put any frags up on the board. It was just kind of Pocket in a map or two and A-Works putting in a fragging performance. And that's why I think Nutty, especially seeing them play their game the other day, where Mr. Shark had a pop-off game and, Super is a very, very good up-and-coming rifler. I think that's just going to be good enough to get it done at the end of the day for me.
Any thoughts, Jim?
No, look, I think they're one of these rosters that definitely are in the works as a trade. But like, they've come into a lot of these games with a clear game plan, but once that falls to pieces, they don't really seem to have too much to go to. And I think, that's just a learning curve that they'll have to learn to overcome. But you look at Nutty, they've done a similar grind, right? Like, they were in a very similar position to this Dynasty roster all but a season, maybe 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
And they've sort of climbed this mountain a little bit. They've made a few changes along the way and picked up some really promising players. Obviously, Mr. Shark, Clover, Super, some really promising talent. But yeah, I feel as though if these guys fall to Dynasty, it would be a bit of a disappointment for them because they should be making that trajectory upward.
Yeah, I think, like, Nutty, I would be super excited about them as a team if they were, like, a team that was practicing super hard and was, like, putting in the effort to where, like, if I know they're going into playoffs, they might even be good for, like, an upset or two over a better team. I personally don't think that they are, but I think they're more than good enough to be able to take out Dynasty in a match like this. I think the individuals are just a little bit better, a little bit more experienced. Like I said, Dynasty, this is like their first time in ANZ Champs. This is a make or break match. Whereas Nutty, you've already seen them make playoffs of other domestic events. You've already seen them win make or break matches, and you've already seen them play enough best of 3s domestically to back them. And, we've all covered enough season of domestic Counter-Strike to know that the new team loses here.
Yeah, and I think there's also the discussion that we were having maybe toward the start of this season around it probably being the season for Nutty. Like, they've had a little while to kind of get rolling, and if they don't get it going here, if they don't make it to playoffs here, it's kind of like, all right, well,
the thing
maybe
is,
that's a little bit disappointing.
I think they've hit the ceiling of what they can do with little practice.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that the trajectory would continue if they were putting a lot of more effort in.
All right, let's jump into the DF fan vote. Obviously, we want to hear from you guys at home. You can let us know with your predictions using your channel points. Our predictions as well are ready to fire up. So what are they going to be today? I know I personally have gone the way of Nutty. I mean, I know you've been a fan of Dynasty in the past, Pilsky, but hard to put them over Nutty here.
Yeah, Mac is trolling a little bit. He's down on 21. Dion is trying to be nice to all of us. He's so far ahead in predictions that he's going to try and predict Dynasty. And honestly, I thought about it as well. But the reason why I don't predict Dynasty in a game like this is watching both of these two teams last match. You watch Dynasty play Eliminators and you watch Nutty play Warriors, and I think that equals a win for Nutty in this game.
Does the map pool make any difference? I see Nutty, Mirage straight away for Nutty.
I mean, ban for Nuke because that was the pick from Dynasty. Dynasty is going to ban Dust 2 over Mirage. I think they must be confident on Mirage because I think that's actually a mistake. I view Mirage as a much stronger map for Nutty than Dust 2 is.
They play a lot of Mirage.
Yeah, Vertigo pick from Dynasty. It looked okay against the boys on Eliminators. They got 12 rounds. I think that was the map. They got 12 rounds. It wasn't Nuke, right?
Yeah, they persisted a lot with Vertigo, regardless of who they played. Like they even coming up against like Encore, for example, they've actually picked Vertigo as well. So it's a pretty confident map for them.
I don't mind the approach. I think Nutty though have played a little bit of Vertigo with the core of this roster over multiple seasons. They're going to get that CT side start. I think Dynasty, you really need to see them get something, manufacture something out of this T side, as opposed to starting CT to be doing something there. And then we finish things off on Inferno, which we just saw Mr. Shark had a hell of a game. It's been a decent map for Nutty for a while. Look, it's not undoable, for Dynasty, but they need to play so much better individually than they've been playing to be able to win this series in my mind.
The only thing I will say for Dynasty is that they have been a team that has surprised us this season. So maybe they can do it again.
Yep, I would agree with that. I'm hoping for the same. I want Dynasty to win this series. I think the cynical caster of domestic CS in me has seen this kind of matchup unfold over multiple seasons in the past, and that's why I predict the way that I predict. But yeah, I definitely want to see teams like Dynasty succeed. I want to see them continue an upward trajectory, because I think that it is good to see teams like that win for the hope of our region. See this upcoming talent given more and more opportunities, but we'll see what happens.
Indeed we will, as we head on to Mirage for map 1 of the series. Jim, I think Dynasty obviously going to be against a tough opponent. They are the underdogs coming into this matchup. I think there's no surprise, no question about that. But what has been impressive to me about Dynasty is that I would say almost every match they've gone into this season of ANZ Champs, they have been in the underdog position. So
yeah,
they've been able to win 2 of them. Who's to say they can't win a third? We will have to wait and see.
Certainly are one of those teams that you never really quite write them off as we undress this round, and Pilsky at the same time.
Who needs to know about what's happening in the studio but us? What happens in the studio stays in the studio.
It's true.
Fingers well, however. That one ended. And it's Dynasty to start on the CT side. So, look, we'll see what they can do in this pistol. I think it's going to be important for them to get that one off on the right foot. And you've already got Pocket playing confidently with a bit of a push down mid. We'll have to take that one-on-one against Mega, who's got the P250 in hand.
Does have armor as well, so it's going to be a bit of a tank as far as it's concerned. But there's mid control now being contested. Pocket just looking for that high line. Well, mid connector is very vulnerable at the moment for Nutty to take. And that's going to be the direction they're heading now. Pocket doesn't want to get picked here. Needs to be careful, although he just keeps on re-aggressing. They've got passage into A. The bomb is yet to make it up mid connector, but it is only a matter of time before they try and take that bomb towards a site that they've definitely got a lot of territory in.
Yeah, I mean, AWorks, he does have that defuse kit, but there's no smoke, so there's not going to be a smoke defuse at all in this round for Dynasty. Losing a player as well. Pretty quick smart does make this look a little bit more untenable for them. Thought maybe there's a world where this goes close, you have it down to a defuse, that kit can come into play, but unfortunately I'm just not really feeling that anymore after all of these frags have gone the way of Nutty. We're unfortunately not really going to be able to get enough done here. So, pistol round will go the way of Nutty, and the series starts off with a fairly confident one for them. Good signs. Starting with a pistol round win. You're on T side, you're on Mirage, which is massive comfort territory for Nutty Gaming. We've seen some really good maps from them on Mirage, so expecting this to be a pretty solid first map for them. I think once we get deeper in the series, that's where I'm sort of like, all right, maybe that's where the world opens up a little bit for Dynasty.
Yeah, it won't be until maybe Vertigo that we start to see the better side of Dynasty, but for the moment, they're just on that full eco. There's pretty much just a single flash invested, maybe a flash out mid here to contest top of Catwalk, but they've got to get past that AK, and the Galil or Clover is just going to mince them. Absolutely, with that triple. That's it. Pretty quickly and cleanly rounded up. Very simple eco strategy from Dynasty, but I'll be honest, it wasn't world-changing or game-breaking. They're going to buy into this round, though. 2M4A1S, or 3, sorry, and the rest just getting the job done. But I'm not liking the lack of depth and utility here, or the lack of kits. So if it goes to that post-plant scenario, right, chances start to dwindle for Dynasty.
Yeah. No head armor for Tri Plus. Could potentially come into play as well with the Galil and the Mac 10. Going to be taking some potential early contact against Clover as well, so that really does start to increase the chances of that coming into play. Won't be a problem though, as he seems to have won that duel quite comfortably. No shots even connecting from Clover or from Mega. Dynasty looking really good in this round. A little bit of aggression has caught Nutty off guard, but Mr. Shark has got an angle and he's waiting patiently. Triplus goes down. That's a good spray. Does bring it back to 3-on-4. Still a numbers deficit for Nutty, but playable now at least.
A lot of Nutties early round there just banking on the 1v1s. And you lose 2 of those and quite quickly you're down to a 3-on-5 deficit. They do pull that one back, but now they've got to try and take as much territory as possible with the player disadvantage. Smoke connector makes things difficult for Super. He's certainly going to just wait things out. Also wait for Mr. Shark. Maybe pivot to a boost in window. They can't get through mid-connector. Or alternatively, just chew up that extra bit of time Velocity, he's got that oversight in Palace, but no picks on offer. Just pockets sitting in Sandwich. It will pop out, no doubt, when the time is right.
Well, there it is. It's always going to be a difficult one to negotiate for Nutty when they lost players like that early, but I would have loved an opening frag onto the A-bomb site to at least maybe trade into the site. There's a good shot from Mr. Shark. It's been a decent round from him individually, and Super also steps up. He's been good in the clutches in the past, Mr. Shark. He needs to get the bomb down. He will be able to do that, though. Ryu coming in from Connector, and how has this fallen apart for Dynasty? I mean, if they don't win this round, Jim, they're going to struggle to win rounds at all on Mirage. So this is a huge one for Ryu to clutch up. He has managed to make that cross at Palms, but Mr. Shark doesn't find the timing. The mere fact, though, that that comes down to a 1v1 is already a bad sign for Dynasty. Nutty can take a lot away from that round, even though they've lost it.
Mr. Shark was in the zone there too. Already on the 3K, looking for the fourth. Just happened to hyper-focus on Stairs, so...
Well, he hadn't expected him to cross that quickly,
No.
had he? Didn't hear him, apparently.
But it does set up Nutty to really punish the city economy in the later rounds here, taking such heavy losses. And to be honest, Dynasty, not super convincing thus far in this match. But I mean, I think the Dare fan vote actually is a very interesting flip, because that is a lot on the back of Dynasty. A lot of points being put down there.
Yeah, I think particularly given the fact that we've gone toward Mirage as the first map, like I could see this potentially on a map of Dynasty's choice. But I've always thought Mirage and Dust 2 as well have kind of been home ground territory for Nutty. I mean, that may be because, as we've said, they're not a team that tends to have a lot of practice, so they go towards these kinds of maps. But
I was about to say, I feel like I've seen that in almost every series.
Every series, they're playing either Mirage or Dust 2, ideally both. They'll have a little bit of Inferno in there every now and then as well, but maybe a lot of Dynasty fans in the chat. I'm just having a bit of a look. Someone's put 27,500 points on Dynasty, which is, I think, swung the vote quite substantially, because there are actually more total voters for Nutty, just that their investment hasn't been quite as heavy.
Yeah, they're just not banking on it as hard. Are they really fans of Nutty, though, would you argue, if they're not putting that many points on them?
Well, the thing is, I think with a team like Nutty...
Hang on. Mega's actually in a room and no longer in a disco bar.
That's true.
That's a little bit plain.
I feel like I've seen this room before, though.
He's gone backwards.
He's been there before.
He fell off.
What is that ball? Is that a ball or is it an orange? Or is it a mandarin?
Well, apparently it's a stress ball.
No, I'm not buying it.
He doesn't look like a man who's stressed, though.
Apparently he was throwing it around yesterday.
Right. Well, do you know why?
I'm going to go with
He's been
orange.
taken out of his playing environment.
That's true.
Had to...
He likes orange too, doesn't he? He's got an orange class.
Nutty is orange, like the
Nutty's orange
team
colored.
colours.
Yep.
True.
What were we talking about before the orange ball?
Super's got an orange door. I really love orange. Well, I mean, that's
Don't
that's
do it.
an obvious one.
Don't do it, Jim.
That's an obvious one.
Oh, dear.
Seems that they've got some sort of team arrangement. Yeah, he liked that.
I mean, Dynasty's orange colours as well.
That's true. That's
so,
true.
just the orange matchup.
It is. It's orange and black versus orange and black. Maybe orange is the new black.
Maybe.
There's a dare taped to the wall
There is.
there. I like that from Clover.
Maybe it's because the production team kept blanking out his posters. and now he wants them to not blank it out.
Yeah.
So he's like, here.
Product placement.
I'll put a dare up. Now you can't blank it out.
Do you know what? That's called high-level bargaining.
It's like bribery.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's worked, clearly. Triplus, though, he's gone the opposite way. He doesn't want anybody to
there's
know.
a dog! Oh, did you see that?
Was that a...
It looked like a poodle.
Little poodle, yeah.
There it is again. Hello.
Dog cam, please.
I feel like we may have seen that dog on an interview with Triplus and asked what its name was, but I cannot remember it.
Clearly we paid attention.
Well, I mean, look, to be honest, there's actually a lot of dogs in ANZ Champs. We've had quite a few on the broadcast. We've even had chickens or something. Kangaroos? I don't know. Something like that.
Oh, that's not a good
pain.
way to go down early.
No,
Change
especially
of
after
pace.
a little bit of a break. Pocket! He's going to try and save it and has done so. He's got the bomb too, Jim. So this actually gets a little bit more difficult for Nutty, but it doesn't look like they're going to slow down. Super very quick up into the window and, well, won't get across without a fight here against Cox. He actually loses that one. Pocket's on the push too. So this is a great salvage from Dynasty.
Yeah, Mega's taking a heap of damage as well. So what started as a fast round and looked like Nutty were really going to put the acid on them has fallen apart. Pocket perfectly saves Dynasty.
Mega would love a bit more damage here, but he is, unbeknownst to the fact that there is someone sitting under Balk. That someone is A-Works. Dynasty, I think they've avoided a bit of disaster in that round. Pocket's come up really big, especially with this push in the mid. That's ballsy play from him.
Yeah, it's a big risk to take, actually, but it pays off because Mr. Sharks just posted up on a line there, trying to punish the short push, who he thought would inevitably come to the rescue of Pocket, maybe mid-connector. Not to be the case, but back onto pistols for Nutty. And just spreading themselves thinly across the map to try and make something work. They've got numbers here in B halls, though, so after Mega shows presence towards the A ramp, oh, that grenade's just going to tickle a few members of Nutty. And Ryu needs to be careful, doesn't want to be overwhelmed here, but at least he has Coxie in support. So if there is big trouble in B, could soon be quelled, but creeping on in.
Amos, not exactly the weapon you might be wanting, but Ryu is able to put it to good use so far. Not exactly the explosion that we would have been hoping for from Nutty in this round.
It's looking a
Stuck in
little
apps.
weak.
And that's well handled in the end by Coxie too. So, good salvage, good save actually from Dynasty. This round was looking like it might actually start to snowball out of control.
Oh, I've got that shirt.
Have you?
Yeah.
I think I've seen you wearing it actually.
It's true. I've worn it on broadcast.
Maybe Triplus is just a big Jim Nesso fan. He
I
wanted
would
to wear
urge
the
him
same
to
shirt as
never meet his hero.
you. They say don't meet your heroes.
Oh, that's the advice I've been given and will give. Nice and mobile setup coming out of Nutty. No AWP onto Mr. Shark, though, and a very distinct lack of utility too. So, again, just hoping that they can move, find some timing, and act on some quick calls here, Nutty. Now, nice handy mid-connector smoke there for Pocket. Provides him with some cover, but going to get a bit cheeky and try and pick over the top of it. He is in tradable potential. What? Who's underneath him? Velocity.
I was going to say, how's he survived for so long there? But Velocity, he's actually gone one better. He's bided his time inside that smoke. Popped up, found the double. Once again, Dynasty have to play from two-man deficit. And in response to that, obviously, Jim, they're going to try to get aggressive. They're going to try to get a bit of info. Put Triplus on a bit of a cheeky line. Velocity cannot get past Ryu, but it's still not going to equalize the numbers enough.
Well, I was going to say...
B's open.
It looks like they're going to go towards B, but there was a moment there where if they continue to press towards A, they may have actually lost the bomb down towards A ramp. But regardless, Clovers, they're going to make the rotation so difficult. Now they know where that AWP is. They're definitely committing towards this B side.
Well, 3v3 on the B side. Not sure that Nutty will be too disappointed by that. Obviously, with a 2-for-0 start to the round, they would have liked a bit more firmer odds. But end of the day, you can definitely hold on to this side. And there is even a world where Dynasty just decides, we're not going to go for it. Time's too far gone. Save all these guns to the next round.
Just respecting the CT economy too.
I mean, there's a lot of grenades even saved by Ryu, so there's that added to the mix.
Yeah, and I think, you know, even that being said, though, both Coxie and Pocket can probably buy themselves in the next round. So, A-Works will definitely be chucking a gun over. Should be nice and easy. Coxie be the recipient of that. And, yeah, look, another round. They live to fight the incoming Nutty players with plenty of util, plenty of weaponry as well. But this is Velocity. His 2 kills pretty much turned it around on their head. Look at that. Pocket gets super aggressive. It is a bit of a risk with it versus reward scenario for him. He could have potentially got away with the kill onto Mega, I think, in underpass there. Maybe gone 1-for-1, but great work from Velocity to just open that round up and close it in the same breath.
What is the adaptation from Dynasty? They need to be stemming the bleeding early in these rounds. It's been the big problem for them. The late rounds, the mid rounds have been okay, but losing players early, having to play out numbers deficits has not been fun.
Look at how much pressure Nutty keep putting on mid connector. And you can't play there forever if you are on the CT side. Like, eventually you're going to lose duels. Eventually you're going to lose position. That's exactly what's happened. They've been pushed out of mid connector. So that gives such territory to Nutty to be able to work with.
TriPlus able to just duck his head down there, keeps himself alive, and Pocket once again doing great work in connector, in and around. Velocity tried to challenge. This time he lost it. I expect that is going to be a duel we'll see many times over the course of this half.
Just contact play out A ramp. Got that player in the ladder. Hopefully trying to cut the rotation out, but he's got to make his move towards A. He hasn't made any contact just yet. Here we go. Mega on the first. Does open up onto TriPlus.
Does he expect a second player, particularly an AWPer, from a similar position? That peek's going to come through, and it's caught Clover. Mr. Shark able to trade, but not ready for the swing of Pocket. And so, effective trades, actually, for Dynasty. I mean, Nutty has to do some scrambling to get this bomb plant down, if they can even do that at all. Good couple of taps from Super. Opens the round back on up. It's 2-on-2. Super's on a big wrap through T-Spawn. Mega, obviously going to be the focus of fire right now. That was a great opportunity up over the top of the boxes, but did not land the shot with the AWP. Now he's just going to try to buy time for Super to ultimately be the one to walk away with the clutch here.
Still not sure where Super is until right now.
Yeah.
So this is just playing right into the hands of Nutty. And
no. Oh, Pocket. I mean, he had a chance there, definitely, but the shots just didn't hit, did they?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's how it happens.
One hand in his pocket.
Can't be a highlight reel every time.
The other hand holding up a peace sign. Just didn't get to seal the deal there. A-Works is looking dangerous. Once that mid-connector presence is eliminated, things look better for Dynasty, but end up being a little bit flashy there from Mega. CT Economy runs a little bit deeper though this time, so dangerous game being played. A-Works more than willing to try and take that peak though, so I'm actually keen for that contest, Mr. Shark versus A-Works. Two AWPers that I'd probably put on a very similar pedestal.
Well, Nazi, it seems once again, are going to turn their attention toward mid. And in turn, they'll have a look into connector. With a different approach this time. Not actually pushing their way into connector, and certainly not investing a huge amount of utility in that area of the map, but maybe they've lulled Dynasty into a false sense of security here on short. Coxie, though, doesn't seem to have any of those problems. Keep an eye on the jump up.
Nutty very much love working this middle of the map, whether it's putting someone in mid-connector, putting someone in ladder room or window. It's a very key piece of the map for them.
Velocity once again just working short, drawing some of that attention away from apartments, and that's when the strike comes through from Nutty. Good coordination and cohesion. And they're into B. This time without really too much of a problem. Pocket's just got a Deagle to work with, and TriPlus trying to hold on to that AWP, but I don't know, the money's probably not that good for Nutty that they're going to really want to send a whole lot of members to chase.
Don't think it's worth the push for them, but Pocket will be able to say about an M4. So the City Economy is looking pretty worse for wear, but at least they're going to have some options in the next round with that M4 and the AWP. There's a late push from Velocity. And only he and Mr. Shark really have the money to be able to go for this, so If they do manage to take a weapon out of the hands of Dynasty, fantastic, but if not, it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, Velocity, you've absolutely robbed A-Works there.
Pain on the face of Coxie.
That is pain, with a capital P. Okay, just some pistols forced in here from Dynasty, where they're going to send the weapons. There's pretty much, okay, bit of a split. Nothing fancy here. Don't mind sending numbers with the AWP, but that is one way to lose it very quickly.
Now, Mr. Shark looks like he wants to get up to some funny business as well. And he's probably bitten off a little more than he can chew there. Does need to be salvaged a little by Super, which is not seeming to be an issue. Velocity around this corner, though. Walks into a Deagle headshot. Oh, Super playing with fire as well. Super's sort of dragging Nutty, kicking and screaming through this round a little bit. But in the meanwhile, Mega's been able to walk his way onto A, and he'll call the bomb to rotate back across. Completely cuts off the rotation in CT spawn. So it's on to Super to clean a couple up, and great shot onto A-Works, but it's not going to save him from Pocket.
And now Pocket, he's in the fight of his life here at the moment. So short is probably the best recourse of action. We'll upgrade to the AK, and well, Clover's not careful. He's not going to cross, but if he decided to, would have given his position away and potentially opened himself up to being killed on that cross. So, and Mega, easy enough for him, was creeping up through market the entire time, and Pocket unawares as to the possibility there. So no need for the stress ball just yet for Nutty. And looking far better here. Dynasty, though, really have lacked some potency. Obviously, in that round, they didn't have a lot to work with. Just the M4 and the AWP. But now that they have the full ensemble here, they really need to start to get a wriggle on and get more of these rounds. Nutty, again, just going to continue to press mid. This is a bit better, though. It's contested this time.
Oh, he works very lucky to be alive there. 17 HP. A couple of stray bullets, and he's done so. Coxie spotted the player up con. Might have commed that over to Pocket. Either way, Pocket's been pretty consistent in winning those duels in connector. Now it falls to Mr. Shark and Super to once again get the job done. Both have been pretty good on this map so far. I'd say the two standouts for Nutty.
Problem is they're split across the map, and the bomb's all the way at the top mid.
I mean, end of the day, it just requires 1v1 wins, doesn't it? And multiple of them.
Yeah. Super can fashion something towards B here. Just starts to open up the map for Mr. Shark, and that is going to be potential here. If he gets Coxie as well.
Has he
knows.
Pinocchio'd him? Oh, the spray just wasn't quite there. Mr. Shark with the Glock. Gonna be able to trade down, but oh man, that what that could have been had that spray into short connected.
Yeah, that just opens up a whole section of the map for Nutty to run rampant in. And even then, they don't have to commit to the speed bomb site. They can continue to push, play with the rotation a little bit, but it's Dynasty that pull one back. Mega does get a buy-in. Gets dropped that AK. So Dynasty needs to start to string rounds together. Has struggled a little bit with putting rounds together, but tell you what, it has been the AWPers that have been opening up these rounds. I'm liking this contest so far. Both A-Works and Mr. Shark getting involved for their respective teams. This is the kind of Mirage battle you want to see. You don't want to see a dominant AWPer. You want to see two going head-to-head, providing openings for both of their two teams. It just keeps things, honestly, on a round-to-round basis, very exciting.
Well, speaking of exciting, this one's going to be actually quite a big one for Nutty. Their money is starting to deplete. If they do lose it here, Dynasty with a good chance of getting back into the half. Did look for a moment like Nutty would be able to run away with things, but Dynasty have worked really hard to bring that back, and they're on the teetering point of actually securing that. Unfortunately, though, that may not work out till Ryu lines up too. Mega and Clover just didn't hit their shots, and Ryu certainly did. Now Super picks the pace up in the apartments and is eventually left alone. Spotted out now as well, so the spam's going to come through that smoke. It won't matter. Pocket's got it done. 5 rounds on the board for Dynasty. And a good recovery again in that round after losing the opening player.
Yeah, Ryu picks up 2, but I dare say the 2 players at short. They just tripped up over each other, and they both ran into the same line. Nice and easy for Ryu, though. Just holding that M4A1S and getting the job done. So it is a small reset there for Nutty. To be honest, it was a swing round for both of those 2 teams. As Dynasty weren't looking too great either, and they've managed to keep players alive. So question is, can they deal with what Nutty throw at them? They have changed the pace a few times, and Dynasty haven't looked so settled about it. Deep grenade. Oh,
good nade. Good spam as well. The kitchen.
Getting done like that. Soup don't cook in the kitchen.
Where does it cook then?
Exactly.
Mysteries of the world.
Just a campsite mystery. Nice little offline there, but Mega just jiggling until he folds.
It's a very reserved round, actually, considering.
Yeah, they've got nothing to work with in terms of utility here, Nutty, so they're just trying to make things work with the picks, and honestly, Dynasty are playing some very passive lines, so you know, they're not trying to be heroic about it. Triplus, though. Nice triple for him.
Yeah, that looks like a bit more of an aim prac kind of round than anything else. Just take a couple of shots, peek again, take a couple of shots, peek again, etc. Continue. Dog in the background. Once again, there's a person there too, but sure, that's less of a factor.
Yeah, no. Like, unfortunately, the dog's being blurred out, so I don't know.
dog
I don't
cam.
know what this censorship is.
You want dog cam?
Very aesthetically pleasing room, though.
Everyone go message Triplus on Twitter or something.
Yeah, please unblur.
Unblur the cam. We want to see dog. 6-6. Half still hanging in the balance. Could go either way, but you know what? I feel like is a bit of a thing with Nutty. 8-7 halves. Seen a lot of them.
Yep. Iconic duos. Nothing really on offer for Nutty in mid, but again, just what we're seeing. Heavy presence towards mid, taking control of connector, trying to put pressure on short now. They remove Coxie from the equation. But it just gives them a bit of space to work in the rest of the map. However, this time though, they're distinctly lacking in presence towards either A or B. So in recognition of this, Mr. Shark is going to head towards the B halls. A works as easy as you like on the A ramp or on the mid connector. Finds a pick. Been quite instrumental for them actually, A works.
Nutty, once again, slow the round down. Really do like to play slowly in the mid-rounds today.
Don't know if it's working in their favour this time.
I mean, I think that part of the issue is a lot of the time that they have played fast, it's bounced back in their face. And a lot of the time as well, they've been losing opening players, so that makes it hard to play fast as well. Super big wrap, and the timing will favour him. Ryu turns off of the line. It won't matter, but even still, the position unknown. How's he gone down there? Pocket. That is insane. Clover's gotten the trade, but it's only enough to put it into a 1-on-2. Orb out. Doesn't matter. A-Works gives up the 1v1. And now it's on to Triplus. Hopefully that aim prac round has helped him out because he's going to need it here.
Yeah,
Clover is hitting everything.
He's not going to move from this position either.
It's a great position to play from as well, isn't it?
He's changed his line, but it should still work.
It actually might work out even better. This will be a tough one to clear for Triplus. Clover's in the perfect spot to spray that bomb. He knows Triplus has moved off. He spotted that. He knows exactly where he is, just playing that timer. And now the engage will come through. Big round win for Nutty and a huge clutch for Clover.
That is a massive round for them in terms of getting something back on the board, but more importantly, it's at the business end of the half, and it's really important now for Dynasty that they do not lose any rounds from here. Otherwise, it can quickly turn into a 9-6 deficit and leave them with nothing in the tank as they head into the final round. So, Mach 10 on velocity. Like, despite winning the round, they're still looking pretty poor at the moment, Nutty. A lot of damage done to both teams' economy. That's a great way to eat up a grenade, but again, we see Nutty just showing heavy presence towards the middle of the map.
Velocity, he is really trying to make something happen, isn't he? Got into connector. It's a nice win, but doesn't he be a little bit careful with his positioning here because Pocket's liable to spam back through that smoke, and there you have it. Trade hasn't come yet from Clover, but he'll creep on the line, and now Pocket's in a bit of trouble. Spam again! Ooh. And Clover's won that duel.
Only just.
Yeah, Pocket. He's been a real linchpin for Dynasty in mid.
Been a pocket rocket, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Volley onto short. It's going to allow Nutty to cross safely, except Airworks watching under the smoke with the AWP is going to get a bit of work done as well.
Free AK for Mega there, but again, just Dynasty really have backed off towards mid. Oh, you can't pick Airworks like that.
No. That is a bold choice.
Oh.
And it's gone back in the other direction as well for Dynasty, so for all the hard work that Nutty did in the previous round, the big clutch through from Clover, it's not really going to be enough to give them the advantage in this half. 7 apiece is secured. Again, you talk about it, 8-7 halves. Nutty Gaming specialty. And in this case, it looks like that half is going to go against them. Buying this round's not going to be so great. Excellent shooting from Airworks in this round too.
Yeah. Looked really solid on that AWP, and honestly, makes a big difference on a map like Mirage if you've got someone able to lock down the mid to late round with that AWP. But in all honesty, a lot of his contribution has come in that early round in the form of opening picks. So, been a very key player for them. We see Nutty now trying to vary things up a little bit, show some Palace presence. Velocity, once again, I feel like he's been on the Mach 10 for like the entire half. But he's going to try and push his way through mid-connector. Didn't have a high enough sensitivity to clear that out. Try plus though. He's going to have some resistance coming through Palace. Got to make this work.
They do have a molly. It's not going to be invested to get rid of Triplus, and Airworks once again is there to help out. Pocket as well, peeking through. This A defense has been so solid, and first half does just favor Dynasty. How much of a favor is it going to be, and is it enough to get them to win in the map? I suppose we shall wait and see, but decent contest so far.
At your weakest.
And fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. And you can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요?
Fancy mac and cheese? Max, my God!
Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure. You went to McDonald's without me? Wow. I mean, you could have asked. Sorry. Can't eat an apology.
Here we go, right back into the second half. We are pumped up and ready to go. Just like Ryu, who is certainly not chilling out and lounging. I don't know where he is, but it looks mighty windy.
Easy breezy.
Is that going to be a problem in the second half? You know, stirs up a bit of the pollen in the air. Makes him start sneezing.
Ooh. That would be a bit of a fiasco, wouldn't it?
Indeed. But look, not a bad start to the series for Dynasty, I gotta say. I think them going toe-to-toe with Nutty on Nutty's map choice is not a bad shout. Now, however, they move on to the T side. This is, I think, where the job gets a little bit more difficult. See what they've got. What's the game plan?
Window smoke. B it is. Mr. Shark gets boosted on with the Julies, and he gets binked and removed instantly. B is pressured.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely wrecked, and Velocity is going to go down as well. Clover, Super, Mega. The last three alive for Nutty, but these are not the kind of situations you like to find yourself in. Run this 100 times, and how many do you walk away with a win? Maybe 10, 15, if you're the CT side. But Super opening the account does make it look doable. And if Mega's going to hit shots, well, maybe this is going to be the 1 in 10 for Nutty. AWorks and TriPlus now just trying to play the timer, and AWorks might just have done enough with that pick. It gives TriPlus the ability to play. The knife comes out. The shots are not connecting. But Jim, it does not matter. Time has run away from Nutty.
I'm not worried.
And Dynasty will win the round.
Once upon a time, someone told me...
Don't bloody worry,
No,
Jim.
not friggin' worry about it.
Don't friggin' worry about it, mate.
And I wasn't.
Good.
Oof. Mega's made this so much closer than it needed to be.
You'd be mad to lose it from there.
No force, or is? Yep, force coming out from Nutty. And to be honest, Nutty go for these kinds of forces. So, not surprising to see. More surprising to see Super stick it out with this this scout. Mr. Shark maybe, but AWorks has got a scout of his own, so just waiting out CT aggression. Getting very aggressive on this round though, Nutty. Looking to try and take some territory in Palace.
Oh, well, that Deagle doesn't even get to fire a shot. Pocket, Pika's advantage, makes it work. Plus, did he spot the player in ladder room?
He definitely did, but he already knew he was there.
All right. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained for Nutty in that instance. Looks like we're heading our way back toward A.
Yeah, very, very safe play from Dynasty. Just left Coxie in underpass. Honestly, that's about it. Doesn't want to give up his weapon though, Coxie. He's got that AK. That's a big prize. They can take that away. The scout's doing some damage though. Mr. Shark's proving difficult to deal with. And taking a bit of damage on entry to this site.
Yeah, but with that said, Dynasty slowly and surely are working their way in. Clover and Velocity. I don't really think they have much of a chance of getting this one done for the CT side.
One there for Clover. Maybe a second on offer, but he's not going to recover from that flash. And that is going to be a nice, easily well-worked round for Dynasty. So, investment from Nutty must cease in this round if they are to have a gun round in the next. Wonder if they're going to vary things a little bit. Maybe see a site stack or something like that. Obviously, as we were alluding to in the pre-game, that these guys don't really have a whole lot to go with in terms of like set strategy in practice. Honestly, just some optimized defaults at best. So we can see something out of them on this sort of round. A lot of this stuff will be called on the fly.
Just pistols in this one for Nutty, so you're going to have to wait patiently for this second half to really kick off. I mean, the pain of losing that kind of a pistol, especially in that fashion, just makes this job so much more difficult. We know that Nutty's an accomplished team on this map, but every round that starts to build up for Dynasty here, you're thinking, okay, actually, they are in a position to win this series. Definitely could make it happen. Looks like it's going to plant safely, so no real chance that Super's going to be able to deny that. But Mega's popped a couple of heads in CT spawn. Been really good with this USP, and he might go for even more. Oh!
Oh, what?
What is he doing with this USP in the last couple of rounds? The pistol round was insane, and now he's picked up 2 from CT. He got the bink onto Triplus as well, I think, and so...
Yeah. Oh, man.
It's starting to come together a little more for Nutty than it ought to have. Mega's on 4 HP, but you back him to get another kill here. AK in hand. Give the guy a USP.
Yeah, his fatal error was actually switching out for the AK, so... Oh, that... To be honest, I was wondering, did Coxie even have head armor at this point where he gets taken out, right? Like just... Oh, he does. Yeah, okay. There's so much blood involved in that. Look at that. He's just... Bink, 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 bink. Mega's just like... Basically got a laser attached to it. This is more of the quintessential round now for Nutty. But Dynasty, they're lining up in droves on this A ramp, ready to execute on the site. So heavy presence towards mid, but that should easily shuffle towards this A site. But it's just contact play and a simple smoke set over towards jungle.
This is the one that has to come together for Nutty. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to bring back, and that's a great turn from Coxie. Bomb's going to go down quickly for Triplus. Get that timer working in their favor. Nade's taken a bit of HP off of Triplus, but end of the day, Dynasty are well set up to defend against this retake.
Good util. Just going to hamper proceedings here for Nutty.
Yeah, not much counter util either for the CT side, right? They can't flash themselves into the bomb site, so they're just going to have to smoke up a couple of angles and try to win their aim duels. And unfortunately, Jim, that is not at all what is happening for
It's got to go.
Nutty at the moment. So I think they just have to go back over to the B bomb site and try to save.
Yeah, Clover's there to stick around, do some damage, but in all honesty, that round was over as soon as they got into that A bomb site.
It's not looking good for Nutty here, I'm going to be honest.
No, Dynasty have come to play. And that round was just super simple. Let Nutty go through their protocols, let them try and take heavy control of mid, stack themselves up on this A site, and just go for it, contact play. As I said, just a set of jungle smokes was enough to get them into the site. That way everybody can focus on the A ramp. And that's Nutty's, I guess, site defense worked out. Pressure they had to succumb to. Bit of aggression coming out there from Nutty this time. And Velocity could get caught here.
Oh, very nearly does. Lucky to get away with his life. Super will not have such a luxury. And I do genuinely think that if Dynasty wins this map, they are capable of 2-0ing this series.
I mean, with Vertigo on the plate next, it's a very real prospect.
Exactly. Mirage has been somewhat of a stronghold for Nutty, and if that is broken, that's where the possibility really opens up for Dynasty. I didn't give them much of a chance on this. I said in that pre-show, if it was going to be a Dynasty win, it would come toward the back end. It would come on maps 2 and 3. But they're putting themselves in pole position to win map 1.
I was going to say, there wasn't really early signs of life from Dynasty on this map. They've since been able to overcome that, shake off those first round blues, and now they put Nutty under pressure here. Mega could turn things on its head, though.
It's a duel to win for Coxie. Might end up having to just be a trade scenario, but in the end, Mega doesn't connect the headshot, and so doesn't get that instant kill. Mr. Shark with the AWP now is in a bit of trouble. That cross has come through, flashes as well. He's going to pop a flash out back onto the bomb site just to try and delay Dynasty, but they've got a lot of util to work with here, and so they're going to get their way back into that bomb site. Another trade. That's favorable enough for Dynasty.
They chew up as much of the time as possible. In the end, they get the bomb plant down, and look at this. Nutty all retaking from CT ramp. It was never going to work.
Yeah, this is pretty dire straits now for Nutty, unfortunately. 13-7. Losing around, maybe just saving the AWP. Be enough to get a buy through next. But it's putting your back against the wall, that's for sure. Not many opportunities left to work with. And to be honest, the way that Dynasty have gone about this T side, it hasn't looked like they are getting lucky or this is just sort of haphazard or anything like that. They've been using their time well. They've been methodical. They look like the better team in this matchup. So there's no reason to imagine they shouldn't be able to close this out.
That's the thing too. We're seeing a bit of contact play. A few set executes. Honestly, very few set executes without contact play first. So it's just a simple set of entry smokes. And rolling off the back of that, Dynasty have been able to just forge themselves quite a few rounds on this T side. Remember, this was an 8-7 half. Right? Like, Dynasty have been the ones very much in control.
Mega on the push once again, but Dynasty just going to contact play their way into ramp. That's big. Mega needed to hit two. Excellent flash from Super, and Mega does the rest. So Dynasty, now they're going to have to be the ones to dig deep. It's been a while since they've had to play from a deficit.
At the very least, making this an expensive round for Nutty is on the agenda. Really struggle with their economy here, Nutty, and I think if, you know, it could be something that potentially drives a nail into the coffin. We'll be putting this economy on the back foot. But Mega, it's been a real live wire in this round, and Mr. Shark also eyes on that A ramp. He's going to strike again.
Oh, I'll keep getting away with this, surely. Rocket's wondering, what do I do now? 22-10 for the map. Flash himself out, but end of the day, Mega has had a round, I think we'll call that.
Yeah. That's the kind of round that they need to keep on producing, though. And I think...
Yeah, a couple more.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the way that Dynasty have been playing, opportunities like that haven't been plentiful. So what did Dynasty do in the adjustment? I mean, we're starting to get into the territory, too, where Dynasty's money isn't exactly, you know, strawberry fields forever. Maybe a taste of their own medicine here for Nutty. Similar sort of round coming out. Presence towards mid connector. Pressure. Super's going to get pressed off that line as well. Clover's there at short. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get isolated. A lot of damage being done to the players who are trying to face in middle. Even Ryan's just started to put some damage on the velocity. Oh, that's so close.
Super has a little bit of a peek over the smoke again. One goes the way of Nutty at the start of the round this time. So it's going to unsettle Dynasty a little bit. They would have felt this map was within their grasp, but the last 3 minutes of gameplay have started to pull it back a little bit.
Yeah, that is a very deep thrown smoke from... oh, Pocket, hello.
What?
Mid-connector smoke thrown from B-Halls. And so that's given time for the rotation to come through. It's kept a player around mid-connector as well, more importantly. Now Mega's just waiting out something to come through mid-connector.
Oh, Mr. Shark waiting for something at A main, and it's not going to work out in his favor. Misses the shot, is punished for it. Down to 8 HP,
oh,
and that has allowed Pocket to scale into the site. And Pocket is a dangerous man right now. 24-11. And Dynasty have cracked open the site. They can get the bomb plant down safe as well. Planted for connector.
Oh, man, this line is so dirty for Pocket. There we go. He strikes again.
He's hitting everything.
And he's wide peaked and swung. That is a massive round for Pocket.
It's a huge map from Pocket. 26 and 11. I know we've already hit the 30 bomb for the EPOS deal in the last map that we watched, but Pocket might be about to do it again.
He's been hitting the DMs.
Maybe only got a couple of rounds to do it in though, so needs a couple of kills around.
Yeah, look, I mean, if Dynasty start heading the way they've been heading, and keep heading that way, I don't think you'll get to 30 just based on there not being enough rounds. But
yeah.
Already Mr. Shark's gone down, so A-Works is struck.
And Super
mid-connector
is pushed away from the window as well by the molly. The smoke, though, putting it out, actually does leave a bit of a gap here for him to work with. Dare say A-Works is still watching it and waiting for it. And it's ended up being a bait. It's the Poison Chalice.
It's the Valorant strat.
What, miss you two?
No, the Poison Chalice.
I'm missing the reference.
I don't think there was a reference that was not so glaringly obvious.
All right, well, Mega, he's probably going to have to be the one to do it again. Does get a good shot to start things off on a Coxie, but can't deny the bomb plan. Has found Triplus, though. That brings it back to 3-on-3, but timer is now working in the favor of Dynasty. A-Works won't land the shot, and now he is really in a spot of bother. Ryu elsewhere has picked up one, maintains control of connector, but bomb's not planted for him. Pocket, though, has found the 2 kills, the round he needs. 2 more to go for the 30 bomb, and I reckon if he gets 2 more next round, that's probably the map too.
Yeah.
The way he's been hitting impact frags.
A-Works has just opened up that round so nicely for them. The Pocket is just the one putting the finishing touches on.
Yep.
Looking in the goods here. I don't know, I feel like Nutty may be a little bit deflated after that. So it's really important for them to be able to keep their heads high. Oh, Mega's gone for this push here, and it actually might work because A-Works has got util out, but he's in 2 minds, you can tell. A lot of information coming. And the comms are clouded.
Velocity goes down as well. I mean, this is the nail in the coffin, really, for the half, isn't it? Nutty have not really done much beyond finding 1 round in this second half. They came into the 8-7 deficit, and they got up to 8. But are they going to be able to salvage this, Jim? 2-on-3, it's the B bomb site. You're losing players. There's util everywhere. Pocket's hitting the 30 bomb. Mega's hitting great shots at the moment, but it won't matter. A-Works has that on lock, and that is the first map done and dusted. It's a big one to pick up for Dynasty, and they are now 1 map away from the ANZ Champs playoffs.
Hey, look, menu bomb.
This is an elimination game. You can't buy a Negev, Matt.
Not elimination yet, Pilly. It's
Isn't
still
it?
map
I thought it
1.
was 1 too.
It's still map 1.
Oh, that's
next map still
Oh,
elimination.
1400. They're broke, Matt.
What was that noise?
Huh?
Blah, blah,
Blah, blah, blah. My name's Mac. It's dumb shit.
That was the best impression of me yet.
So divine, hope I see you again, hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine, hope I see you again, hope I see you again. You're looking so good, make me wanna know you. Feeling the groove and I got to show you. Come back, better come back.
Sky is the limit every day I reach. They was tired of me winning, now they dead sleep. Don't want to see me with the ring, you better play D. Nigga, God did his thing when he made me. With the odds stacked against me, I could crack the Vinci.
Fate only binds you if you let it. Do what is necessary. Not because it is written.
Huh? Well, nature is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tonight at 7, 6 o'clock. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. You can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
Don't play me, baby. I could take your heart, but I'm not one to steal. Even though I know you know I like cheap thrills. Let's just call it quits, come on, let's make a deal. Don't play me, baby. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our times. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. Wanna run with walls, baby, now you're gonna learn. Cause it's a brand new day, put some respect on the girls and gays and days. You know you only won cause we never got to play. What's up with your face, you good? Okay. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our terms. Don't drop the ball if it's on our turf. If you whistle at a wolf, better know you're gonna learn. Step up to the plate, you're fair game. Speak up, babe, what did you say? Drop the front cause I what's your name? Said drop the front cause I what's your name? Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line.
I'm taking back the reins. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. POV, wishing you were me now, me now. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. For me now, me now. Doing things for me, for me, for me, for me. Dancing on my own, embracing every feeling, switching up the tone, I'm breaking a new ceiling. TLC, I'm doing things for me now. TLC, I'm doing things for me now, me now. I'm doing everything for me. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Like a daddy on me, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Feels hard like the man them. If you don't understand, yeah, I kill it like a. Clean it up like a dish then, let it sink in. I'ma kill it like a. Boys and cook, what you thinking? You know bitches are better in the kitchen. And I'm on it and I won't stop it like they're in a bobbit. I chop it until I'm on top. On me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. Like a daddy I mean, got galley on me for free like she likes. Real baddies on me, fat batty on me for free like she likes. On topper, like Michelle Obama. Like a one word of murder, take your girl and turn her onto A. All the shit that I witness, still handle my business like cake. And I'm on it and I won't stop it like they're in a bobbit. I chop it until I'm on top.
Dynasty has done it once again, and this time against Nutty on Nutty's own map choice. I know HLTV will tell you something else. I know it'll tell you Dynasty chose that map, but I have the straight facts. And the facts are that was the map choice of Nutty. But hey, you would be surprised after having watched it, because that very much did look like it was right up the alley of Dynasty. And, well, they're off to a very commanding lead. No short thanks to Pocket for a nice 30 bomb right on the back end there.
Yeah, putting the bookend on what was a pretty good map for him. To be honest, it was a lot of the early round going credit to A-Works, who was opening things up for them, particularly on that CT side with quite a few solid picks. But honestly, Pocket, time and time again, was finding, you know, those multi-kill rounds in the mid to late round as well, just sort of stepping up on that T side, looking super dangerous. And it really did give a lot of space for the other members of Dynasty to start to come into the round as well. So, like, right from the get-go, he's picked up a double. And, this sort of set the tone for his entire map. And I think, you know, if we can get another good map out of him just like this, it's probably going to be bye-byes for Nutty, because, to be honest, it felt as though even some of their better performance were just a little bit too flat on Mirage, which is normally a playground for these guys.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a crazy result, quite honestly, because, you know, to kind of set the scene and set the context, the only game of Mirage in the last 3 months Dynasty have played was a 16-1 loss to Rooster. And they just got destroyed by Eliminators, who, when Nutty plays a good Mirage, that's a good boy / girl, won't assume the dog's gender, but it's good dog.
Good dog.
Look, what was I saying? Yeah, they just got smashed by Eliminators, right?
Yep.
And Nutty, when they were playing good Mirage, they 16-6'd that XDG, or when they were DGG, they 16-6'd the core of that roster on this map. So to see Dynasty let it through the veto, intentionally ban Dust 2 and say, yeah, we're fine with playing Mirage, and then come out with a dominant game like this was very impressive, and it was exactly what I wanted to see from them. You know, that's a result that convinces me. This is where they need to go onto their map pick, and they need to make sure they get it done clean and they get it done in a impressive fashion. Don't have any issues closing out here because not only, like you said, was Pocket on point, but the rest of the boys played a good game around him and played solidly, and they played fundamentally sound CS. The calling looked really, really good. And I think it's been a while that Nutty has needed to, you know, be put in a position where, like I said, they can't just keep rolling through with no practice. They can't just be inconsistent. They need to step up to a better level, and they're not just going to be allowed to bruise through the playoffs, and that's what I wanted to see.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you as well, and I think also it's going to be quite important for Dynasty, if they are going to be that team to make it through to the playoffs, to actually go in with some confidence, you know, not just scrape over the line. They have a really good opportunity here to get it done 2-0, basically lock in and say, yep, we deserve to be here. We can maybe take a couple of scalps in playoffs as well, because their goal, ultimately, remember we talked to them at the start of the season, was to just make playoffs. But now, if they make playoffs, they do it in a 2-0 fashion. The goal might start to become, hey, maybe let's try to knock a team out of playoffs. Let's try to go a little bit deeper, see where we can go from there. Obviously, that's going to be a tough ask. There's a lot of good teams already in playoffs, but the way Dynasty is playing at the moment, you know, if they can take it to a better team, who's to say they can't get it over the line? And I think at the moment, that's kind of what they're doing. Obviously, what we're seeing kind of proven, though, is that maybe Nutty is not the better team. Maybe today Dynasty is the better team. And moving on to Vertigo, Jim, you have to guess that probably is going to be the case.
I think Pilsky, did you not agree with something there?
No, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, I was going to say, Vertigo is a very solid map pick for Dynasty. However, when it doesn't go their way and the strategy isn't working, they get very stubborn in trying to just run with the game plan that they've got, and that's where they can sort of fall on their sword a little bit. So I'm a little bit worried for them if that's the trend that they continue to try and push, if they continue to try and make strategy work that isn't necessarily working for them. They need to have some more gears in their gearbox. They need to have a few more feathers in their cap. Hopefully they've had time to be able to do that and get themselves, I guess, a better chance here. But I mean, this is the kind of opposition you want to really cement yourself on a map like Vertigo against, and of course secure potentially your position in the ANZ Champs playoffs.
Well, let's see what they've got for us on Vertigo. All signs at this point should be headed in the direction of a Dynasty win. It's your own map choice. You've won your opponent's map pretty comfortably. You've got one of your key players performing well. Everyone across the board is having an impact. So can it possibly go wrong here on Vertigo?
Yes, 100%. I think Dynasty, the reason why I predicted against them is that, you know, they are this new team. They are this team that doesn't have as much experience, which means they are liable to choke in a pressure game like this. They definitely didn't impress me in their game against the Eliminators, but to come through in the first map of this series and defeat Nutty quite convincingly on their map pick, their best map historically, is definitely a statement. And I'm hoping they're going to roll through with the confidence into their own map pick of Vertigo here, but they've got to kick it off on this T side. And Nutty, you know, they're no strangers to playing this map, and they're going to be able to kind of, you know, vibe on the CT side, work their way into the game. Dynasty taking some ramp control here.
Already a big rotation coming from the CT side. Nutty are just calling the audible and making their way over to A. They have left Velocity as a bit of an anchor to watch mid, watch B, but got essentially 4 defenders on A. No funny business, no grenades, no util, nothing like that for Nutty apart from the defuse kit on Velocity right now.
They're trying to bait out the double nade, but Nutty didn't invest in any utility here. They have dropped the dualies, single kit. Mr. Shark trying to kill Coxie as he pops his head back up from planting, but not given the opportunity to.
Indeed. Bit of a spam through here. Isn't going to be too successful. Pocket just posted back on the line. Won't have as much success to start off Vertigo as what he did on Mirage, but still, time is of the essence here, and the play is favoring Dynasty for the moment. They need more heads. Defuse again, the tap is there, but TriPlus doing so much work, and alongside AWorks might just be able to win this one. It's a 2-on-1 now for Velocity, and it surely can't go his way. The reloads,
He's got a kit.
What's going on?
He's got a kit.
I don't think he gets there in time,
Oh,
Pilsky.
he's just missed it. That's nice from Dynasty. Closing out the XVX. He's missed it by a tiny bit.
Jeez, that is painful. I mean, I almost think Dynasty got to the point where they were like, we're just going to hide. But they didn't do a very good job of it.
No. That's big. I mean, AWorks has been pretty nice for this Dynasty roster. I actually think that, you know, if AWorks is playing good, he's already impressed me with some of the AWP shots he's been able to hit. Seems reasonably consistent. And then Pocket obviously putting in a lot of work. I think the rest of the core is kind of what let them down for the most part against the Eliminators. So that's where, you know, you need to see some of these other boys be a little bit more consistent, at least being able to, like, put in, you know, some decent performances. Because they have got the good structure. And maybe that's going to be good enough to, you know, put Nutty down in this series. So Tico looking pretty good for them. They've just kicked off that B execute. Right, you're going to be sent in, but it's a 3-man stack in CT. At least sending the Mac 10 in there is a bit of a kind of money man situation. Not going to be the biggest issue to be losing that.
Yeah, you wouldn't really want to be seeing any of these other guns dropping for Dynasty, and Triplus has probably bitten off a little more than he could chew there. Again, it is only a Galil, so probably excusable, acceptable to take 3 guns through here, considering you're taking all the AKs as Dynasty.
Yeah. I think they're feeling confident.
Yeah, it seems like it.
And that's a really good thing. They need to keep playing like that, you know. Even when they're playing against, like, some of the better teams, they need to keep trying to play like that. Because against the Eliminators, it really was apparent that they didn't have that self-belief. We had some really quiet individual performances from some of the players, and that's what really worried me coming into a matchup like this. But it seems like they've got it together, and they're playing a lot better today. I'm going to flash Mr. Shark off the line. Velocity on the off angle. Mega's got the opening pick onto Pocket in the meanwhile, so things have started well. That T-side player getting taken out of middle. Triplus is the lurker over here towards Scaff, while the rest of the players were working B stairs, but they're going to go and join up with him now.
Yeah, Triplus looks to have found that timing coming out the smoke, but what more can he do? Ryu unable to win the duel against Velocity. Next aim duel must go the way of Dynasty if they're to win this round.
Yeah.
Got a player still at sandbags, that's Clover. Doesn't have a smoke.
They're going to molly it out. That's nice. Can he take one with him, though? No, he gets isolated. He gets picked off. Smoke onto the right side of the site here is going to allow Triplus to come up close here. They've got a flash if they want to send him in.
Super might want to go in, though, as well through that smoke. He looks like he wants to try to get aggressive here. Bomb plant surely going to be denied, and the trade is not quite there. Dynasty just have one too few members to really cover the side off as they would like to.
Nice. Really good retake on in here for Nutty. 2 guns taken away by Dynasty, but with no plant. They've unfortunately taken enough economic damage to where they're in a weird position. Their money's all over the place. Would it be a bad time for attack early on here? 1400 on Pocket means that he's double eco, whereas the rest of the team really isn't as much. I think Nutty, it's a good example of them kind of backing themselves individually. Super, again, is a player who I know could, if he's feeling himself, take over this game. Oh, this is really weird. Dynasty, Pocket's force ball because he was double eco and the rest of them are saving. Oh, that's a really nice timing. Mega goes down in middle. Against the pistols, you can't be caught in a position like that.
Yeah, well, just hold the press. You thought it was a force buy and a mistake, but maybe Dynasty can make something of it unless Mr. Shark just activates.
Yeah, you have Velocity as well, who is deep on stairs. Super, able to take out Pocket. So really nice recovery there after losing the initial pick there from Nutty. You can see the individuals starting to warm up. They were so quiet individually, Nutty on Mirage, which was very uncharacteristic, to be honest.
I think the only one that really was putting anything on the board of substance was Mega.
Yeah, I think Mega and Clover. Clover had a clutch or two as well.
Clover did have a decent clutch, yeah.
Yeah. Which, you know, those are not the players you look towards as a win condition for Nutty. You know, Mr. Shark and Super need to put up the majority of the numbers. Velocity, you want to see him have those entry kills, those impact rounds. Here's the buy here for Dynasty. It is very light on util. They've gotten up ramp, though. They really need to leverage this ramp control into a round win.
Well, they haven't drawn that extra rotator across, but Mr. Shark is quite deep on the mid line.
Yeah, they're anticipating a re-aggro from the CTs. You know, they're waiting for that ramp walk or the pop flash on the line, and they want to try and punish that if it comes out. And in fact, that would kind of favor them a little bit more. They don't really have the the utility to throw a convincing execute here, so they kind of want the CTs to walk into them.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen at the moment. Little bit of a group up towards Scaff's side. That's where the push is going to come from. And Triplus, he needs to go big here. Can't actually land the shots onto Clover. Having a little bit of trouble in this aim duel. It's really just a dance around the pillar. But it's kind of giving the game away. Nutty, they sent an extra player over toward B, but now you've got the rotations coming back across. Ooh, Pocket once again with that Tech 9 is coming up big, and they should allow a bomb plant down. Dynasty, there's only 30 seconds. They need to get something done. Bomb is still making its way through Scaff, and well, Nutty have made a big rotation. Smoke has faded. Timing is all off for Dynasty.
Yeah. Oh, Triplus trying to dig them out of a bad situation, scaling straight up onto the site behind the smoke, but that's where you can't come through secret to recover that bomb. This is just so disjointed for Dynasty.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. That was a communication breakdown and a half. It was a good entry onto Super, but from there, like, what were they doing? They were like wrapping Secret. It seemed like they were convinced there was still a player on towards Secret side who had left ages ago, and they spent a good 20 seconds going in, clearing out Secret, realizing the CT was completely gone, and then by then their smoke had completely dissipated on the A site.
Back to square one now for Dynasty. Money starting to look good for Nutty, and a good round win here for them. Would only aid in that process.
Nice.
That said, Pistols
Hold
doing
on.
damage again. Dynasty, what is this? They've just pulled it out of nowhere. Mr. Shark pegs one back with the AWP. Bomb plant can go down. Ryu should just about be able to get it on the floor, but he's not going to be able to move.
Even if he dies, like, that's job done. Plant's gone down. It's really onto the hero rifle to get it done. He's going to get bangs through the box.
Triplus has an M4 and a grenade. He really softens up Mr. Shark. These pistols now start to look deadlier and deadlier. Smokes down on the bomb, spam through. Come on, get your knife out. The right
He got
click. It went through. Velocity down. And it's on to Cox. He has a Tech 9 in hand. Mr. Shark's 1 HP. And that's going to be enough.
Mega's off it.
Mega should still win it. Time
I think
just
he's
about
just got
favors
it.
him.
They took way too much damage economically there, though. Nutty, that was... I don't even know what happened. You had, like, a bunch of Ts run straight up ramp. You had old mate holding Secret. Literally, the other CT player sitting up behind Tetris with his Coxie in his hand. Not watching anything. There's no way. How has Clover let all of those boys... Or I don't know if it was Clover or Super, but someone has let all the boys run straight up ramp behind the site without a word being said.
Mega's going to try to get aggressive.
He's done this already. This is the second time he's trying to go take this duel. Wow, he is really playing with confidence. Like, this is just no respect being shown. Now he's got an excellent timing to go in for the flank here.
Velocity is going to have to toss that Smokey out to dissipate the molly. Ryu will take the challenge, does well.
Where's Mega?
Clover got caught.
Hello. Oh, it's beautiful. Mr. Shark kills the player on towards Scaff as well. And Dynasty were thinking, let's go for the boost. Let's try and get ourselves an entry on B. At least the bomb is on that side of the smoke, so they can maybe get something done here. But what a play from Mega. The balls for him to just take that mid-fight, regardless of the utility being thrown at him, go in for the flank. The whole round was falling apart if he hadn't made that play. It's still good, though, to be fair. These Ts walking into B, there's not a soul in sight right now.
Yep, they're going to get a bomb plant. They have 2 smokes. That's it.
Couple of flashes on the retake. Could be big here for Nutty. We are really convinced that maybe they've dropped a bomb or something. They're kind of stacked up on A. They're now starting to make inroads and moves towards middle. And as that smoke goes down, they'll be convinced that that's going to be the play.
Well, Pocket just going to set himself up by Gen.
Oh, that's a big shot for him to win.
Critical indeed. 4 HP. If he can even go 1-for-1, which he now, of course, has done, that's worth its weight in gold. Sets up Pocket for the clutch if necessary. Mr. Shark and Mega to try to bring this one back into the favor of Nutty. Time starting to run down. Pocket out of the picture. But Ryu, 4 HP clutch.
That was his first 4 kills of the whole game. What a round for it.
Those are 4 impactful kills indeed. They lined up.
Oh my lord. This play from Mega was absolutely massive. Mr. Shark gets that kill, and Ryu 4 HP, basically 1v3s on the site because Pocket got 1 bead.
Yep.
Tack timeout here for the T's. Need to cool things down. You're definitely recognizing how big of a win that is. After the round where with the pistols, you've just taken so many guns away from the CT side, and then you win a gun round like that with a massive impact play. And not only does that make such a big impact in terms of, you know, the technical things, we talk about the economy, we talk about putting rounds on the board and the momentum on your T side, but just the emotional aspect of winning a round like that you thought you're down and out. You get flanked by Mega. You know, the CTs just make this big play that completely outread you. It can be so demoralizing to lose to a round like that. But when one of your players comes up massive with a 4K on the B set like that, it completely turns the tail of a game. And it could actually, that could be a game-winning play.
That could be a playoffs clinching play for Dynasty. Still too early to tell. But if they do manage to make this a 2-0, we'll go back to that round and say maybe that's where it started.
For sure, they would have been broke. Now they've put Nutty on double eco, some of these players. Like Super's got 1400. That was so impactful, Jordan. That was massive impact. You don't see rounds that are that impactful that often.
Well, slow and steady wins the race here for Dynasty, but they really need to ensure they get through this round, and the challenge just continues to come through on scaffolding. They are running into the firing squad. It's getting a little problematic. AWP shots are missing. You can't choke this round.
Oh, they've lost it. They've lost that round.
That's
horrible
unreal.
News. That is unreal. This game is an absolute roller coaster. I literally feel like, you know, as Dynasty, I've gone up to the top of the slope, and then it's just a death drop straight afterwards. They lose to a full eco.
They've climbed
So
Mount
much
Everest,
pain.
and just as they got to the top, a storm started. They couldn't get to see the view.
Now they're dead.
And they died.
They're on eco. Now's the chance for Nutty to build up their money. That whole narrative that was building up is crumbling apart. Velocity pushed off the line. Dynasty trying to set themselves up for a B-side exit here. There's 2 riflers ready to go.
Well, Ryu's going to get up close and personal, but it's not going to work out for him. Tech9 this time not able to connect. Foxy wants it. Bomb is committed to B. That's a good tap. They're going to need a bit more like that. And Coxie, he wants to go through this smoke. If he does,
look at
he's a dead
Triplus.
man.
Look at Triplus right now. In their spawn. But everyone's died. They just needed to buy a little bit more time. He had the big flank, the big wrap around. Oh, that's a nice 1D. Well, give us one more. Give us one more. Take the guns away from the CTs. Imagine if that gen shot hit Clover on the off angle. Is going to be a little bit too good, but that is great damage from Dynasty.
Good shots from Triplus. I mean,
I almost want to see that from Super's POV. Like, what did he see?
It almost makes amends for the last round. Not quite.
No. Look, this is the swing round, though. 8,400 for Mr. Shark. Where does this guy make his money? He's investing in some stonks I don't know about. Dude, Velocity is just playing hyper confident. Mega as well. They are just sending it. Unfortunately, Clover gets isolated. Man advantage for Dynasty now. Super trying to bring it back. Gets taken out by Triplus as well. This man is on a mission. Velocity trying to go for the big flank. There's no way you should be caking that as Ryu. That's given them maybe an inroads to get back into this round here. Aggression through Secret from Mr. Shark as well.
Oh, his angle isn't quite right, and the flick doesn't connect either. He's not dead yet. The nade. Oh, I don't know if that's going to get him, but Coxie just diving through the smoke will.
Oh, where you going, Pocket? You're on 4 HP, brother. Relax. Let's not give him a 1v4 angle. They're getting a little bit carried away.
Well, I'm not going to say it's impossible for Velocity because this map has already shown anything is possible.
Oh, they're swinging off Coxie's contact. Not even needed. Coxie is playing a hell of a game right now. It must be said. And he, as well as like Ryu and I think TriPlus, were some of the players that they really weren't having much impact. Individually, they just were not stacking up in the server up against XDGG. So good to see them playing with a little bit more confidence. And look, they've put themselves in a winning position yet again. They dug themselves a hole, they dug themselves out of it, and then they dug themselves another hole. But now they've dug themselves out of it again, Jordan. Now they just need to not lose to a buy with 3 pistols, a single A1S, and an M4, and an AWP rather. But Mega still playing with confidence. Aggressors through mid, 1Deeks Pocket, who is, I feel like getting absolutely slapped this game.
Yeah.
In a lot of these opening duels.
Gone from the highest highs to the lowest lows.
Oh,
And Mr.
boy.
Shark here onto Coxie.
Every time you say they're favoured, this looks like a good buy. It doesn't go well for them. TriPlus going to bring it back. He cops a dink. Still a man advantage here for Nutty. Can they recover some rifles? They need to try to, you know, adventure into middle.
Mega's looking.
He's just worried that they might be guarding the rifles. Nutty are all over the place right now. Like, they're dropping a smoke on B. They don't know what's clean and what's dirty. Dynasty are going to regress into this A side of the map. Mr. Shark's looking for contact. Clover's literally camping his AWP right now.
Oh, this is not it. The
What
shot!
What's the AWP done 42 damage for?
Just collided through something. And that's pain for TriPlus because he would have thought he's getting that kill every day of the week. And A-Works,
That's connected.
Again, another collat through the wall.
2 bullets. Reload your gun, mate. You're making me nervous.
2 bullets, 2 kills. Easy clap. 30 bullets, 30 kills. How about that for A-Works?
Oh, Epos deal?
0.
Oh, boy. It's no. You can see it on
Yeah.
their faces. Like, they know.
Yeah.
That was the round. They keep missing the
Well,
bus.
The thing is, that wasn't the round. That's like the third of the round. That's the problem.
They've missed the trade 3 times.
Yeah.
They're like, don't worry, another one comes in 15 minutes. I'm going to go grab a coffee.
Actually, I
missed it.
think what it's more like is, you know, I live in a suburb where you can take the ferry to the city.
Yeah.
So you go and then you miss the ferry and you're like, that's all right. I'll just walk to the train station instead. And then you miss the train.
and then you miss the bus.
Then you jump on Uber and you're like, well, you know, I'll just get an Uber. But then it's surge pricing and you don't do that either. And then you
that
just
wasn't-
end up staying at home.
That wasn't legal. Fully blind.
I think
Flick
this
one
first
tap.
half really hasn't been legal, to be honest. Dynasty, we're going to really get to see the depths of their mental fortitude now. If they can come back from this, then they do deserve to be in the playoffs. But
Yes, Jordan. I agree. I agree.
well and truly in control.
Nutty are playing much better as well, and Nutty are getting themselves some confidence. Like, I talk about emotional swing rounds that make a big difference. Nutty are winning a lot of those, and Nutty are probably grinning. Nutty are making these big balls plays. Like, Velocity is just beefing stairs. Mega is fighting mid by himself. They just don't care. Mr. Shark's having a game. Like, this is the Nutty win condition. This is the series I expected to see.
A-Works, can he bring back some of that Mirage form? Look, maybe we can't count our chickens before they hatch. Maybe we have to see what Dynasty have got for us on the CT side as well.
Yeah, for sure. But they can't get 11 forward. We need to see him chip 1 or 2 more rounds on in there. Because Nutty are playing much better this game. Like, credit to Dynasty. They smashed them on Mirage, but let's be real. I haven't seen Nutty play a stinker of a game like that for a while. Contact. Ramp. It's a setup, though. Again, Mr. Shark finds the opener. He's taken over. Clover, parting at the girder, giving it a kiss, feeling its cold embrace on his lips. Okay, A-Works has cleared him out. I thought he was going to double multi-frag there. Super. Oh my god, speaking of it.
Yeah, and Mr. Shark just re-aggresses on Scaff.
Yeah. This, I mean, they are getting, this is like firepower diff, you know? That's what's happening right now.
You mean it's like when Australia played France this morning in the World Cup?
I love football.
Did you watch that?
I love football.
Yeah? You want to know the score?
I think France had 3 baguettes.
They had 4 baguettes.
4 baguettes.
And Australia only
That's a lot
got
of baguettes.
1 snag on the Barbie.
What happened to the... what was that ragdoll? Excuse me? What is that movement from Velocity?
The Nutty Space Program. I wonder
Where's he off
I wonder
to?
if we have a replay of that.
Who's that ragdoll? I want to see it in slow-mo, please.
It was Spider-Man.
Please, can
Look,
I see the ragdoll?
It's attack timeout. It's the perfect time, guys.
Perfect time. Can I see the ragdoll? Hello. Please. I don't ask for much.
Australia only got...
Boing. Where's he going? Where's he going?
Lol?
That doesn't make sense. That's not what would happen.
No, I don't think so. It looks like he just got hit by a car or something.
It looks like he got, like, karate kicked from above.
Boff. I feel like Dynasty have kind of been karate kicked in this half, actually.
Yeah. I feel like they've been kicked in the nuts and they're, like, trying to get up, but that it's not happening. Unfortunately. And I don't think, like, I'm not sure if Nutty would have been able to do this kind of dominance on the T side. So I actually feel like Nutty probably is the team that needs, like, an 11-4 to probably win Vertigo most of the time.
Looks like that might be what they're going to get, but who knows? Maybe a late half resurgence here from Dynasty. Gonna have to hit some good entries, and that is exactly it.
That's just a perfect call.
Don't count your chickens before they hatch, though, Pilski. Mega's going to go jumping in off the back of his own flashes. He's trying to make the hero play. And it hasn't worked this time.
No, you got to save, mate. That's the perfect call from Dynasty, though. Like I said, Velocity has been playing big balls on B. You've been trying to play, like, the A ramp control game, this whole map. And, like, oh, I'm going to go take control here. And then, like, Nutty's been, like, 3-man setup on ramp every time. And Velocity's had full stairs control. Or he's just been playing solo B. And finally, Dynasty are like, wait. They're, like, doing the mental math. They're like, wait, Mega's in mid. Super Clover and Mr. Shark are on A. That leaves 5 minus 4 is 1. There's only 1 on B. Genius calling.
Quick maths.
Genius IGL. Attack timeout. They want 1 more.
My question to you is 1 more.
They've used 3 out of 4 in the first half, buddy.
A respectable total.
Yes, it's a very nice total. It's a game-winning total.
9-6.
I think so.
For Dynasty.
Yeah, it depends on pistol, obviously.
Hmm.
But, like, I feel like Nutty... I have seen some very questionable T sides from Nutty. CT side, I'm like, Nutty is the GOAT. Like, they would just run over any team if they're feeling it. They're playing with confidence, making the individual plays. The boys are running out. The Mr. Shark's running around with the ult. Nutty on T side, I'm like, yeah, this is not as good, usually.
See.
We've got a flashbang party on the ground.
Well, big round coming up then.
They're trying to do the ramp control again. Double mid aggression from Nutty. Right on up there. Super and Clover. Need to be careful here. Molly is going to push pocket back. Super Cop's a nade. Look at this mid aggression though. Like the flank's already ensuing. Again.
But surely at this point, Dynasty are aware of that possibility. Ryu has been tasked with watching it. Mega's not going to get away with it for free this time.
You sure?
I'd like to think so.
Have you heard of this thing called timing, Jordan?
No shot.
No?
No.
Look at this aggression in the meanwhile. Yeah,
oh,
look.
Dear.
You think, okay, so I'm going to explain it in a minute because Mega's still going. Like, he's found another flash on the ground. He's thrown that. Hold on.
Ooh.
Pocket. Pocket from the side.
He's going to have to do it again. It's Pocket.
He's only got 3 bullets.
And a dream. He's got a smoke as well. So that'll at least allow him to retrieve the bomb. But where he goes with that will remain to be seen.
He's found another smoke on the ground, mate. Thank you.
What's the play here? Try to isolate some 1v1s. Another smoke to go down. He'll peek in front of it, but it won't matter. You can explain it to me in the second half, Pilski.
No worries.
Because that's the first half done and dusted. Double digits were secured in the end. Is it enough for Dynasty to close out the series, or does Nutty go through to a third? We will find out after this.
Ain't no surprise I get this traffic. See him lining up, I don't worry. There's no competition for me. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. You could try, won't get it right, 'cause ain't nobody love me like I do.
Stop, you cute. You got charisma and a body to boot. I aim and I shoot. With just one hand, I got it into the hoop. You know I can't lie. I want a woman like you by my side. With nothing to hide. You're my life and you're my joy and my pride. I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, what can I do? You got my head and my heart in a noose. There's no breaking loose. My baby girl, I'm in love with you. Say you are my home. Show me the things you know. I won't ever go, 'cause you are my baby. I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. We can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you out and bring you home. And show you things you never know. And we can do a little dance with the alcohol. If you call me baby, I take you
All right, well, back into the second half. Pilski, what do you reckon? 10-5. You told me 9-6 would be good for Dynasty.
Yeah, could go either way, mate. You
Could
know?
go either way. Pistol very important.
Yeah, pistol less important.
Okay.
Like pistol very important for Nutty. Like Nutty could just win if they win the pistol.
I see.
If Dynasty win the pistol, then anything can go on. You know, whatever happens, happens.
Words to live by.
And remember that thing about timing?
Yep.
So when you're holding the flank, and then a flash comes in from the CTs, and your teammates start dying, and the teammates are calling ramp, it breaks your concentration.
Really?
And then you get peeked by Mega, and then you die. Anyway, look at this. A-Works. That's a goosh through the box, and he's out of there. See you later.
Needs a little bit more of that. Ryu actually has a nade here to play with as well, so if he tosses that straight into mid, that's going to be a lot of damage.
Triplus got a nade too.
Yeah, but I think they're just waiting for the bomb plant, if anything else. Maybe the nades aren't even going to be required. You can take them through the next round, unless you die holding all of them. Either way, 3-on-1, Mr. Shark probably doesn't get it done from here.
Oh, boy. I love how Triplus was shooting in the side, and then he just got flick clock one-tapped, and all I saw was just a look of confusion on his face. I would love a replay of that.
You know
that
what?
Was the best.
I'll tell you in a second, because I'm going to watch Mr. Shark clutch first.
But don't you worry about it, Jim.
Don't you friggin' worry about it, Jim. There is going to be a chance, actually, for him to win this round. He's gone back to A. If he actually just books Ryu here, which he won't, so it doesn't matter.
Don't you worry about it, Jim.
I've very recently been playing a little bit of Warzone 2. Heard that one's a pretty cool game. And one of the best things in that game is proxy chat. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you kill a guy, it opens their mic for 5 to 10 seconds, and you can hear them.
Yeah, yeah.
They should add that in counter. That would be so
well,
funny.
maybe a matchmaking.
Could we just do that on the broadcast? You know, Just like open the dead player's mic for like 2 seconds.
Yeah. Well, I remember. Yeah, I remember that used to be a thing in like Call of Duty. Like normally. You know?
It's pretty funny.
Hmm. You know what else is funny? Playing anti-flash.
I was going to say Dynasty against Eco rounds.
Oh, I don't make jokes about that. It's too soon. Yikes.
Is it happening again?
Please, no.
I think that just about sums it up.
He's got an M4.
He's doing it sideways.
Oh, that's clean. Oh, it's a bit scratchy around the, you know, the cylindrical part.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. How's it going? Pocket's pushing.
Well, Super is watching it, but he's on 2 HP. No way.
Triple dink.
You're kidding me.
You're kidding? He didn't check that?
Purely, they cannot lose another one of these rounds.
They can.
Why?
What country are they from? Come on, Jordan. You know this one.
Dynastia.
Useless.
I was never very good at geography.
Yeah, you're geographically challenged.
That's right. Ryu.
What? How did he get dinked?
He's just getting
He
booked.
never deserved for wrecked. He was well positioned. Triplos is in pain. I can see
Yeah,
it.
he's in
Don't try to mask it.
mental pain
It's
right now.
okay. We're here for you.
Is it pain or is it anguish? I think it's the latter.
Use your anger.
He's dead.
Oh, they can't anti-eco.
They can't. They've lost like 4 of them.
It's lost them this map.
Well, it's not over yet, but it's looking like it might be soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Coxie.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The way this is playing out is literally the darkest timeline for Dynasty because there has been so many rounds where they could have taken control of this map and every single one of them's gone the way of Nutty. So, job's not yet done.
I'm a little worried as well because the boys that I need to be putting the frags on the board are getting a little quieter. We need pockets, aggressive rifling on the CT side. We need A-Works to be shooting people with the AWP.
Mm-hmm.
This is the force buy. And it hasn't started well. Try plus has become try minus. As he dies first. You know what I'm saying.
That's toxic, Pilsky. Or should I call you Pill Snowboard?
Oh. I don't know.
We're just making up random names, are we?
Yeah. Like Morton Jays.
Five, 7 doesn't quite have enough stopping power. Get rid of velocity. I think the wind has kind of gone out of the sails of Dynasty a little bit here.
Because they keep getting ecoed. Like nothing makes a man more depressed. No. I don't want to watch this anymore.
It's alright, it will be over soon. And then we'll be on to map 3. Which is...
It's coming back to... yeah, I think so.
It is Inferno.
Just double check for me,
It's
buddy.
right up there on the top right.
Whoa, graphics. Speaking of graphics, you can get 30% off today's deal. I believe it's an H6 Pro Open with a sound card.
Yes. An external sound card.
Yeah, you know what sucks about getting E-code is that you force buy after because you've got no money, and then you have a full USP E-code, and then after that you get a bad buy, and then after that you take a half buy, and then after that you get a full buy, and by that point you're down 14-6 and you want to neck yourself.
Unless you set up a totem pole, wait, watching the ramp, as Nutty slow walk their way up.
And this is the perfect
tap
angle
their
to watch
heads.
it all unfold.
Ooh. Molotov.
Ooh.
Not where it needs to be.
Blashy bashy.
He's going. He's gonna die. Oh, Velocity's dead.
Bye-bye.
Ha ha ha!
Ah, you've activated our trap card.
It's like that Solid Snake noise. Ding. But as a result of all that shenanigans, Nutty have just decided to go B. Good call.
Wait, where's the AK? Who's got the AK?
Nobody.
Guys, who's got the AK? Come on, stop playing games. Who's got it? That's so funny. Who's got the AK? Jordan? Where's the AK?
I'm not sure. Pocket? Go on and have a look for it? It's stuck. It must be stuck. Pocket's shooting at something. Can we see Pocket POV? Where is it?
Did it go under the... Oh, it's gone in the little crack.
Yeah, I think it's
For
hidden
sure.
somewhere.
Or under the crane.
I saw him shooting on
It's
the
got to
minimap.
go. It's got to have gone in the crack.
Ha! That's where it was all along.
We lost. They got some kills in the meanwhile, but yeah.
Yeah, but who cares about that?
Yeah, I know. I actually care more about the fact that it's gone in the little crack.
It's like that time the bomb got stuck at barbecue when Renegades was playing.
I think. Yes.
They just couldn't
Was
get
I
it out.
casting?
No, this was
No.
overseas, mate.
Oh.
You haven't cast overseas
No,
ever.
I think I watched this.
Yeah. It was like old Inferno when barbecue existed.
Look at Clover's dare placement, by the way.
Yeah, we talked about that. Me and Jim.
Who's Jim?
That's what I've been wondering.
Why
this
is he
whole time.
worrying?
Honestly, I reckon watching a game of Counter-Strike with that just playing is kind of a vibe.
Yeah, especially when you're getting ecoed every round.
Maybe. Maybe.
Here's some little bit of ramp control for Dynasty. Can I have my game sound back, please? Thank you.
You are so demanding. Just give him a second. They're getting to it, alright?
Oh no. That's not how you want your gun round to start, Jordan.
No. I think Dynasty would probably rather just...
Can we just go to the next
this map
please?
be over. Yeah.
Let's just go to Inferno.
Go to Inferno. Forget this ever happened.
Yeah, remember, Mega knows. Mega knows. He was doing this. This is his play. Come on. You can't do that. What's that AK? What skin is that? It looks like a red line with no red lines.
Haha, they did.
Oh, he thought he was going to switch to it. It's okay. We can watch the round. Coxie's on the flank. He's actually got a pretty nice timing here. He could win this round.
How about Clover?
Oh, Velocity saw something.
Yeah.
Clover, aka Sea Lover. He just loves the sea. You can interpret that however you'd like. As Nutty going to get themselves another round here.
Not sure what you're getting at.
Beautiful.
14-6.
Yikes.
Yikes indeed. Angry faces.
Mm.
But it's in the Nutty spawn.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
If
Maybe
it's upside down, it looks like a guy wearing a sombrero and he has a mustache.
It's you! It's literally you from earlier! Oh my god. MP9 4 spy. It's not good. It doesn't look good because it's not good. Triplus has gone on the same one way and he's dying. There you go. There's a kill for Pocket though.
Yeah, but I think it's too little too late at this stage in the game for Dynasty.
You don't think they can win? Oh.
Sadly, Kilski, I do not.
But they're 2-man advantage.
Alright. But they're 8 rounds disadvantage.
I'm talking about this round. I'm living in the moment.
suppose that's all Dynasty can do at this point too. Take it one round at a time.
Oh my god, everyone says that.
Yeah, I've got a lot of copycats.
Jordan Mays, famous IGL. Oh, see you later. That looked like it was quite uncomfortable. Might need to go to a Cairo.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Coxie's burned.
Coxie's just,
Not
he's
happy.
out. He just said, I'm out, I'm done.
Yeah, he said, I'm bringing on Inferno.
Let's go.
Fair enough.
He's already on the Inferno.
He's loaded. He's already aimbots right now.
Clover. Bit scary
This
for a
is
moment there.
spaghetti.
Mr. Shark can still win this.
Oh.
Oh, especially in the form that he is. Oh, that shot not quite going to connect, but another chance. He doesn't know. He's on your
Oh.
left.
There you go. Ryu's done it. And that's a great round to win for Nutty. Because they won it in the macro sense, Jordan. You know what I mean?
Yep.
One player surviving. Then the CTs are broke. They put their loss bonus to 2,400. They spend all their cash. And then Nutty, with $1 million, buys again. And then wins the next round. And then they're on map point. And then they win. Flip it and ship it. A-Works has got his first AWP of the game. It's just one of those games. Sometimes you just don't get to AWP.
Well, if they keep winning, he's going to have plenty of time to AWP. Because it's going to be a long road ahead for Dynasty. Triplus, again, tries to push down ramp.
That is really nice. Great flash from Mr. Shark. Velocity gets the entry. Triplus gets domed. Like, he's been playing the same angles over and over again. He's like trying to force the play. You need to mix it up.
A-Works is in trouble.
Oh, no.
Fire at the
They're
feet.
going to get reset.
AWP in front.
2,400 loss bonus. Oh, no.
Well, what do you even do at this stage?
Inferno.
Inferno sounding pretty good right now.
Win the knife round. Oh, I just didn't want to watch that aim duel, really. Hold on. No, never mind. Don't hold on. Hold off.
Coxie. 2 HP and a dream. Has no idea where either of those T
He's
players
got no
are.
kid, Jordan. He's got no clue. Yeah. That's revenge for the last round. More angry faces.
They're not angry faces.
Sombrero men.
Sombrero men.
Up. Straight through the scaff. Very nice. Map point. And you broke. Remember that $2,400? Well, all you can buy with that is a Scout and Armor or MP9 and Util. Or a pistol and Util. And that's no good. No good at all.
Oh, Nutty's just going to go quickly in toward the B bomb site. Pocket's going to have to do something special with the Scout to hold on. I think he's done enough to actually slow Nutty down.
Oh, another shot. Yeah, he stopped them from scaling out. That's pretty good. What are the T's going to do now?
Is it enough, though?
Oh, they're just going to keep going.
Yep. Don't see why Nutty would be afraid at this point in the game.
Oh, where's the flash from A-Works? I just want the pop flash. But obviously they don't know that the T's are standing right here.
One by one, the dominoes are falling. Ryu with the CZ would have needed to double down there to give them much of a chance.
Where's Coxie? He's on the big flank, I think.
Yep, he's going in through mid.
Oh,
Sorry.
that's the bomb.
I was talking about Clover.
It's the bomb. Molly onto Mr. Shark.
Yeah, but the problem is 45 seconds still. It's not going to be enough time pressure for Nutty, and they're not going to lose that map. So we are going to the full 6 tonight. Mega, very pleased with the proceedings as Nutty confirm map 3 in Series 2.
Hey, look, menu pong.
More serious music this time.
Like,
Pilsky, can you play
is
Doctor?
the answer A,
No.
B,
Maybe.
C, or D? And then this music plays.
Oh, what was the question again?
Didn't tell you.
Oh,
That makes it a bit harder, doesn't it?
Oh, do you know the answer?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna. Can I call a friend?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna call Elfish Guy.
Okay.
He's not in my recents because he's not my friend.
Okay.
But I do have his number.
Well, it's a little bit too late now, Mac. The time has run out and we're going back into the game.
I'm gonna call him anyway.
On this eco round. Phoning a friend. Okay.
Can you hear this?
Yep.
Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I found his fine ass was gone, think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you best to be mine. And just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
When you are at your weakest.
In fear and doubt, are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
Tonight at 7, 6 o'clock. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brown. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. You can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요?
Fancy mac and cheese? Nuggets? My God!
Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure. You went to McDonald's without me? could have asked. Sorry. Can't need an apology.
Always. You're always there for me. My love, it runs so deep for you, my friend. When times are going rough, you just lift me up, oh my friend. You're the one who understands. Never laugh at my big old plans. Told me I should chase my dreams and get right with my energy. Let me know what I can do. Every time I will elevate you. There's no distance that I wouldn't go. For you, my rolling stone. You always got my back. Yeah, you keep me right on track. Always, always. I'll be there when you need anything so you succeed. Always, always. You're always there for me. My love, it runs so deep for you, my friend. When times are going rough, you just lift me up, oh my friend. You're always there for me. My love, it runs so deep for you, my friend. When times are going rough, you just lift me up, oh my friend. I'm gonna be there.
Well, that didn't quite go to plan for Dynasty, and all those storylines we were setting up in the previous desk segment have kind of been smashed to pieces. Nutty right back on the horse, and Dynasty with a lot more work now to do heading into Inferno. That map was a fairly one-sided one, particularly the second half, and we are now equalized at 1 apiece. It means we're going the distance, Jim, and it also means Nutty have not been knocked out, and what it also means is it feels like maybe Dynasty have missed a bit of a trick here.
And it also means that they lost their map pick, their own map pick.
And it also means it's effectively a best of one. Wow. Facts. But in all honesty, I think Dynasty really... look, they had themselves set up in pole position, but they fumbled the bag.
What's wrong, Pilsky?
I got killed Pill Snowboard. Is that a
That's
Pilski?
what your name was.
Oh god, Jim Fizzo.
It's
Jim
because he's
Fizzo?
like a knee.
Oh,
but now he's
knee,
feet.
foot. Wouldn't it be foot, so? Jeez. Like, honestly.
Just getting
the crea-
abused by the producer
You
live
can
on
hear
air.
what we hear in our ears.
Yeah.
Like, walk a day in our feet, you know?
Look, at the end of the day, you can't lose against that many anti-ecos. You cannot get killed by pistols that many times. And, they won, like, the big round, and then they subsequently, the next round, lost the big round. And then Nutty started playing their game. Credit to Nutty. Nutty did not go down. They had a very, very dry game of Mirage, and I thought that they were going to wrap it up there. And they came into Vertigo, and they said, no, we're winning. And we're better, and all of them played like they were better.
This round.
Yeah,
this is where
round.
things just, like, quite literally derail
Yeah.
the Dynasty.
Yeah, and I think it could have been a different series if they had won that round. I see them probably going on to having a pretty good T side, but the
Yeah.
reality is that it fell flat. And again, similar to the game against the Eliminators, like the individuals just started not showing up for Dynasty. It's almost like, they just got demoralized winning that round, and then all of the confidence, all of the flow state that they had built up on Mirage completely went by the wayside. And outside of like Tri Plus and Coxie, no one was playing particularly well. Over on the side of Nutty, they got rolling. All of the boys showed up. All of the boys were playing with confidence. Mr. Shark was banging everyone. The Velocity and Mega were pushing mid, were pushing B, playing no respect. And now we go into Inferno, which is just like, I don't even know what the bloody hell is going to happen, quite honestly. Because like, Dynasty has got a 50-50 win rate on it. And they've won one game 16-5 and lost one game 6-16 to similar level teams. And then Nutty has got a 25% win rate on it, and they've lost to everyone except for the Warriors game that they barely won 16-13 when Mr. Shark dropped like 40 kills. Right. So I don't know who's going to win Inferno, because both of them win rates is like super questionable on it.
I don't think you can go into any map in this series anymore, regardless of what it was, and say you know who's going to win. Like, whether it was Inferno or otherwise.
Like, they won 16-8 Mirage when they've only had one game last 3 months, which was a 16-1 loss. And they smashed them on their best map. It's like, what is even going on this series?
Expect the unexpected. That is the answer.
Throw out the stats.
Throw out the stats. Close your eyes. Hope for the best. Dynasty and Nutty down to Inferno. It is the final map that one of these teams will play in the ANZ Champs. The other team will move on to the playoffs, into the top 8, and have a bit of a crack of going deeper. But it's time for us to find out who's going to be going where, who's going home tonight. I suppose it'll be tomorrow by the time they do go home. But we're on to Inferno.
And tell us who's going to win with your dared Twitch predictions.
Who gon' win?
Use your channel points and fix it with a dare. Because someone needs to fix this series. Something is clearly broken, Jim.
Maybe not fix this series, but fix this series.
Phrasing, very important.
Very important.
Do not misinterpret that statement. I am not affiliated with any nefarious activities.
Nefarious? Looks like we might have a momentary delay heading into this one. But
the thing, he's got his window open, right?
Mm.
But like, the problem is,
But
you
will
got
he
your
win,
window.
though?
Oh. See, my problem is window open when I had a match
I know what
was like screaming. And I felt bad. Like, I would have the window open, I forgot to
Yeah.
close it, and then I finish a whole BO3 where I was literally screaming at my team.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, I am a bad person. Or even if I'm casting, like a home broadcast, and I'm just like, oh, I put the window open, nice, like, leisurely afternoon breeze. Oh, that feels nice. And then I've left it open, and then I've casted for 8 hours.
Yeah.
And my neighbor is less than a meter away. It's
Oh,
like,
man.
I'm a terrible person.
Embarrassing.
Very embarrassing.
Are you not embarrassed?
And then, you know.
Well, I mean, to be honest, there's a temporary delay because Windows has crashed.
Windows. It's a window pun.
Pain.
Calling
curtains on this one, Pilski.
I'm just completely blind to it at this point. Anyway, let's roll her on.
Ooh. Gonna need to increase the shutter speed, Pilski.
Nutty got CT. I am very worried for Dynasty at this point. They need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps and play a good T side and not let whatever happened this series get to them. And that's going to be very hard to do for a team of their experience level.
I knew what it was. It was frame drops.
Mega is juggling double nades to play retake B. So he wants to try a double nade the plant. Oh, look at his... That's not how you juggle.
No, just shoot one along.
No, bro. You've only got 36 bullets. That's not enough.
Yeah, that's 36 headshots in the clip. If that's not enough...
That's maths, bro.
That's
not
maths,
wrong.
Quick maths.
Look, full Nana control here for Dynasty.
It's been given to them because the BE player was juggling grenades.
What they're going to do?
Who gonna win?
Triplus is bottom mid, so he could throw that util set either which way. There was a smoke somewhere. Where's that gone? They haven't thrown it. It's been dropped on the ground. It's all... I guess Triplus has 2 smokes? Must be.
Maybe, yeah, maybe he's got another one in the pit there.
Yep,
Yep,
he
there
does.
it is.
Where's it going?
Okay.
Oh, that's cute. He's doing a carpets pop all by himself.
Oh, this is going to put some pressure here on Mr. Shark. But they need to check Clover.
Oh.
Clover's in the mist. He's going to be striking, and that is going to be this A hit dismantled before it even got going.
Oh, boy. The carpets pop into a 4-man stack because they were playing retake B. He's got dunked by the nade and dunked by Mega. And I am very worried for Dynasty. What a game of Mirage they played, but things are not going well for now. They've lost the pistol, no bomb plant. They've got a single save and grind their way into an Inferno T-side in the most difficult of circumstances. This is a test if I've ever seen one. If they can grind their way through the end of this series, then no doubt do they deserve playoffs. But I, you know, as a avid Oceanic Counter-Strike domestic league watcher of 6 or so years, know that this game is very hard to win for a team of Dynasty's stature.
You are very avid too, might I add. Much like this A hit has some gusto. Just Glocks. And it should be relatively easy to be cleaned up, but Pockets managed to pick up one.
They've got a plant?
A bomb plant for free.
What? He just walked into the convenience store and took everything off the shelves. What is going on?
He only took what he needed, though. Very considerate.
How's he gotten away with that? Either way, that's 4 guns up, so that's fine. That's a nice anti-eco. Look, everyone, that's the gentleman's agreement. That's a little handshake. Dynasty go, hey man, I need a little bit more utility next round. It's T-side Inferno. And Nutty goes, that's fine, as long as I can have 4 guns alive. So yeah, whatever. We've ended up in an agreeable position for both sides. Dynasty get to run less of a, you know, gambly kind of first T-side round, because sometimes you have to skip a nade or two, and then you go, oh, I can't do my default. Where?
Definitely heard that a few times.
Yeah. They're taking their time here. Molly's exchanging banana. Ryu's going to be heading on up as the Molly goes to logs. That's a nice nade. That's done a chunk of damage.
That's a cheeky one.
Coxie going to chuck a Molly on towards main. Flash onto the half wall. It's a very, very nice banana take for Dynasty.
Plenty of utility left as well. Both these two teams have not gone all out in the early rounds.
Yeah, well, that's the bomb plant being showing its value. Smokes exchanged at B. Dynasty already working down this banana utility. Now, will they take bracket? They haven't really put any presence or pressure on A. That's why you can see Mr. Shark so comfortable, so confident to just max chill in towards Speedway. But that's exactly what Dynasty needed to do, Jim. Smoke onto jungle, flash up dig, enough to pull that A player across, keep him honest. They've been wearing down the utility at B. That's the last smoke. So 30 seconds, they're going to have a window to get into B here. There's not much counter utility. Velocity's got a flash, and that's it.
Right, just momentarily playing that anti-flash. So A works. Oh, set it up. Coxie, first to strike. Mega Just going to play around those oranges. Drops off Sunman, but here we go. Gets another one before he's taken out. That bomb plant will come in, and the retake, well, Nutty, they've got some utility to work with, but it's very little. The kits are the most important part.
Oh, they were spamming away at Triplus. He almost goes down there. Pocket, playing from Banana, has a Molotov for the after plant over towards on Barbecue. Clover's got a smoke. Could be used to cut off this Nana angle, and indeed it will. As the Molly goes onto main, they confirmed a position of a player over there. Flash onto main. They're going to scale up through Coffin's side. This is a nice crossfire. Pocket's cut off from the rest of the boys, but that trusty heat and body setup is worth its weight in gold until it gets dismantled. Pocket now 1-on-3, trying to just wildly spray through the smoke, and that's a really nice retake for Nutty.
Got a feel as though maybe some misplaced utility there from Dynasty. But Molotov into the arch. I don't know if that was sort of the play. Maybe, as you said. Yeah. Well, formerly known as Arch. Like the Prince of Inferno.
Arch is on A, buddy.
No, there's an Arch on B.
Oh my god.
That is really old school, if you're calling it Arch, though. But regardless, yeah, Molotov might have been better served in post plant. Regardless, look at this util exchange. Oh, Dynasty are coming off second best, and they can't even find the trade. That's gone awfully pear-shaped.
Yeah, that was a three-man setup towards B. You could see, look at Dynasty's smokes, man. They got to smoke Coffins and deep CT. You can see exactly what they wanted to do there. That was a very nice set play. Oh my god, he's just killing them all through smoke. Someone check him PC.
That is not normally.
Oh, he's not got the bomb though, Jim. So I'm starting to worry about it. I've got to be honest.
Begs the question though, who going to win?
Oh, well, Nutty, we all know. You don't 1v5 from this position. That's silly talk. The high-low setup. Come on. It's an off angle. You're never checking that. You're not going to check that.
Not without util. You're not even dislodging that.
Look, they tried to pick up the pace. They tried to go for this really nice set play, and that's a cool set play. The problem is, Nutty started with 3 players going towards B. They mollied, they naded into Banana, and you all die.
Yeah, how's like...
The smokes are cool when you get onto B, but if you don't get past half wall, the smokes are not cool.
Yeah. Not cool, man. Meggy's brought up with the MP7.
And
Jordan special.
I get worried now, Jim, because remember that game of Nuke where Dynasty tried to do the set strats and they kept getting stomped and the individuals weren't making room. There wasn't room for individual expression. There wasn't room for individual playmaking.
No, it was
they're
very
trying
rigid.
they're trying to play it by the system again. This time it's working though. On the half buy, I'm fine with that. They've gotten straight into B. There's no smoke on CT though. So super. He has the cross. He knows he's dropped the bomb. They're at least going to wait for the CT smoke. But look at this flank from Clover, Jim.
Yeah, that Molotov's going to force a slightly different plant coming up. A-Works has secured Banana control. So, pressure back on Nutty. That bomb plant's only just going to come in.
Re-smoke on CT.
Oh, okay.
They're getting comfy.
I was about to say, they needed to re-smoke because that smoke would have faded.
Molly to Coffins. Oh my god, surely you don't cross there. That's crazy talk, mate. Flash onto main. He's gonna get crunched. Mr. Shark, no way you sit inside that. Oh, I don't know that he would have got blind though. Maybe that was the right play. Oh my god, he's gonna jump at him. The MP7's done it. I can't believe I'm saying that again. Smoke onto the bomb. Super gonna 1v2.
Oh, not game enough to stick it though. He's gonna wait things out. Try plus. He's gonna play with the timer, playing with his food, but now. Oh, no! It's not happening like this!
Jim, he's defused in the smoke!
I
what
can't
am I watching?
believe it.
Oh, there's only so much heartbreak I can take.
Do or do not, there is no try plus.
Oh, it wasn't the time for a pun. That's just mean. Attack timeout. It's 5-0. That was a round done and dusted. They made a couple of mistakes, unfortunately.
I'll be honest.
Pocket crossing Coffins when there was a flash available was a big misplay. But then on from that, I mean, really should have got it done. And this is the thing. Nutty keep winning these massive swing rounds. And it was already getting to them on Vertigo. And now they win a round like that. And you can see that Dynasty is emotionally crushed. For a team of their experience level, I'm not sure that they can recover from a round like that.
Map 3 of a best of 3.
It's
qualifies you.
Yeah, it's the qualification game.
Yeah.
Super gets away with absolute robbery. Like, realistically, they're not in a bad position. There's been a tack timeout, I think, taken by Nutty, which I honestly think might be a little bit of a mistake. Because the thing is, you've now allowed Dynasty some time to kind of recollect themselves and plan their way into this next round.
Yeah, it goes both ways, doesn't it?
It does, it does. I never used to think about that before I did a little bit of the coaching gym. But really, Nutty, they've recollected themselves. Dynasty have taken full bracket control. They've been shut out of Banana. You know, two options. You can try to use this to leverage yourself in AXE, or you can go back and retake Nana. And the longer you take to do this AXE, the closer Mega gets to a 4-man A stack. They've re-smoked jungle side, so that would indicate that they want to play the long game here, right? But they actually are going to split up big.
Oh, they're going fast now. They've hit that go button. Tripuss is just trying to get himself into pit, clear that out. And so, everybody from Nutty is now in the site. They've just got that wall of smoke there, just preventing the remaining 2 players from getting in. But Mega tries to chance his hand. They've still got to remove Clover from this site, though. They don't know he's here.
Nice. Good trade. Mr. Shark from Moto gets one on the site, though. Still a 1-man advantage. Dynasty getting that plant on in. You can't get through middle here. Ryu's entrenched himself in the boiler. No one on the site, though, so Pocket is kind of alone swinging from mini pit. Needs to be careful not to take contact too early. But he's confident. He's going to pop his head up. He's going to take velocity out of the equation. And Dynasty finally gets through. Again, I was getting a little worried because you can see they are living and dying by the system right now. Triplus sent it. He was like...
He had to.
He literally said to the boys, send me in. He went straight up the hay cart into pit. Hard on the entry. You don't see that too often in Oceania. No one's willing to send it. I respect that.
Yeah. Head down as well. Andy Flash.
He's
trying
just
to get up
making
that cart,
space.
get across that Molotov. Keep running up that hill.
Yeah. They're broke. How did that happen? That's a full save. They've chucked Mr. Shark and Orb. They said, remember when you 40 bombed on Inferno? Give us another one. You give the M4 to Super, and you say, it's a round. It's done.
Yeah.
These are their 2 star players that put up the big boy performances. Mega's got himself a gun too. He was playing very confidently on the CT side of Vertigo. So, look, it could be done.
Look, to be honest, in CSGO, broke is a mindset.
Oh, that is very smart from A-Works. He read that.
I actually wonder if he spotted out the foot, potentially, because they tried that stack and they fell. They broke it.
That's true.
Might have been set and ready for that.
That's true. That's a man advantage for Dynasty. Orb's been retrieved by Super, but it's a good position for the T's. Not only have you taken banana control, you're forcing out what little utility they have, because they're on a low buy anyway. So you can see Dynasty biding their time. They're really expecting some mistakes out of the CTs at this point. They're applying utility pressure towards banana, trying to force out whatever reaction, whatever utility is coming out at this point. They're trying to make it look like a around-the-world wrap to B, but they've got enough utility to execute B. This round plays itself, Jim. You don't need to keep this complicated. You don't need to overplay your hand.
Honestly,
just the B exec will get it done.
Just cue the piano cat, because they're about to be played out. Oh, that Flash just put a temporary delay on proceedings. Oh, the balls on Mega to just push through his own smoke, through the Flash. What time for velocity, and they can't even get across.
How is this falling apart? They're getting picked through the smokes. The CTs are just making Hail Mary plays. A-Works.
Oh,
they know where he is. He's over-peaked, but at least gone 1 for 1. Ryu, he had a sick clutch earlier, but Velocity decks him on the pillar. Oh, my lord. Bomb plant for Dynasty. They've still got loss bonus, Jim. So it's not a big issue. They're going to keep reinvesting here.
They're keeping the CT economy relatively thin, too.
Yeah, but they need to get that round.
Didn't see it. Was just waiting for it. Low and slow.
Oh, my lord. He read that so well. But how was that round falling apart?
Oh, tell you what, Mega's got like the most concentrated face I've seen in quite some time.
Both of these teams are going all out. And this is what I love, you know? They both want that playoff spot, mate. That's what ANZ Champs is all about.
Right down to the wire. Right down to the third map. One of these teams will be sent packing. And right now, that looks to be Dynasty if they continue their trend.
They can take their time here. A lot of utils already been expended. It's a double AWP setup. Flash onto the half wall, pushes the CTs off the line. This is a great position for Dynasty now. As long as they don't feed extra picks to the double AWPs, they've already forced the CTs to use so much utility. Smoke to CT, flash onto the line. They're trying to draw out a response from the CTs. They're trying to draw out more utility. You can't be given away an extra pick like that. They didn't know that the double AWP was a thing, though. Pocket gets caught on his own, trying to crouch his way out of apps. This is not how you wanted it to play out for Dynasty. Oh my lord, Jim.
They're walking straight into those double AWPs, Bilski. This is not...
I mean, they didn't know that the double AWPs were in play, but at the same time, the macro position was so good once they had Banana, right? They just needed to not do too much, and they did too much.
Coxie's just seemingly ignored library as a possibility.
It's okay. I've been ignoring libraries my whole life. I turned out okay, Jim.
Well, at least the play is being read.
Maybe works.
And maybe...
10 seconds. No, it's not happening.
I was going to say, they'd probably want to book it into A. They're going to get there in time.
They've checked out the apartment. They've decided that they're going to live here.
Yeah.
The rent is only $900 a week. Ooh, a couple of guns being taken away. That matters.
Yeah.
That matters.
Given how low the
4
city
guns
economy
versus
is,
2 guns alive. I think one of them was an AWP too.
that's going to be an expensive round win. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, they still have a trickle of money on the CT side, but
they need to win a bloody round, Jim.
I was going to say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how low the city economy is if they keep winning. They need to have something break this streak.
Yeah. All right. Push down mid. I don't think he's
works, did he?
seen that because of the molly.
I reckon he saw it late because he
Yeah.
broke his concentration and went back to it.
Smoke to the half wall for Dynasty. They want to work Nana. They're setting themselves up for the double mollies here, I think. Or just the single molly into main at least. Mega, ready with the flash. Wants to send velocity in. Another one. Nope. First one would have worked better in this case, which is usually not the case. I can see what they were trying to go for there.
Rotation, though. That's what's been bought here. Nutty just sending
I mean,
Mr.
again,
Shark over.
this is a round, again, where macro-wise, they are so far ahead. This is a economy-breaking round. They just need to not do too much. Just do something simple, something high percentage.
Aggression.
I think Ryu, to be fair, that's fine what he was doing. They just need to complete this 4-on-2 on A. And they're wrapping jungle without a single tell. This is a good position. Like, no way you're ready for this as super, right?
Well, I mean...
How is he not traded?
There's no trade there. It's going to allow Mr. Shark an opportunity to flank as
Beautiful.
well, but they get control of the side. Mr. Shark's there! Misses that one shot. That could have changed the course of the round, however...
Okay. All good.
I feel as though they have a lot of skin on their teeth if that is how they are going to go about winning a round.
What do you do here is nutty, Jim. Full loss bonus. Sorry, no loss bonus. They are 1,400 if they drop this one.
And this
so, Mr. Shark will have 3.5. Super's going to have 3.5. That's one A1S drop. Super can't buy M4. He has to go probably FAMAS or MP9. I think you have to force here, so I'm keen to see what they put together. But Dynasty, they need to just keep pushing this advantage. 3 alive there. It's going to build up their money a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Through the teammate. It's fine. Nothing to even get frustrated about in that point. If you have 4 already bracket and you spot 2 pushing B, that's the round. You're done, bro. You did what you needed to do. That info is round winning.
All they needed to do was basically shift walk their way and to wrap A. And to be honest, the only problem with that round was the fact that Super didn't get immediately traded.
Okay, we've got we've got 3 M4s somehow, but no util.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very tough round.
Yeah, they got to fight super hard this round. Like, it's got to be really nice timing found by the CTs.
Oh, that's their first wave of util here on Banana.
That's
They
their only
don't get
wave
anything.
of util, Jim.
Well, the next wave is damage, util, and smoke. That's it. I'm going to keep 3 here. So the plot will continue to thicken, but A-Works posted up on that line. Mega is somehow working his way around this smoke, and nobody's here to see him or trade him.
They got naded by his own teammate, Jim.
How is this happening? Mega is somehow making this work. Velocity.
Okay.
If he got away with that, that would have been, honestly, a nail in the coffin for Dynasty.
They got it done.
But
they got in there. It's the off angle from A-Works. That should be good. What is that crouch
He
peek
just
from
gets
Super?
crapped. He just
That's
gets
not
crapped.
even the correct left eye, right eye peek. He did the unfavorable peek and still won that duel. He's killed Tri-Plus. Pocket 1-on-2. He's got to be on for the 4K here. He slipped into the coffin smoke. That's a really nice timing. This is where he can play the angles. He can isolate a 1-on-2 duel. He's got a Molotov for the afterplant. Both of them have kits. Clover's checked that. Dealt half the damage to him. Crosshair, well positioned.
Oh.
That's really nice from Pocket. That is a massive impact clutch in the 1-on-2 there. That's broken Nutty's money. And Dynasty are into it.
And I think Pocket realizes the importance of that round.
Yeah, I mean...
They had no right being that close there, Nutty. And
the nerves right now are crazy. Like, what are some of these plays? Like, Coxie's trying to dive up inside that sandbag smoke, like, gets naded by his own teammate.
the spacing's not there for the trade.
Oh, it's just spaghetti CS. The pressure really compounding this matchup. But finally, they've broken through. They will get...
Mr. Shark and his vendetta against chickens, man.
To be fair, I did have one for dinner as well.
You had two.
I actually did.
Double dipped. If it wasn't for the crunchy rice, another chicken would have been spared.
Hey, some people like that. Maybe it was a paella, maybe it was a paella, Jim. I was going to call you Jordan. We don't speak of that. Anyway. Oh my God, hasn't Coxie got done by this like 3 times now? I swear to God, I've seen this exact player get done by this boost before.
It's a little bit of history
They've flashed
repeating.
it this time.
Oh.
They've learned.
Coxie's going to pick up maybe an ace here. Oh, he's going for
Oh,
a boost.
not the fountain. Oh.
There we go.
That fountain.
He'll take those. That's one for the stats page. But honestly, it doesn't really mean much in the context of the match.
Oh, it means a lot for Coxie, though. He was 4-8. Now he's off to the races.
Now he's off and racing to the races.
Yeah, look at him. He's 9-8.
That's
he's
confidence.
playing so good this game.
He's brimming with confidence.
What a gamer. He's having a great game.
He's a gaming gamer.
Okay. Money's good for Dynasty. They were in the bin, and they are at least one leg out of the bin at this point, Jim.
Yeah. Gone from being in the dumpster to dumpstering.
Not yet. But maybe at some point. Ooh, you don't want to be losing a pick to the rail. Flash over the top from A-Works. But oh my God, how many dicks is that? That's illegal.
How has he done that? And still gotten away with it. Are they going to hard execute on this side? Looks as though that's going to be the case. They've just sent it now. Pocket in the pit. Sees the shadow. Doesn't win the duel though. And now they're awkwardly trying to shuffle their way into this side. Mr. Shark, he's just working around the smokes, and that is buying so much time here for Nutty. A-Works has got to try and salvage this. And trying his best to just quick-scope his way to victory. That is a tall ask.
That was a mess. If Pocket gets that kill in pit, that's a completely different round. To be fair, Mr. Shark has absolutely robbed them blind, and he was blind.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work?
He has absolutely pilfered that round for Nutty.
Reinvestment, though, for Dynasty after taking guns away. With the 1900 loss bonus, this could be the swing round that Dynasty needs to make this an even half on the T side. This might be the most important round of the game for Dynasty here. They have foregone taking banana. They've let the CTs expend their utility.
Playing a
Mega and
dangerous
Velocity
game.
still have a smoke molly, Jim.
So they're playing a dangerous game. They've really tried to make this warp work on the T side. Big investment.
They need to get him in post plants.
Yeah.
Comfortable post plants, and there just hasn't been a comfortable post plant. This game has been spaghetti. Either way, bracket pressure. Unfortunately, it doesn't really achieve a whole lot because the CTs with the totem boost and the smoke top middle have retaken and got full info on bracket.
Yeah, and that allows them to send that player back into CT spawn, back towards B.
Yeah, but that's Mr. Shark with the AWP. In a retake scenario, he's actually not really going to be all that helpful. Mega uses the rest of his util to throw retake utility on banana. The T's are boosted though and not respected that, so they are back in a position where they can make something work. Triple's trying to throw a lot of utility. And, he loses that duel. That's so much info for Velocity. Now you're going to see Super rotate across. Mr. Shark gets on the line.
Doesn't get his pick, though. Now there's going to be Dynasty streaming on into the site. Mega doesn't convert. And now, Super behind the cover of smoke is just going to help pilfer. Potentially this round. How do they keep getting dinks here? What have we got in terms of util?
Yeah, well,
Nothing.
Clover smokes off Nana. That was it. Now it's all shooting. Coxie's segmented off from the rest of the Ts who have this double emo setup. Ryu is up above. Tries to crouch peek into coffins, but doesn't get anything. A-Works has to play on a swivel here from Barbecue. Gonna take this duel onto main. That's an opening pick for the Ts. Now you get this coffins retake. Ryu on the off angle from Pillar is beautiful. Super kills Mr. Shark. And that is massive for Dynasty. That was probably the most important round of the game. They break the economy of Nutty.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the half, and that could set themselves up really nicely for an 8-7 or a 9-6.
I was about to say, in that scenario, I have seen teams save. They use their last piece of util. It is a 4v4, but the time is against them.
Outsiders would have saved that.
Yep.
When the B player died.
To be honest, that would have then had them potentially heading into this round with the guns.
Yeah, you're totally right. You are totally right. I wasn't even thinking about it, but you're 500% right. Because look at this buy. Like the last round of the game, you got 4.3. That could have been 2 gun rounds, mate.
Yeah. Could have been 2 gun rounds.
That was a big mistake. They shouldn't have gone for that. That was an uncomfortable retake as well. Like, you can tell when the retake's not going to work. You're like, what? We're trying to 3-man out coffins right now? With no util?
Yeah. And in case you missed it as well, check out that EPOS deal in the chat. We've had a couple of 30s tonight, actually.
Yeah.
All on the line, so that deal's definitely on. EPOS 30%. Now, this could have been a better buy, but for the moment,
look at that. Oh, Clover. A apartment's aggression gives them a man advantage. Oh, that's cheeky. He's just hiding behind the wall. He waits for the whole clip to run out for pocket and then punishes him for it. Peeking into bridge, he's still going for it. Relax, mate. The job's done. You don't need to stick around on the warp site until midnight, you know? 3 on 4 here.
Take your
Dynasty.
early mark.
Yeah, it's all good.
Take Smoko, mate. So leave me alone.
Go on, Smoko. Alright. Velocity with Smoke here. Trying to hold on to that util until he gets his head banged off. A-Works. The AWP is firing up, which is a good prospect on this T side, because once we head over to CT, bloody hell, could be even better. Mega. He's been known to push a smoke or two. A-Works has just decked him.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. That's just rude.
Yeah, Mega's been booked for indecently exposing himself through a smoke. Super. He can really turn around on his head. And already, Mr. Shark has made contact. They know the position of these two players. Oh, they're going to pass like ships in the night. Actually,
who's got 4-3? Who is more 4-3 right now?
No way.
Oh, Coxie. His teammate spotted him, I think. Mr. Shark now 1 on 2. Going to try and turn from the flashes. He's got no kit. There's no time. It doesn't even matter, Jim.
It's got no fans.
This is just spaghetti, yeah. He wants some, but he's not going to get it, unfortunately. No one's going to give it to him except for Coxie, and that is a nice half for Dynasty. This is a closed game. The dog's getting excited too. Let's see how it ends up after the break.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
You don't really want war. All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
Master Beethoven.
Ha ha ha.
Master Beethoven.
Yes, I'm not deaf.
Hier ist a Red Bull.
Red Bull? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
The fifth.
Tonight at 7, 6 o'clock. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
Good deal. Don't play me, baby. I could take your heart, but I'm not one to steal. Even though I know you know I like cheap thrills. Let's just call it quits. Come on, let's make a deal. Don't play me, baby. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. Don't be playing games with my heart when you know that I liked you from the start. So don't be playing games with my heart, baby. Come meet me at the finish line. This one's for the girls, only kick it with the boy when it's on our times. Don't drop the ball if it's on our time. Wanna run with walls, baby, now you're gonna land.
Don't worry about it, Jim. It's almost over. There's just one more half of Counter-Strike.
I've never been more worried in my life, Pilski. Never been more worried in my life.
I'm kind of worried because I just don't know who's going to win this game.
And honestly, I just have people yelling at me left, right, and center. Don't friggin' worry about it.
Oh my lord. Dynasty. They got it done. They were down 7-1. They won all the important swing rounds. They did the clutches. They have the moves. And now they're on CT side. The ANZ Champs playoff spot for a debut team is within their grasp. But Nutty, they know they put in the hard yards over the last couple of seasons and they would feel robbed to miss out. Pocket going to spot them out in second mid.
They've gone from Dynasty to Die Hard. That's what they've gone from.
All right, well, let's see where Bruce Willis is off to. Seems like the A side going to be pushing in towards jungle, and it's going to be a mid to B.
All right, could be under some pressure here. Needs to get slippery quickly. He's got a train of Glocks coming his way. That's a nice grenade.
Oh my lord.
Great return on investment there.
Another
and
one.
the second one, they popped another one, and it's not going to be enough.
Oh, they doesn't matter. Fancy nades are beautiful, but it's all about the headshots. Pocket knows that best. He's going to charge his way straight up into the site. Clover is on one right now. 3 for him. He just wants to ace this pistol. He knows if they get this T-side pistol, they are set up well to win the game. He's trying to take more fights from Coffins. A-Works all the way out into the barbecue. Trying to grill his opponents to death right now as Mega swings from new box. Super's at main. You can't swivel everywhere. Why is Super not peaked there? That's insanity.
Oh, it's a nice and open plant too. A-Works, he's just got to stick it with
He's
the
got
kit.
a kit.
He's going for it.
Oh,
Super's peeked him.
Super.
And that is going to be a round that goes the way of Nutty.
He played the long game, Jim. He let everyone die, but he knew what he was doing. Oh, Clover. What a big 3K. He just came rampaging into the site.
Yeah.
That shot on pocket was ridiculous. That's the T-side pistol. Now we're going to get the force from Dynasty. This is going to compound the pressure on these guys.
Yeah, they're not going to give themselves a lot of rope left to work with if they don't get this right. So A-Works, just met with a wall of resistance there. Just caught every bullet.
Yeah,
So already, their tag potential's reduced.
I'm getting nervous, mate. Mega is... I mean, we know that there's no danger to be had, but like... If I find first pick on the anti-force round, Jim, I'm telling everyone to chill. Just max chill.
Max chilling.
Turtle, just wait for pushes. In this case, though, this is the correct call. They've walked straight up into A. Smoke on jungle, smoke on moto. Dynasty will save. We could take a little bit of a nap. Because nothing's going to happen for a while. Maybe I should just go grab a dare.
Maybe you should, mate.
Oh, he's hunting. Yeah, you tell him.
I don't think a dare fix is going to fix this round for Dynasty, though.
No, but, you know, it's about the next round, Jim. Look at the big picture, buddy.
One round at a time. That's how we play these things.
We've got a lot of internalized stress because of this series.
Is it making its way out of your body in unexpected ways?
No, it's...
Are you breaking out? Are you...
Mostly my voice.
Are you stressed?
Vocally stressed.
You're not going to have issues leading into the business end of this game, though, I hope.
Oh, no, it's okay. They're just going to save. Take a breath. No one wins ecos these days. It's not possible.
Well, Bri is about to try and prove you wrong.
Yeah, it started very well for him, hasn't it? That is just the Mach 10 though, Jim. Don't get carried away, mate. It's going to be okay. Nutty, all they need to do is just take their time. They can go retake Banana later if they want. They don't need to rush this round. They still have better guns. They can just group up. They are the Ts after all. 4v5s are fine.
Well, I was going to say they probably want to group up quite quickly here because it looks as though there's a few players that are just a bit more advanced.
Oh, that pit volley is juicy.
So is that USP from A-Works, though. Oh, and Triplus. Well,
run.
Clover and Mega have to pick up the pieces here, and they have no territory. They're both in carpet.
Progression smoke, though. That could change things.
They're
Get a
gonna try
nice
and
little
force it.
one-way up onto the site, Jim. That could work. We've got someone. We've got A-Works with his USP trying to hide in pit right now, but he gets found by Mega. It's going to be a bit of aim punch happening. Oh, has he spotted him? He hasn't. Looks way more obvious with the X-ray that he's seen in Eblo. Oh, the double swing to the side.
Timing.
Oh, Mega. Almost on for the 1v3. It's just Triplus. He's got 3 bullets, Jim. He's he's fumbling. He's getting him. He's got a 5-7. Oh, it's another shot from Triplus. He's got it. That's unreal. Ecos don't happen, Jim.
No.
Not in this economy.
You literally set that up for failure from the start. You were like, ecos don't happen in this economy. And then suddenly, an eco happened in this economy.
I've cursed it.
And that is...
This is what you do. You jinx.
Cast a curse.
You cast a curse intentionally. Just to set up for a more entertaining, stressful game. None of your force buying. Dynasty have a great buy.
Like, honestly, a less stressful game is what nobody wants.
What is that smoke? That's not gone to the right spot. And Velocity knows it. He's taken a look at that. He's gone, that's not up to spec.
That one's going to fail.
He's just said it.
That one will fail tech.
Yeah.
So what is left now after both of these two teams seemingly and endlessly throw everything they've got down banana.
Triplus will jump spot. Ryu will juggle some util onto main and then go to A, probably. We're going to get the retake on banana. We're going to leave Super on the lurk in cups. Not a whole lot of util here to get this exit going. Just 2 smokes, a single flash, a molly. Ryu's got a lot of util. There's no way they're fighting that angle after they've just seen the retake coming into Carpet's gym.
Oh, they are still. They're fighting.
Oh my god, Velocity double entries them in that round.
Jumping with the AK. That is not cricket.
He's just done a baseball pitch on the cricket pitch.
Yeah. He's dead set, just fired one in. Just sent it.
It's illegal.
Now
Super's on the lurk. He's going to take all the guns away, Jim.
Super is going to be a real nightmare to deal with here for Dynasty.
Oh, that is such a horrendous misplay.
Like, you've genuinely got your head in your hands.
That is, like, in that round as well. This game is great. Oh, God. Like, you jump... He did jump spot and see, like, 2 T's bottom Nana, did he not?
I do believe so. And he still chose to aggress.
When they had, like, macro, better util, good rotations, they're going to lose all their guns.
Yeah,
oh,
they have.
No. Not like this, Dynasty. They just won their eco. This happened on Vertigo. They won the big round, and then they made a big misplay. And they have lost control of the game.
That's so dirty from Velocity, though. And
That's what he does, though. He does that. That's how he plays Counter-Strike. He's
lost their economy.
He pretends he's playing Warzone. He does the jump sprint peaks, and then he prones. He can't even prone in this game.
Okay. They've just gone on some sort of suicide mission down banana.
They're quite upset about the last round, and that's why, Jim. I can't blame them.
You're upset, and you're not even playing.
Yeah, I am. I'm not even going to hide it, because this is how I get myself invested in these games. I just wanted them to do so well.
Divest, Pilski.
No,
Divest.
I can't. I can't dump the stock. I'm still buying, and it's just going down.
You're just holding. You're just holding.
I'm buying more, Jim.
You're not letting anything go. You're doubling down, tripling down, and a tactical timeout used here from Dynasty. So
they've only used their first one at this point in the game.
It must have been all nutty, just going for it. But I mean, how often do you see? All right, I'm willing to say that Nutty are going to change the pace here on the back of this tactical timeout.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got the money to take risks. You know.
Yeah, they've got a sizable lead. They've got good money.
This is where you start doing the rando sando plays.
And honestly, it is worth breaking your opposition's mental if it comes off, right? Like, just take a tactical timeout.
You win the game. If you do a Randy Sandy play this round and you win, you break their money, you win the game.
All right, it's
they
going
can't
down.
mentally recover from that.
It's going down like Charlie Brown. Let's just see whether or not Nutty are going to change that pace. Try and catch Dynasty off guard. Pretty standard start to the round.
Yeah, they've gone for the Nana control. They've invested almost all of their util fast bracket in response from Nutty. Pocket's trying to keep that in check. Mega, I mean, that is just a crushing pick to lose.
Yeah.
You've lost your jungle player with a 3-man B setup. You can see they are panicking. Everything is shaking. Coxie aggresses, but Carpers, it's over. You have to save. The round's already over, Jim.
Just play the percentages now if you're Dynasty, right? Like, send everybody to B. Hold that site.
This is the mental. This is the mental L.
Yeah.
You know, like you're just spending the next, 45 seconds mulling over that. Oh my God, this can't be my life right now.
I really get the impression you're living it, right? Like, you're
I have
taking
been
this.
the B anchor on every map of my entire career, and I have
great.
lost both of my A players in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah.
In an important official. And I have been hiding in ruins.
That's a pretty uncommon girl's name nowadays.
I don't know.
Bianca.
Bianca. Yeah. I know a Bianca.
Not as common.
Everyone's calling their kids like Morden and weird names now.
Benedict.
Yeah.
Rupert is weird.
No, what they
Arthur,
do
Cornelius.
No, what they do now is they take a name that was like a different name. Like they take the name like Jaden, but then they just change the first letter. Like my son's name is like Faden.
Caden.
Yeah, Caden.
Faden.
You know, that's what people do now to be different.
Ninja Gaiden, like.
And then their kids get relentlessly bullied.
True, they get it in spades.
There's probably some kid called Spades.
Exactly. His brother's called Clubs.
All right. Again, we've got taken the Nana control this time with a 2-man setup. So those B players not going to get a whole lot of util. They know that the Carpets player set the pace last time, so they're trying to punish that. They're trying to make a read with A-Works up on the line. They're like, I'm going to shoot you for killing Coxie last round. They kind of reading this really well, though. Coxie's sweating bullets right now.
Yeah, I'm sure that one just teased him.
Oh, what a flash. Bloody hell. Good on you, Mega. Oh, no. They've lost the Carpets pick. They've lost the Banana pick. Pocket must succeed here. He must. He can't. Mega sprayed him through the smoke. A-Works has got Mr. Shark, but he's getting wrapped from Carpets.
There's nothing Dynasty can do in this situation.
It wasn't to be, Jim.
It's like
This is a reset round. He's surrounded.
All bases covered.
He's got someone in his spawn.
Like, you were in total disbelief. I'm actually... I'm going to just start live tweeting. Like, your reactions. Like, the downfall of Pilski. Like,
this isn't... I've got no skin in the game, Jim.
You are so disenchanted right now. You are crestfallen. You're...
Is that you, Shakespeare?
Yeah. And Pilski said, "Come hither, my child."
Notty had many doubloons and weapons from all over the county. I don't know what's an old-timey word.
Shire.
Yeah. They had a whole arsenal at their disposal.
And still.
And everyone knew they should prevail. Jordan just dabbed.
Yeah. Hear ye, hear ye.
Jungle smoke? Diggity Molly? That's
Okay,
right, I
bracket
called
control.
it Diggity.
We're
Oh,
allowed to.
A-Works. They've lost first pick again. They're panicking, Jim. No! The A player's dead. Quickly.
Yeah,
It's not even an A hit. They've just lost one player on dig. This is the state that they're in now.
They are just playing so reactive. Like, they have no, unfortunately, composure at the moment, Dynasty, right?
Every single thing that happens is an instant crisis.
Ooh.
It doesn't matter. There's 4 players on B. It's the save.
Well, I mean, they're probably sitting there going, guys, we've got guns. Let's go for this. Ryu might be able to get one on the cross.
Oh, lordy.
Maybe not. There's that smoke for the rest to get in and get that bomb flame down. So the hard commitment comes in with the bomb down. And so the pressure's on Dynasty. Thankfully, they're here, though.
They got to go for it. Flash up from Triplus. He's got another one. He's got to send the boys in. Mega might have got caught falling away, but he's just playing on the off angle. They're crossfiring between Barbecue. They're just playing in the open. Mr. Shark's on Banana as well. There's barely anybody in the bloody side, Jim. Pocket's going to pick Velocity. That's the backside cleared out, but they've still got a player on towards Banana. Barbecue player goes down. Mr. Shark 1 on 2. There's no kit. He's got to get on it. It's done. That's 15 for Nutty. It doesn't even matter if he hits the shot.
He's
It
not on
doesn't
the
matter.
defuse.
It's done. It's done, Jim.
All right. First tweet. Pilski live meltdown.
It's done.
It's done.
It's been done for a while. Let's be real.
Yeah, looks like Dynasty are quite dejected.
This is a crushing game to lose. It
Given
would have
how
been
well they played.
It would have been better if they just lost the first 2 maps and they didn't put up a fight because they made me believe in them, Jim. And then
You've
this
been
happened.
sold a ruse, haven't you?
They were good enough to win, and they know that. But they didn't win.
change of pace now by Nutty.
Oh, that
it
is
works.
crispy.
The MP9 spray transfer.
Oh, I just wanted him to kill him. I just wanted Pocket to kill him, but he didn't. Mr.
boost.
Shark's wrapping up through carpets. He's got two of the boys heading over through Arch side. There's a lot of pressure on these Dig players. They're layering the flashes up through Graveyard. They're getting pushed off the angle. What is that off angle? Pocket's in the sky. He's literally a Cypher camera. Don't worry about it. That's a different game. Ryu gets one back. Mega now 1-on-2. This is very winnable for Dynasty. They've got no kit though.
Oh. Mega's the danger man here, and we've seen him
Oh!
sharply
No.
with these games.
It's okay, Mega. You're gonna, you're winning the macro. You've got $1 million. The CTs have one player alive. There's not even anything frustrating about that. You're playing very well. It's okay, mate.
Listen to you. You're like the voice of reason. You're also the voice of despair. Like,
Oh.
you play both sides.
That's what you got to do as a commentator.
Yeah, but like,
That's
you're like
that is
literally
unbiased
embodied-
commentary.
Yeah.
That's unbiased commentary,
Unbiased.
Jim.
Yes, but
One side of the coin, I'm crying. On the other side of the coin, I'm very happy.
there is no middle ground. You've reached no middle ground.
You know, because then everyone would win.
Well, if everyone wins,
That's
then
not
nobody wins.
That's not competition.
That's not what we're about here.
Oh.
Mega, he's trying to Nana quite quickly here. This is a dangerous game being played here. Oh, velocity.
Grenades. Oh my god, it's an airstrike.
Finally, something starts to pay off for Dynasty.
They've just rolled out from the carrier ship. I don't know, I was listening to World War II podcast earlier. And it's a one-man advantage for Dynasty. So they need to close this round. That could be double digits. They're still probably not favored to win. It would be a very big stretch for them to pull this game off. But they're in a decent spot. Super's on the lurk up through Carps. They're probably going to throw some B pressure. Try to pull that A rotator off, and then maybe Super can get himself a kill. That's the second or third time Coxie's got caught on that same angle. Now Super's in pit. Oh, and now he just one-taps A works.
Stop.
He gets the works.
He's being pumped.
He's been pumped and dumped. Pocket finally gets things back under control at A. They've double smoked Moto. They're going back to B. But look at this. Dynasty have not moved an inch. Oh, my lord. Why do I do it? Why do I caster curse him? He did not deserve correct.
Yeah, this poor man is just trying to go about his life. How much are they ragdolling right now? That's how hard they're getting crushed in the server. Dynasty have their hopes and their dreams of ANZ Champs finals resting on the shoulders of Pocket. And as broad as those shoulders might be, I just think this might be a bridge too far for him.
Even the chicken's panicking in ruins. He comes up through Coffin's side. There's no smoke for Banana, and there's a two-man post plant. Mr. Sharks posted on the Coffins, because that's exactly where they're putting Dynasty. 3-2 for Nutty. They qualify for the playoffs, and I'm keen to see what they can do. Commiserations, though, to Dynasty. A great season, but not quite good enough.
Hey, look, menu pog.
You can't feed it to the
nothing
horse.
important
I don't
Give
think,
it to me.
I don't think horses drink.
Wait, I'll
there,
grab a
do they?
towel and then give me a sip. Oh, thank you.
Oh, did that got a little bit of that one up your nose? I think.
The world right now. This sound. Voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound. Reach into the world right now. This sound. Voice of the streets, man, I hold it down.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
We don't really want war. All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
Tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
Listen up and hear the sound. This one for my people now. Listen up and hear the sound.
Instead of talking to me, you put pictures on the ground. Like you don't know who I am. I guess it's over fine. Why don't you quit the scale? Just never knew you claim. Now you call me up, pretend it's all in my mind. It's all in my mind, like you did the last time. I'm so tired of being in between the bullshit. I'm so tired.
I want some more. You ease my stressing, my second guessing. I learned my lesson. I compromised 1,000 times on the wild. Now I know how best to.
Well, heartbreak for Dynasty, but of course for Natty, the complete opposite as they progress forward in ANZ Champs and make it to their first top 8 appearance in this competition. For Nutty Gaming, I think it's been a fairly tough season, a bit up and down. Obviously, a couple of losses in there, but they get it over the line in the end, and they've got a lot more to show us, hopefully, when they do get into the playoffs. But boy, oh boy, today, a bit of a roller coaster ride, wasn't it? I mean, first map doesn't go their way. Second couple of maps, a real tough battle as well. But I gotta just say, I feel for Dynasty. You know, it really did look like they were shattered after that one. They put everything into that series. Either way, they are not the victors today. We have to talk to Nutty. We've got a couple of the lads on the line to have a chat, and let's see what they feel about it. Guys, obviously a good win, but there are some questions that we have. Might have been a bit shakier than you might have liked. I don't know who wants to answer this one, but let's talk Mirage first. I thought this was a good map for Nutty, right? I thought this was right in your map pool. So what sort of happened there? Why did that go wrong?
Cody, you want to answer that one?
I don't even know.
Yeah, really.
What went wrong?
It just kind of like we had a good T side, went to our our good side, and then I don't know, like it didn't click.
Yeah,
it
no,
didn't
I
click.
think I remember now. Mirage CT side. Yeah, so T side was good, but I think on CT side they were doing a style which was pretty like pretty scrimmy, I guess, and we're not used to teams doing that. We're used to, like, I think we've been playing teams who've got more practice and experience under them, and they've been doing more like spread out style where they've got a few people here and there. But I felt like that whatever they were doing today, they had a lot of 4-1s, and we just weren't ready for it. So we were either pushing into no one or getting executed on. So I think we just needed to pick that up earlier. Yeah.
A lot of timing things, I think, sort of didn't go your way on Mirage, especially.
Yeah.
All right. Now that you've made it to the final stages of ANZ Champs, what's the likelihood that you guys are actually going to be practicing heading into this?
Pretty much none. I work a very long hours job, and Cody's also getting there. So our teammates have a lot of time to practice, but we're still kind of looking to, do the minimal stuff. So
it's a bit of a balance for us, unfortunately. Otherwise, yeah, the other three would be happy to prac full time, but yeah, I think it's almost worked out better for us because we can just go in feeling a bit looser and just going in saying like, let's just play our own game and hit our shots, and I think that hypes us up and makes us play better.
Yeah, I think you know, although you know the practice isn't like happening currently, you guys like your core have played together for quite a while already, and like you've built up that chemistry already. And I think that's something that's underrated, even if you aren't like putting the hours in. There's a lot of teams like in the past since domestic CS that I've seen that have like played with the same set of players for ages, and then they kind of everything goes a little bit more naturally. What I wanted to ask about though, maybe I'll ask you, Velocity, is once you lose your map pick 16-8 Mirage and it's like it's a bit of a demoralizing situation, you go on to Vertigo. Like, how did you guys kind of pull yourselves out of the hole? Because I noticed that, you know, even Vertigo's a bit back and forth. You won like a really big, there was a big eco round win and then a swing round, which seemed to like crush your opponent. But for you guys, like, how did you guys get yourself hyped up enough to where you were all playing well, you're all firing across the board, and then you just kind of smash your opponent on the next two maps?
So with Vertigo, we kind of knew that like we had a very nice CT side. We had previously beaten DGG on CT Vertigo, and that was our first time playing the map in probably 5 months. So when we went into, you know, this game, we were kind of like under the same impression that, you know, our CT side could get us through it, and then on T we could, you know, gather together enough rounds to make the win. On this one, the eco definitely did help us. Like, we had our coach say, all right boys, no worries, just win this eco and then we can finish the game off. And everyone kind of joked about it, had a little bit of a laugh, and then what do you know, Supers hit 3 USP double taps. So yeah, I think it was mainly just, you know, we were confident moving into CT Vertigo. Even though we had a first bad map, I kind of talked everyone up. You know, Shah came in as well, the coach, talked everyone up as well, hyped everyone up, and yeah, from there it was just kind of a confidence builder.
I might ask as well one more to Mega, because I'm not sure. We'll see if we get to like interview you guys as well in playoffs. I don't know if we'll do like pre-interviews or post-interviews or anything like that. But obviously, being like this one of the last teams to qualify for champs, you're probably gonna have like a pretty tough opponent. So, how do you guys see things going into playoffs? Because obviously, this is like you've qualified in other domestic leagues into playoffs, and now you're going into champs, where there's a lot of very, very good teams. Like, what's the kind of approach from the boys?
Yeah, no, I feel like we're always going to hit this roadblock, I feel, with no prac, where we're going to play these teams that have got the answers, because like we can play teams like tonight and we'll figure them out, and then we'll eventually be able to just like, I don't know, just force our way into sites. But when you play teams who have got like good protocols and know how to react to what we're doing, it's really hard to get those rounds. Like, we won't win that pistol round against a better team. We won't win some of these pushes that we're doing against better teams because they just won't fall for it. And that's, yeah, I think that's just going to be the difference. And unless we play like a slightly different style where we still play Poggy, but we like spread out a bit and do our own thing and just get lucky, I guess it's going to be difficult. But there's always that balance between just sticking to what we're doing and trying something different to counter who we'd be playing against. And I think we'll just end up sticking to what we're doing.
Yeah.
Well,
and hoping for the best.
Nonetheless, I think pretty impressive to get to where you have, given the circumstances. So I'll say congrats for that. And hopefully we do get to chat with you during playoffs. But otherwise, best of luck. And thanks for the chat.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
Cheers. Yeah, getting late, obviously, for those two. So, you know, don't want to keep them stuck around for too long.
Yeah, I just like to get the insight. And I think, like, you know, it is a bit of a meme, like, you know, for teams to be like, oh, we didn't put that much effort in, or there's not that much prac. But that kind of undersells it a little bit. You know, the core of that team has had so many seasons of domestic CS under their belt. And it's not like that's a new thing. It's not like that's the first team to do that. There's been so many teams domestically. I mean, even you can attest to this, Jim, where they might not be scrimming, but when the players have played together for so long, you know, there's so much fundamentally built up that they don't actually need to practice that much to be able to still play a decent game of CS.
And it is good to kind of see them getting that together, right? It has been like at least sort of 12 to 18 months, I feel like, that we've been watching this nutty roster. And when they first came into ANZ Champs, we're like, okay, these guys are a 0-3 team. They're not going to get anything done. Now they're a 3-2 team. And that's something that you're going to look at maybe for this season, for example, for a team like Elemental, a year down the track, a year and a half down the track,
but
maybe
again,
they're in the same position.
Exactly like Mega said, you know, when you're coming through, scraping through 3-2, and then you're going to play probably a very good team in playoffs, there's only so far that can take you.
Yeah, indeed, of course. But look, speaking of playoffs, we do need to sort of catch up with how things are playing out so far in the Swiss stages. We've got one more day coming up. That's going to be tomorrow. It is a half day. It is only God's Work and Frontier, so we're only going to be watching that one matchup. That is the final game of the regular season, and then we're going to be jumping into playoffs. It is going to be kicking off at 8 p.m.
I want to go
Australian Eastern
look
Standard
back
Time.
what date
Daylight time.
the first series was on, and then see how long it's taken us to get through the whole Swiss.
It's probably
season.
2 months, I'd say.
I'm gonna
In
go
2 months.
check. I'm gonna check tomorrow.
12th of September. So
12th of September.
yeah, what is it today?
It's
late
November
November.
24th. So like 2.5 months.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
by the
2.5
time we
months.
finish off the final, it'll be 3 months. Which,
Nothing
like, I
Swiss
guess that's
that
not that
Swiss.
unreasonable, right? 3 months a season.
Yeah.
You have 6 months on, 6 months off,
Yep.
total, 2 seasons a year. Either way, God's Work Frontier is tomorrow, but for today, we do still have to check in with our Dear Iced Coffee MVP, and for tonight, that will be Damio. He did have a very good game, I thought, for Antic, quite consistent across the board. A lot of impact frags as well coming from him, so really impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely one of those players that stood up, particularly in the early stages of that matchup as well. Like, he single-handedly brought them back into so many rounds where things had already started to go awry for Antic. So he was just a really stable player, and was one of those players that they really banked on his frags. And you're right, they had a lot of impact, and I think it's pretty easy to say that, like, those stats there, they're not just extra kills, they're not just just ordinary frags either. They're round-changing frags, and pretty simple to put him as the MVP, I reckon.
Yeah, I think Damio, very strong, consistent rifler in Oceania. On a team like Antic, where you have so many inconsistent players, he always gets his. Win or lose, he gets his. He puts the minimum amount of kills in. He has a couple of really good, like, impact multi-frag clutches. He usually puts in a couple of those a series, so he's a very big asset to a team like Antic, who, he's always going to be there. If the rest of the boys step up around him, that's where they become a really dangerous team. But he always gives them a chance in the series.
All right, well, we're getting towards the end of the night, but we're not getting necessarily toward the end of the season just yet. Do make sure to join us again tomorrow. Just reinforcing 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. It is going to be a little bit of a later start because we do only have the one series. We do hope to see you there for some more of the Menulog ESL ANZ Champs. One slot remains in playoffs, and we're finding out who is getting that slot tomorrow.
Could you take a minute to just listen? I need your full attention. I'm on a super undercover secret hip hop mission. Got the tools, got the skills, I got the X-ray vision. And if I'm caught, there ain't no telling of the consequences. I got the motorcycle, helicopter, jet plane, rocket pack, WMD strapped to the small of my back. I guess that information's classified. So just get inside, let's go for a ride. 'Cause I'm a secret agent of the hip hop underground. And never know conspiracies lace deep within my sound. So deep undercover, you never know where I might be. And if the haters step to this, they gon' get dropped. I got a self-destructive beat if they interrogate me. Now, baby girl, have you been around the world? I'm talking Beirut, Lebanon, all the way to Vietnam. I got a black in Iraq that's so fly. Forget 007, shorty, I got a knee high. I got the competition always trying to pop me. I take security trying to stop me. They'll never get the drop G. Oh, I got a license to kill, so you best think twice before you test my skills. 'Cause I'm a secret agent of the hip hop underground. I'm packing paranoid conspiracies lace deep within my sound. I'm so deep undercover, you never know where I might be. And if them haters think of this, they gon' get dropped. I got a
Hey, look, menu pong.
Touch it. It's super cool. Don't touch it. Little burn you. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. No, don't look at it. I said don't look at it. Thank you.
I tell you what, you're getting cheekier every week.
I got money for the drip. I got money for your chick. New planes, new whips. Teach games, stack chips.
Well, nature is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
I mean, the God of War dynamic plays out in every parent-child relationship.
Does the costume really help?
I don't know, does the costume really help when you play basketball?
Well, it is a costume.
PlayStation.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. And you can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
There's no competition for me. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. You could try, won't get it right, 'cause ain't nobody love me like that. Took a while for me to see. I got everything I need. Ain't no man can love me quite like I do. Can't love me like. Took a while for me to see. I got everything I need. Ain't no man can love me quite like I do. And these boys ain't shit. See, the way y'all move is magic. Ain't no surprise I get this traffic. See him lining up, I don't worry. There's no competition for me. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. Nobody love like I do. You could try, won't get it right, 'cause ain't nobody love me like I do. I know what I gotta do. You gotta stay true. I'm telling the truth. Go, fresh from London, here we go. Right in the rhythm with a lively flow. If you don't know, then get to know. Jump on a mic and show down the show. Whoa, I stay with it. Skippy on the beat, on point with the lyrics. No gimmicks, got this thing wicked. Big tune, just watch how I spin it. Growing up in the UK, man, I had lessons. Teachers, parents, alongside my brethren. Now I'm in studio sessions, trying to take my dreams to a brand new direction. Work from the morning to the night, trying to see my name up in the lights. Big billboards, gonna reach new heights. For the youths, man, we gotta show them what's right. Reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound, reach into the world right now. This sound, voice of the streets, man, I hold it down. This sound. Early days, channel you on the TV. Big MC showed me what I'm about to be. Videos and mega flow show me the grime scene. That's when I knew this rap team was for me. Wrote bars at the back of the bus with the G's at my local youth club. Big respect, I gotta show them love. Believed in me when I was young. Now I know what I gotta do for the family. Now I gotta prove. After everything we've been through, you gotta stay true to you. As you only got one voice, it can't be heard above the noise.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. And you can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.